See if everything's all set up and good. Looks like we're live across the board. Why is that a thing? That's just what it is at the beginning. There we go. There's one. Bring this up. Drop this in. And we're good. Hey man, how's it going? It's going good, man. It's going good. I feel like I feel really relaxed today. Almost like I went and had a massage or something like massage or something like that. I think it's just because of like today was like biceps, so like I smoked my fucking arms today. Actually, I'm pretty sure I smoked my whole body, to be honest with you. I've been adding in like longer runs on longer runs and walks on incline and stuff like that into my workouts, and I mean I was sweating like a fucking hog today. Good lord. Dude, holy shit, I felt so bad. I tried to like wipe the machine down, and then this girl came up behind me and like hopped on the machine, and I was like like my sweat was all over the place. I'm like, I'm just gonna fucking leave that as it is. We'll just leave that as it is, kind of like we saw nothing. Yeah, greetings and salutations, fellow discerning gamers. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Legendary drops online for legendary takeoff. Actually, I do want to watch the rocket takeoff. I'll bring it up here in just a minute. We'll watch the was it Team 10 mission? I'm torn between your stream and Asmon's. But I mean, for at least like a few seconds, you're gonna watch basically the same stream, because I'm gonna watch the rocket take off, and then after that, I'm just gonna go straight into like gaming news shit things. What's up, King? What's up, Mr. Sweaty? Yeah, I'm not sweaty. I took a shower. Took a very, very long shower. Had to clean my hair more than anything else. I need a haircut bad, man. That shit is so long. React to the Atomfall video I dropped in Discord. Yeah, we'll take a look at it for sure. For sure, we'll take a look at it. At least you don't talk about politics. You're never gonna see me talk about politics on this channel. I'm sorry. Like, at least not in a video. Maybe I'll mention or talk about something on stream at one point. Maybe. But outside of that, nah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and lift. Go SpaceX. Go NASA Crew 10.
Dude, it's crazy. Before this, they were talking about how this rocket burns 700 gallons. 700 gallons of fuel in a second. What rocket is this? This is the SpaceX Team 10 mission. It's going to get the Americans back out of the space station that they've been up there for a long time. Falcon 9, yeah.
We're now 40 seconds into today's flight.
Power and telemetry nominal.
That thing thirsty? It is thirsty. It is. Why though? Why save the people up at the space station that have been stuck up there for like a year?
What great timing that was. We just passed through Max Q. That's the largest structural load that the vehicle will see on ascent.
Vehicle supersonic.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Stage 1, throttle up.
We're now just over 1 minute and 10 seconds into today's flight, traveling at more than 1,400 miles per hour. And we just heard that call out for 1 Bravo, which means
Boeing fucked up, if I recall. I don't remember. Yeah, there was one of the ships that had an issue.
Good performance. and the
I
crew
love
already
Aspen when
pulling
he's
over
gaming.
2 Gs. Next up, we'll have
When he gets
a couple
political, I'm
events
out.
happening
Yeah, I
in
mean, like,
rapid
you're gonna.
succession.
I think you're gonna have a fall off,
First will
no
be
matter
that
what you
potential
do.
on the
You know what I
second
mean?
Stage impact engine, which we just heard, and then we'll have Miko,
Like, I
our
mean,
main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages. Will be separating from one another. Then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second
I'll talk
stage
about it
will
here in a
ignite
second.
and continue to carry Crew 10 to orbit while the first stage begins.
Must be one
its
hell of a
journey
commute
back
for
to
them.
Earth.
No
Now
shit,
we're
dude.
just 2 minutes into today's flight. The vehicle is traveling just under 4,000 miles per hour.
We're just about 20 seconds away from those events that Anna just mentioned.
Oh, I thought it was political. No.
The 9 Merlin engines.
Fucking,
will
is
shut
space
down
flight political
here
now
in
too?
just about 10
What the
seconds
fuck?
for Miko.
I'm sure there's people that
Stage
like want to
separation
politicize
and
this because of
SES1.
like SpaceX specifically, but that's just goofy as shit. The amount people have to stretch their fucking imaginations is
engine
just
cut off.
fucking crazy nowadays.
Stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Nice.
Great call outs and incredible views there on your
And back
left-hand
ignition.
screen. On your left-hand screen, you can see a view from stage 1. And an extremely excited crowd here in Hawthorne.
Very
Awesome
cool.
views of that boost back burn on the first stage, as well as the MVAC engine igniting on the second stage. Great views there. Now the booster is in its boost
Must
back
drinks
burn.
water.
This is the
Water
first
is now
of 3
political.
burns as it makes
Like the
its
thing
way
is that
back down to
for me
Earth. This will last
personally,
about
I
45 seconds.
I separate the
And
person
crew,
from the
10
businesses
crew is
because
still
like
onboard Dragon attached to Falcon 9 second stage, which you can see there on your right-hand screen.
And we're now at
These
3
companies
minutes
have a
and
lot of
20 seconds
really
into today's
intelligent and
flight.
talented
The
people
vehicle
that
is
are working for
traveling
them.
about 6,500 miles per hour.
A lot.
They are on their way to the space station. And we did have that confirmation coming up of the boost back shutdown. And then coming up.
I mean,
in
SpaceX's
at
technology
the
alone is
2 +
fucking
6
insane.
minute mark.
Absolutely insane.
And there we have our first images of the crew inside the Dragon spacecrafts as they make their way into orbit. And the crew
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
continuing to get good call outs.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
The stage 2 continues to be on power with and it's firing until we get to that second stage engine cutoff around the 9-minute
It's
mark of
actually
flight,
crazy
about
that
5
they can
minutes
get like this much of
flight
like
to
a
go before
real-time
Dragon will be
shot
flying free.
of them in space. Like that shit is crazy.
Some cool views there. on your
SpaceX
left-hand
tech's off
screen.
the
That's
charts.
first
Oh, it's
stage
crazy.
booster
Absolutely
as
wild.
It's making its way back down to Earth.
Like
This
this
is,
like
ground tracking camera getting these awesome views.
like them being
And on
able to
the
catch
right-hand side of
the
your
I think
screen,
it's
you
the
can
first
see
stage
that
booster is what it
Merlin
is.
vacuum engine of the second stage. We're continuing to get good performance.
Man, look at that shot of Earth,
on
dude.
the
It's so
second
fucking
stage.
cool.
And the crew's G loads will dip right when we hit the separation events, and it's going to continue to build up until then.
It is
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal
it is
trajectory.
fascinating how beautiful beautiful our world is.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Absolutely.
We're now at 5 minutes into today's flight, with a liftoff at 7:03 p.m. Pacific, 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. Continuing to get good call-outs as Stage 1 makes its way back to Earth. And
But what I was gonna say is it like this whole like sustainable space travel stuff that we have going on now with like being able to like I think this is the first stage boosters if I'm not mistaken. I don't really know too much about the tech, but like us being able to we're essentially creating sustainable space travel. We are living in an era in which we are watching the very beginnings of sustainable space travel. This is like the point, like the tipping point with technology and efficiency, where we're slowly getting closer to like space travel becoming a normal thing, like an everyday occurrence. It's fucking crazy. It's absolutely crazy to watch. That's why stuff like this is so fascinating for me to see, because it's like we are literally watching like human society transform. And while like right now it seems slow, you're going to see that it's going to just like pop off out of nowhere, and you're going to be like, holy shit. Legendary drops IRL spacewalk stream win? Yeah, maybe one day, right? Are you in the crown hunting phase
There
of
we
Monster
just
Hunter
saw
yet?
on the
I mean, I
screen,
guess
it
I
was
kind of
very quick,
am. I
but
think
we
like
had the entry burn.
mostly like I could
got
use
some
like
cool
one or
views of
two
that
more like
from
really
the
good
ground, which is
decos,
awesome.
maybe. And then I could use like a better
Next
roll
event
on
coming
my
up will be
Ardian
the
weapon.
landing burn for the first stage. That's coming up here in about 30 seconds.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Again, great call outs for
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
But I'm also in the part with like Monster Hunter Wilds that
Confirmation
I
there
don't know
from
if
the
I
crew
want
as they continue
to.
make their way into orbit. Now 7 minutes into today's flight, the first stage making its way back down to Earth, and the second stage
is first
continuing
stage.
to fire.
I like I don't know if I
This
want
is
to
an awesome view. Let's see if we can see the
start a new
center engine
character
relight
and then
for
level that
landing
up
burn here in a few
using like a
seconds.
different weapon, or if I just want to make a different weapon on the same character. I feel like it's not as fun making
There's that
a
landing
new weapon
burn.
on
The
this
torch is
on the same
broken out.
character because I can basically just like make the perfect set, go hunt the same monsters. Oh, there's a sound barrier. Oh shit. That is fucking crazy. That is crazy, dude.
And the crowd here is excited. to
That
see
is
Dragon take
crazy,
from
man.
Season 1.
It's so cool.
And now that the
It's
first stage
so
has made its
cool.
way back to Earth, we're about a minute away from the second engine cutoff, which we're expecting around the 9-minute mark of today's flight.
And the amount of money that saves is
We're continuing to get
crazy.
good call-outs, and Dragon and all of the systems on the vehicle are performing as expected.
What is this? When space travel
Just
like
over
that
8
will
minutes into
happen,
today's flight,
we will have the
traveling more than
technology
21,000
that
miles
makes
per
this
hour.
non-existent. I'm confused what you mean by that.
Guidance.
Oh, like by the time there's
Very
like
good
normalized
call-outs.
space travel, like these things specifically
About
won't
30
even be
seconds
necessary.
away from
Chances
that
are you got a
second
good
engine
point.
cutoff, and
But
then
this is how
shortly
you
after
get to that
about a
point.
minute or so later,
This
we
is how
will
you
have
slowly but surely like
orbital
evolve
insertion.
into that kind of thing where it's not like, oh, we have a second stage booster that chances are we'll get to the point where it'll all be able to just like
SpaceX copy.
space elevators. Yeah, that's another
That
really good
call-out there for Shannon, and
another-
is the
that
call-out
one's
for
very-
Shannon, Ireland, which is the final.
That's a
stage
interesting
for the
thing.
second stage off the coast of
like
Ireland.
being able to make something that can,
Standing by for a second engine cutoff.
I don't even know how you even do that.
Back shutdown.
I try to like I mean it's a cool idea. Where's the first time I think I saw space elevators in what, Gundam, right?
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
And there we heard
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
confirmation
Launch
of
escape system disarmed.
good confirmation of orbital insertion. Crew 10 is now well on their way to the International Space Station following a
There's just so
9.5
much shit
minute
that could go
flight
wrong with
uphill.
such a massive structure like that, and like the amount of
Now,
like engineering
The second stage is
required
preparing for Dragon separation here,
to
which
be
should
able
happen,
to create something that could
shortly,
withstand like
about
weather,
10-15
gravity,
seconds is what we're
the Earth's
expecting.
rotation.
Now we're preparing for
Space
stabilizing
debris.
the second stage so that we can have a smooth separation.
And there you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, the crowd is going wild. There on your
Dragon
screen, you can
separation
see
confirmed.
that Dragon separation, that second stage making its way, and Dragon is now flying free.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
So
10
that'll
minutes
just
into today's
burn
flight.
up in
That
the
was about a minute
atmosphere, I
after
take
we
it?
had that second engine cutoff and orbital insertion. It looks like a good separation, good rates. Dragon now flying free.
No boomies. Yeah, no boomies.
There on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see some first images of Crew 10 inside the Dragon Endurance spacecraft as they're now successfully in orbit.
Dragon, SpaceX, Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. On behalf of the entire Falcon team,
So
we
cool,
thank you
man.
for flying with Falcon and wish you a great mission. Over to LD.
I like how he sounds like a
It was an honor
fucking.
flying with you this evening. We wish you well on your journey and give Crew 9 our best.
It
Thank
sound-
you for flying SpaceX.
it sounds like you're fucking. Sounds like you're taking Southwest.
SpaceX Dragon, this is Crew 10
It sounds
Commander
like
Ann
you're
McLean.
flying
Thank
fucking
you to
United or
all of the teams
Southwest.
from across the world who
Yeah,
contributed
thank you
to the
guys
launch
for
today.
flying with us today.
Spaceflight is tough, but
You can
humans are
take a look
tougher.
outside the
Days
right
like
window
today are
and
made
you can
possible
see
only when people choose to do the harder right over the easier wrong. build relationships.
You can see it's a clear day
collaboration,
over
and
on
believe in
it's
the
a clear day
inherent
over on the
goodness of all
moon.
people across the world. To my family and friends, without you, I would not be here. Explore boldly, live gracefully, go Crew 10, and over to pilot the Colairs.
So cool, man. Flat Earthers be like Unreal Engine 5 is insane. True.
Again, we're not the first humans to get to orbit, and we wouldn't be here without the bravery and hard work of those who have paved the way for human spaceflight. We now get the unique perspective of Earth without borders and get to revel in the connectedness of humanity. I would be remiss to not once again acknowledge those who helped me get here, to this wonderful view and this perspective, to the teachers, coaches, fellow officers, fellow teammates, Raptor Nation, to my friends and family that encouraged my dreams from the start. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without
It's epic testing out Unreal Engine 6. Yeah, there's a documentary on Netflix about flat earthers where they set up tests to confirm that the Earth is flat. They see the results and say the Earth is round, and then they rationalize it as an error or something. It's so fucking stupid. I don't even know how you'd even come to that, man. I don't even know how you'd even like. That's a level of fucking moron that.
これから先の ISS への宇宙の旅楽しんでいきたいと思います。I will now hand the mic over to mission specialist Kirill.
My grandpa was in that documentary. They edited it to make him look dumb. Really?
And I want to say a couple of words in Russian.
Hollow Earthers are arguably worse. That's even fucking crazier. You know, like, you know what it comes down to is that you end up like like I try to figure out like how do people come to that? Like how would you come to the idea of like hollow earth or flat earth or whatever it might be? And I think in a lot of cases what it is that there are tons of instances of world governments lying to their people. There's so many different things, especially now, like with how interconnected the world is because of the internet and how readily accessible information is. It's pretty easy to rationalize and see certain things and go, oh yeah, they're fucking lying about this, right? Like, yeah, there's like there's way too many things where it's just like, yeah, okay, sure. Like we can call it out, and obviously it's not like things are never going to come to light, or maybe sometimes they do. And I think when people have that kind of stuff confirmed, then they start to believe that they've just been lied to about everything. Then they start to believe that like reality is a lie itself and the world is flat and we're actually hooked up into a fucking machine and one of us is actually Keanu Reeves, and like all of a sudden the mental illness starts to spread, and then they just can't help themselves and they can't help but like indulge in their worst possible, you know, in their worst possible instincts. Yeah, it's crazy. Humans' potential to not rational humans are not a rational species. We have the potential to be rational sometimes. Well, I mean, like no matter what, of course, like we all do it. We all do irrational things all the time. We all think irrational things all the time. You know what I mean? I mean, like think about the way that people, I don't know, like
such great words from Crew 10 as well as the core here in Hawthorne and Mission Control.
Super cool, man. Super cool. Yeah, no, I think that like we all think irrational things, we all do irrational things. There's like how many times have you guys like sat back after you made a mistake and you did something or you said something to somebody or whatever it might be, and you go, why did I do that? And like it was like, and like you sit back and feel like you were like taken control of for a minute, like you just didn't have control of yourself for whatever reason. Like we do that kind of stuff. I dated a flat earther once. She started talking to me about Asgard and shit. She did not make the cut. I don't know, the Asgard part's kind of cool though. Yeah. The fucking Rainbow Road in Asgard is actually pretty sick though. The rest of it, I don't know about all that. Yeah. Could be worse. Yeah. Yeah, it could be worse. That is true. That is true. She could be into goop or crystals. Or astrology. Like she was talking to me like I was stupid. That's like the worst part. That's the worst part. Well, like, you know what the funny thing is? I'll tell you guys something right now. I'll tell you guys something right now. With like the political climate in the world and how polarized things have been, one thing that I have noticed that becomes frequently like it depends on like the kind of video or the topics that I make in the video, but I'll see people that will reach out to me and they will they'll leave comments. Is that Risk of Rain? Yeah, it's Risk of Rain. They'll leave comments, they'll hop into the Discord, they'll private message me and things like that. Music too loud? Is it really? Have it turn out pretty low. There we go. Should be good now. But I have I've had people that reach out to me, and like just the way that like politics are nowadays is that like if I talk about a certain issue or whatever it might be, like social politics or politics in video games or whatever, like I'll have people that'll be that like they personally believe that like I just haven't come up to like turn yourself up. No, I'm at my normal volume. I'm not going to turn myself up. I think I am at least. Yeah, I'm at my normal volume. I'm not going to... Everything should be fine now. So... What was I going to say? Oh. So I have a lot of people that always think that I'm just like on the edge of understanding. Have you guys met anybody like that? Like the people that always believe that you're on the edge of understanding, that you're almost on their side of the fence and they are the one that can push you over. You just need to be educated. You just need to learn a couple of extra things. You're just missing a couple pieces of the puzzle and you'll finally understand and you'll be one of us. You'll be one of us. People who think we're almost geniuses, I guess. I don't know, man. The what? Like, I think like a really good example of this is like, say for instance, where like I'm talking about like how people will like hijack video games and use it as a like they'll use it as a platform for their personal ideology. And then I'll have a shitload of people that are like, when are you gonna realize it's the ideology that makes them do that? And I'm like, no, it fucking isn't. And maybe in some cases it is, but that fucking door swings both ways, bud. that door swings both ways. We can't fucking pretend like people don't use just about anything to be able to platform whatever their ideals are. I mean, I like to think that I'm open-minded about weird shit sometimes. Like I'm open-minded about UAPs. Don't go around preaching the truth because I'm not 100% sure. And okay, yeah, I mean, like, well, like there's shit like that too. Like my personal belief when it comes to like aliens and things like that is that like it would be incredibly selfish and self-centered for us to believe that we are the only living beings in a universe that is essentially infinite. I'm not that shallow. Personally, I'm not that shallow. I'm not going to close that door. Be a waste of space if there's nothing else out there. True, man. True. We have thousands of species on. I think we probably have more than thousands of species on this planet. There's tons of fish life, like aquatic life that we know nothing about down in like the Marianas Trench and stuff like that. Thoughts on the new Sleep Token song? Is that the one that has like the burning flag? I listened to it the other day. It's really good. Yeah, well, except for he kind of does like the like rapping thing that he does sometimes, and like I don't really like click with those songs as much, but I actually still really enjoyed the song overall. But I really like how they kind of like reinvent their shit every single time they put out a song. Have you seen Asmongold Video recently react to CNN defending people who live illegally in the country, and then take over apartments as terror. I don't know anything about that kind of stuff, man. I'll be honest with you. I don't like when it comes to like Asmongold content, as much as I really like the dude, like since he's made the political turn, I haven't really watched him as much. It's just that kind of content doesn't interest me. The guy's a great orator. He's a fucking awesome person to watch, and it's interesting to see the takes and stuff like that. But when it comes to political stuff, I can't do it, man. I'm sorry. Like I'm just not interested. I just don't give a shit. That's as simple as that. Yeah. Keep playing it safe. It's not playing it safe. I'm just not interested. Like, I think there's a lot of people that are like, oh, well, you're just afraid to talk about your politics. And I'm like, well, I mean, like, how about the fact that I just don't fucking have any? I just don't. I don't really like, my takes on things are far too nuanced more times than not for me to ever even think about trying to align with the political party. Let other people fight over that shit. I'm not going to stress myself out over it. Same politics is not me. Yeah. The music is too high pitched for stream. Is it really? I'll just switch it up. Would you smell Asmon for $1 million? I don't think the dude smells. I generally don't think he smells. He seems like the kind of person that, like, while he's in public, he might stink at home. Fuck, I stink at home. But I think he's the kind of person that's in public that is conscious enough of other people that he wouldn't offend their fucking their olfactory senses, right? According to Emery, he smells like dust or something. What? Why smell specifically? I don't know. Somebody fucking said it in chat. I just read chat. I don't even have a fucking mind of my own. What are you talking about? I stopped watching a lot because of political stuff, as I'm British and it doesn't concern me at all, whereas gaming does. Yeah, so you know what? I fucking totally feel that, because like I feel like I am my own nation. You know, like how people say like my body, my temple. Like, I'm just gonna live in my own fucking world. That's what I do. Yeah, and I like it. Did you see the new AC Shadows Deluxe Edition? It's so horrible. I saw some shit on that. It's just... I need to make another Ubisoft video. How long has it been? I don't like beating the fucking drawers off of a topic, right? Like, I like trying to like give it some space. Have we given Ubisoft enough space on this channel, right? You know what it is? I try to give them the time to redeem themselves. That's really what it comes down to. I try to give them some time to redeem themselves. Like, I'm gonna talk my shit, okay? Let's see if you guys can fix it. Let's see if you guys can fix it, okay? Guys, it's been a month. It's been a month. I think we're clear. I think we're clear, man. It's been a month. It's been I put out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 videos. 13 videos since I talked about Ubisoft last. I think we're clear. I think we're clear. And I put out like 2 videos a week, sometimes only 1. This week I only got 1 out. It's not that I don't have another video. I have one that's already like basically ready to roll. And it's just fucking sponsor stuff. Trying to pay rent over here. 13 videos. Those are rookie numbers. Not talking shit or anything. Okay. Not talking. This is not talking shit. All right. Well, I mean, it kind of is talking shit, but but like, unlike Asmon, who can drop like 600 videos in a day, this is what one of my videos looks like. That's 3,700 words. Imagine if I like, I don't even know how I'd even be able to put out more than 2 a week, to be honest with you. I don't know how I'd be able to. Damn, son. Yeah. Yeah. And as many as people do that for him, I don't think people do anything for him. I mean, he does his own thing, man. Two is a lot if that's your standard. Yeah, 2 is a lot. 2 is a lot. Serious question. Do you use Obsidian for private notes as well? If yes, yeah, of course I do. Yeah, it works out for great. It works out for everything, to be honest with you. It's been like super helpful for me to be able to track like old videos. Like, so like I have like all of my old scripts are in here dating back to when I started using Obsidian, which was like last summer. So I have like all of those in here. So I have other notes for me to like refer back to if I need to. So if I ever like as an example, if I revisit if I make a Ubisoft video as an example, right? All of my scripts on Ubisoft are in here. So, you know, if I want to preface with those in some way, shape, or form, or if I want to condense those or summarize them in like another video to like give like a, you know, hey, this is where we started, this is where we are now, I can always refer back to that stuff, or I can check my older notes. I also just have like straight up notes sections where I just like hold on to like different ideas. Sometimes I like have like thought like discussions with myself in notes where I'm like, you know, this is how I'm coming to this idea of this thing that I'm looking for or whatever. What happened to Warhammer Fantasy? I don't know anything about Warhammer. Can't you play games on stream? No, I can't. Where is it's illegal. Yeah, it's illegal. I just recently looked into it and wanted to use it for personal stuff like gym stuff and stuff. Oh yeah, it's great for that. No, Obsidian's an awesome platform. And it's free too, so like you don't have to pay for it if you don't want to. You have to pay for it if you want to use like their cloud software, which I did. I think it was like $40 for me to pay for like a year or something like that. And then now now it's connected to my computer. It's connected to my my phone. If I wanted to put it on my tablet or my laptop, I can put it on there, and then all the notes will transfer all between each other. So I'll always have access to everything, not have to worry about it. Then I don't gotta fuck around with OneNote. That shit's a pain in the ass. For some odd reason, like Windows will update and then OneNote will just go fucking wild and it will start saving like the most random shit. Like when I'm recording a video, sometimes like I'll fuck up a take or whatever, and then I'll try to delete it, and then it'll be like it'll save it to OneNote too, and it's just like now I have to go like to a different fucking place to fucking delete this thing. And then all of a sudden I get emails from I'll start getting email notifications from Microsoft. Whoa, your OneNote, your OneDrive is full. OneDrive is full. And it's like, bro, fuck off. You're my favorite. You're now my favorite content creator. Drops Force Gaming and Rurikon. I love Brewery. Brewery's a good dude. So is Force, actually. I remember when I was first starting out and kind of struggling a little bit, trying to figure out what I wanted to do, because when you're making videos, it's kind of it's disheartening, and you get really confused, and it's really easy to get demotivated when you first start making videos, because you'll start making something and it'll pop off, and then all of a sudden you'll have no fucking, for whatever reason, all of a sudden you just don't get views anymore, and you can't figure it out. You can't, it's too fucking hard to, and a lot of the times it's nebulous. You have no idea why it's happening, right? Iron Breakers in the chat. Yeah, shields up, Iron Breakers. And you have no idea why it's happening, and it's too hard to pinpoint. And sometimes it just stops, and all of a sudden everything just works again, and you have no idea why it did. And I had that issue. I had all of a sudden where I was absolutely, I was absolutely fucking crushing it, and then out of nowhere, my videos and shit just fell off. And it was maybe I was just hitting the wrong topics, or this is the way I was talking about things, or whatever it might be. Who fucking knows, right? And I talked to Force at one point, and I was just asking him, I'm like, why do people I started asking a bunch of content creators, but he was one of the only ones that actually answered me, and I was a smaller content creator at the time. I was just why do people watch you? That's all I asked. Why do people watch you? He's like, all I think about is what I can, all I think about is what the fuck is going on here? There it is. Okay, sorry about that. He's all I think about is whatever value I can deliver to the viewer. That's all he said. And that kind of reshaped the way that I was thinking about things. Bud's Bunny is going crazy. Yeah, you need to fucking chill out, dude. Don't make me ban you. Stop being a fucking spurg in chat. Talking about foreskin and shit. Being weird. I used to watch Foreskin. Jesus Christ. You always have value in our, yeah. Well, and it was just, it's just when you're trying to figure out how shit works, how YouTube and stuff works. For me specifically, looking forward to Tech Rod Encore. I still haven't seen. Oh, we did watch the trailer on stream. Never mind. I am looking forward to it. Yeah. We'll probably play Warframe next week, actually. That'd probably be a really good opportunity to get in there and do some shit. Some people aren't the brightest. Yeah, well, no shit. Do you think Monster Hunter should what? Add transgender option? What the fuck are you even talking about? Thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub. Appreciate that. Whoever you are. Who asked that kind of shit? Who's even thinking about it? Bro, I saw somebody fucking popping off over on fucking Twitter talking about it's like one of those channels that's always talking about how woke video games are nowadays. And they're going to the absolute extremes, trying to talk about how fucking Monster Hunter Wilds is woke, and I'm like, bro, you guys are fucking losing the plot here, man. The amount of infighting I've seen with that, what's the best way? It's the dudes on Twitter that start every post with gamers. You guys know the shit I'm talking about? Gamers. We have done this, and they thought they could get away with it, but they couldn't get away with it because we are the darkness. We are the blood-soaked. We are the gods they fear. Those dudes. You know what I'm talking about? I see that shit and I'm just like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? It's so cringe, it hurts. I go and I start like, every time I see it, I'm just like, ah, damn, like you guys cannot like, it's so funny because like sometimes those people will bring up something that's like a genuine, like a pretty good point, but like they just can't fucking take it. Like they just take it to the absolute extreme and it's just like, fucking chill, man. Chill. The purity police. Well, and see, that's the funny thing is that like you'll see a lot of people that get like really into like the the fucking social political battleground on a lot of these topics, and what people don't realize is that like there's extremes on both sides, and while here's my thing, it's good to fight the extremes, and it's a great position for me to be in, because let's say the other extreme wins, it is going to be it's just as equally as easy to make fun of the other extreme as well. It's just as funny to make fun of them as well. Once again, activists who don't play games, well, it's just a commentary piece for them, right? Like it's a conversation piece. They don't even give a fuck about games or anything like that. They just want engagement. That's all it is. They just want people that are like tapping on them and please pay attention to me. Please. Like that, like one of the most cringe things that I see. And like I don't think I have anything on here to even like really point it out or anything like that. Jesus Christ, that from last week. I don't think I have anything on here to show it, but like I've seen a lot of people that believe that there's like some type of like coordinated boycott that's going on in gaming, where like, you know, when a game fails, you'll see a bunch of people like, the boycott is working. Bro, there's no fucking boycott. People just aren't buying bad games. It's as simple as that. It's not like we're all standing outside with fucking signs and coordinating on what to buy and what not to buy. That's not what the fuck's going on. People are just watching a fucking ad. People are watching gameplay for a game and going, yeah, I'm not gonna play that. I'm not gonna play that. The new Life is Strange, like that. Like I've never been interested in that game. So then I see people like talk about how Life of Strange, like the new sales aren't doing well, and they're like, the boycott is working. I'm like, bro, fucking men aren't buying Life is Strange. Not out of a boycott, but because they're not fucking interested in it. Dragon Age the Veilguard was about pronouns, so I dodged it on that point. No, I didn't. I didn't. You want to know why I didn't? You want to know why I made videos talking shit about it? Because I did buy it, right? But I mean, I bought it for a reason, and I bought it because it was Dragon Age, and I've always liked Dragon Age games, and I wanted to play the new Dragon Age game, and I wanted to see if it proved me wrong, because I talked a lot of shit after watching all of its trailers. Because the minute that I saw the game's first trailer, I was like, this is literally the dumbest shit I've seen in my life. This looks fucking trash. I'm like, the combat looks terrible. They've completely removed the soul out of this series. There's nothing of the strategy, nothing of the role playing, nothing of the general aesthetic to the art style or anything like that. All of the characters look contrived and boring. And then I played it, and that's the exact game that it was. This hyper fixation on social politics specifically that I think like a lot of players and sometimes even commentators can have. Like, keep in mind, that shit will not ruin a game. A bad game will ruin a game. You can have that in a good game, and people will still play it. They might complain about those things, but they'll still play it, and chances are that game will probably still do well. And there are plenty of examples of games that have had type 1, type 2 body types and all kinds of shit like that, and nobody ever said a fucking thing. Where are all the people that didn't buy Elden Ring? Cyberpunk. Yeah. So I'm not saying that, like, it's just that The belief that you just see this one thing and that's the reason why you don't buy it, and that's going to be the, like, that's the reason, because you'll see some people will say it. Oh, well, it's a game that Baldur's Gate 3 is another good example, right? There's a lot of games where, like, people point out, we're like, oh, it has pronouns, it's going to be a bad game. And it's just like, you don't fucking know that. Let's wait to see if it's a bad game first. Sometimes you can trace it back to, like, and I think Veilguard's a really good example of this, is that, like, you can trace it back and you can see that, like, their social politics, their beliefs, their message took priority over the design of the game. You can trace it back to that, but that's not always the case. That's not always the case. Once Human? Dude, I still have never played that. Wait, no, I have. Actually, I'm almost positive I have an interview coming up with the people from Once Human. Yeah. The Korean developers, aren't they? Are they Korean or Chinese? I can't remember where their studio is based out of. Should you be telling us? Why would it matter? You're gonna watch it, right? I think it's really interesting what they have, what they're doing. So, like, I like Once Human. I think it's a really cool game. It fell off. It's had some struggles, and I know that they're trying to, like, bring back their PC audience, because I think it has, like, great bones. I mean, like, really fucking good bones. Talk about a game that shouldn't exist. Like, Once Human, as a video game, has so many things in it that it's like it's like one, you know what it is? Once Human is essentially what the day before promised but never was. It's that game that is just chock full of so many like video game buzzwords that they just, like, how does that even fucking exist? How do you even make that game? It sounds like if you read, like, everything that's in the game and what the game is about, it looks like some, like, 16-year-old wrote down his dream game. And then they made it, and it works, oddly. It's like a Frankenstein of, like, so many different things, but it works. Somehow it just works. Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's what it is. They wanted to have an interview. They want to promote their promote their update that they're doing. That's the reason why they want to do why they're trying to do, like, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, they're doing a bunch of really cool shit to their game. So I'll be talking to them next month. It's an MMO, right? Kind of. It's like Rust meets The Division meets Pokemon. Like, it's like fucking all over the place. I love to hear about the technical challenges of the game. That's the most interesting thing. You know what's also really interesting is how, like, dedicated they are to resisting the urge of, like, pay to win. Like, there's no pay to win mechanics in that game at all. It's all purely cosmetic if you want to buy anything. And I think that's also, like, really I think that's commendable. Have you played Fragpunk? Did I download that? How is it doing? I saw it had doubled its numbers at one point. It's not maintained. It doesn't look like it's maintaining. 5 service is tough, man. 5 service is tough. It hit a peak of 113k players. It's trending downward. I wonder what's keeping it. I wonder what's keeping it from growing anymore. Maybe it'll spike up again. You know what it is in a lot of cases? It's visibility and marketing. The game is not being marketed very much. And I don't think that there's a lot of like streamers that are playing it to be able to like get it into that upper stratosphere where you can start to like get clips and stuff of like that of it online. Didn't hear about it until a Marvel Rivals streamer tried it. Yeah, and that's how it is for a lot of people. I never heard about Fragpunk until now. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of that's the point. Shroud was playing it and then dropped it as soon as his sponsor for it was over and went back to Marvel Rivals. It's just a I'm just telling you right now, like Marvel Rivals has an it factor, and like while player numbers have like kind of like evened out, like keep in mind like you don't really hold these peaks very often. It's a very like you gotta be a very unique game to be able to hold that. And like when it comes to these kind of like team-based shooters, but this is just on one platform, right? So if you think about this across the board, I mean, you're talking about like when you're seeing a game holding like in the 200,000 player range, you're talking about millions of people that are playing this game weekly. That's fucking crazy. I wish Rivals had more maps. I mean, it does need map variety. It does need map variety. What do you think about what about dedicated servers for online games like it was back in COD 4 with the design choice? I don't really think that's I don't think that would make any difference for a lot of these games. Call of Duty's in a really fucking weak position, man. I think I'm going to do the video on them next week. I think that Activision is the worst company in video games. Yeah. Like I was like sitting here and I was like, EA? No. Not even fucking close. Not even close. At least EA has some things that redeem them. The EA original program where they fund where they fund the development of Why Not Close. I'm giving you the example, okay? It's not that I'm not saying that I don't like watching EA fail. I like watching EA fail. But the thing is that EA has redeeming qualities like EA Originals, where they fund a lot of these indie games. A really good example of those indie games that they fund, Split Fiction, which has done very well. Very, 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 very fun game, by the way. I played it last weekend. It's a fucking blast. It's just like It Takes Two. They have their EA Originals program. They also have like a few other games that they still pump out every year and put some money into some of their other studios that do actually make some pretty like high quality video games. Am I just gonna like pretend like Dead Space remake doesn't exist? No, it was a fucking fantastic job. They made a great game, right? The Jedi games are actually pretty solid too. Yeah, the Jedi games are pretty good. Their performance quality is not too good, but outside of that, it's not too bad. They just open sourced the old Command and Conquer games. That's fucking cool, man. That's cool. So like them specifically, I don't really like they have some things that I really fucking hate about them, but for the most part, let's be real. They keep the vast majority of their bullshit locked into their sports games. And that's really for the normies. Right? Like, I'm sorry, these guys won't stand up for themselves. They won't fight for themselves. They won't even say anything. They won't even get involved enough to be able to try to push back against any of that kind of stuff. They just keep taking the licks and just buying the next fucking Madden. I can't do anything, man. I can't. What am I gonna do for you? What am I, stop hitting yourself. You know, you just keep doing it over and over again. But they have tried to do some of that. They have tried to do some of that stuff, or done some of that stuff to their other franchises as well. So it's not like that rot seeps into other aspects when the money starts to dry up in their money pool. And the sports games are their money pool. Activision. These motherfuckers don't do shit. They don't do shit. What the fuck do they do? Recycle the same game over and over and over. And every single version, every next game they make is just another hollowed out shell of the fucking last one they made. With cranked up monetization that gets even more absurd every release, every fucking ultimate DLC, black site pack, and all this other bullshit. It is the classic corporate slop. I like that. They are the fucking pinnacle of sellout. They are the most egregious and disgusting company that's out there. I'm not saying that EA is like I'm still saying they're worse. I'm still saying that, dude, there's something going. No, don't tell me that oh man. I'm really upset if this means that like my headset battery is going out, man. Like my headset battery hasn't been lasting as long as it normally does, which is really sad. Which means I'll probably just buy another one of these headsets. This exact same one, because it's so comfy. Forget that I'm wearing it half the time. What headset is it? I'm never going to tell you guys because I'm not sponsored. COD is the best example of chasing realism somehow makes a game better. Chasing realism with Ninja Turtles? Game is so fucking immersion breaking, it's just not even fun to play. It's like literally, it's not fun to play. I was playing, like I hopped on like a few days ago to like, you know, like I'm like, well, maybe I didn't really give it that fair of a shot. I went and I played fucking multiplayer and I exploded into gumballs. I'm like, dude, this is fucking stupid. Well, what happened? And like, and like the thing is that like, it's so fucking like they're so patronizing. That's the worst part, where they're like, how do we draw in, you know, wider audiences? How do we earn more money and appeal to people? We put fucking rainbows and fucking exploding gumballs and fucking unicorns and Nicki Minaj into fucking Call of Duty. And it's just like, it's nothing sacred. And it's like at one point in time, and I think really what it kind of comes down to is that like the game just overall just loses its identity. You know what's actually going to happen, I think, if I was to make a prediction? Battlefield 2042 is a major fuck up. But there is a critical weakness in the competitive shooter market. The casual competitive shooter, I should say. I say competitive shooter, there is no weakness because Counter-Strike rules it, right? There's a level under Counter-Strike where like the rest of humanity dwells. And there is a weakness right there that needs to be exploited. And it's the fact that Call of Duty is losing its relevance at a fucking insane rate. Like, guys, Call of Duty on Steam, its last peak was 59,000 players. Lyra, thank you for the membership. This is fucking crazy. And while some people are going to be like, oh, that's just on one platform. That's a trend, my friend. That's a trend. It's still huge numbers. It's not even in the top 100. It's not even in the top 15 or 20 Because here's the thing, like the actual number itself doesn't matter. Okay? We use the percentage, and that percentage trends across all platforms. So if we're using this as an example, right? And we'll say 59,000. And Marvel Rivals has 200,000. We'll say 60,000. We'll round up. 60,000 versus 200,000. That's like what, 3.5 times? I'm not really good at math. Yeah, I'm pretty close. Pretty close. It's like 3 and some change. Basically, Marvel Rivals is currently 3 times the size of Call of Duty. We don't pay attention to this specific number that's on screen. Ignore the number itself. We are just looking at percentages. Stop doing the on Steam alone thing. We don't need that part either. That's what I'm saying. Ignore the number. Think about the percentage, because the percentage is going to be relative pretty much across the board. You're really not going to find a lot of situations in which a game is really, really fucking popular. A live service game specifically. A live service game is really, really popular on one platform, and then it just, nobody plays it on PlayStation, nobody plays it on Xbox, right? Like that doesn't exist. Like, sure, you might have a few more people playing it on one platform than another, but not that big of a difference that it would skew the percentages. Not to a great amount. Do you get what I mean? I want to make sure everybody's on the same page with me here. I know that like I know that the world has a fucking education issue, and probabilities and percentages are really tough. But I like to believe that I have collected some of the most high-minded individuals on the internet. Rainbow Six has insane numbers on Steam. Why? Rainbow Six does? It's been growing. They had one free week back in December, and I guess that was enough to get more people into it. And it's been slowly growing. Good for them. Ubisoft needs something. Oh. It's heading back up. But they must have fucked some shit up in here. And then they really fucked some shit up right here. 2024, they really bombed ass, huh? I mean, so like by November, I remember I was going to do a video on this. I had talked about this before. Oh, I did do a video on this. Actually, this was part of the this is part of the video that I did on the downfall of Ubisoft. So they've been turning around the player numbers. Because they had hit a peak of almost 200,000 players, but then they dropped down to almost 60,000 players. That's rough. Wheelchair operator? Do you think the wheelchair operator is bringing people back? I think they announced something. Oh, that is what it was. Yeah, they announced the pay-to-win battle pass. You're correct. Yeah, they announced a monthly membership that you could take part in on top of the battle pass. It wasn't even just that. So with that in mind, Rainbow Six Siege, a Ubisoft title, is more than twice as big as Call of Duty is right now. COD had a good run. The problem is that like I don't think like Call of Duty doesn't know how to manage success. I'll be honest with you, I don't think they do. They don't know when they have a good thing, and they don't know how to keep having a good that's what it is. I'm right. I'm right in what I'm saying. They don't know how to manage success. They can't help but fucking pollute it and fuck it up. That's all they do. They are so good at making good things worse. I brought this up before, but like, so like, here's the thing. This Call of Duty chart is going to explode next month. Okay? This Call of Duty chart is going to explode next month because Verdansk is coming back. And people love Verdansk. But I think it's going to fall off super fucking fast. And the reason why is because it's not the map. Like, the map definitely matters. But the thing is that when you think about like how Call of Duty Warzone played back in 2018, 2019 or 2020, it's a completely different game. It's not even close to the same anymore. You actually had to strategize around moving with the zone. You didn't have all these escape methods. You didn't have all of these different ways to be able to get your loadout. You didn't have all, like, there were very little options, and it was scaled back, and it was airtight because of that, because it was so bare bones and limited. In a lot of ways, I think it's a really good example to use something like PUBG. One of the reasons why PUBG has been able to hold on to its success is because it really hasn't done too much to pollute the formula. Where like Call of Duty, because they're so fucking greedy over there, that they have to justify making people go buy the next Call of Duty game so that they can be relevant in Warzone. That's what they fucked up with. It was a great money-making scheme, but it's really bad for the longevity of not only the franchise, but also their live service juggernaut in Warzone. Because the problem is, what ends up happening is that they have to basically reinvent Warzone every year or every 2 years to be able to match up with the new box game that they're selling. Because if they don't, and they don't match the mechanics, well, then they're not going to be able to, basically charge people per year for a new game, all the new, like put them in a brand new microtransaction ecosystem, destroy and remove all of the cosmetics that they had purchased and make them start over fresh in a completely new, like buying all their skins and shit over again with new operators, and they can't justify removing the old operators, things like that. You know what I mean? And that's really what it turned into. It like Call of Duty Warzone turned into a consistent reset button because of each, yearly Call of Duty release. You can't do that. That's not good. You do not want to do that. You're wrong. Skill-based matchmaking killed COD. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not even close to being wrong. I'm not even in the fucking neighborhood of where wrongness is. How many times what other live service game completely reinvents itself every single year? Deletes all of your microtransactions and makes you start over from fresh. Why would you get rid of the game people were enjoying? Sports games do. Yeah. But I'm talking about like a live service like I guess, it's probably the best way for me to say it is what battle royale? Yeah, it's not the same thing. Because the thing is that Call of Duty Warzone is completely separate from Call of Duty. But Activision attached the two of them. And I think that was the worst mistake that they could ever make. I think that Call of Duty Warzone should live independently of Call of Duty. It shouldn't run the same battle pass. It shouldn't run any of the same shit. It should be its own external entity. And then that's it. The over-reliance on Warzone being interconnected through 3-game span killed it. Back when they had their own metas, going from Modern Warfare 3 to Black Ops 2 and Ghost was okay. Yearly fatigue is a thing, but it was never a live service back then. Yeah, so no, I agree with you on that. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that think about how jarring it is from a player experience where it's I really liked Warzone 2020 Verdansk Warzone. I fucking loved it. The amount of hours that I put into that shit is crazy. crazy amount of time I put into that. I don't even think I can even I don't even have the numbers to be able to provide you guys, but we're talking like hundreds and hundreds, probably 1,000 hours or more. At least. I mean, like, it's actually what made me get a PC in the first place. And then they released then what they ended up doing is they ended up COD didn't transfer as a BR, in my opinion. COD didn't really transfer. Call of Duty Warzone was huge. When they made it switch to Cold War, is that what it was? Was that the next one? Cold War, I think. When they had switched it to that, and then they had switched Warzone to match that, and sent us to like whatever that island was that we had to go and play on. I forgot what it is, and they changed all the weapons, and they changed all the fucking. It was foreign. It didn't feel good. Blackout was before Warzone, but a lot of people just left. A lot of people stopped playing it because it just wasn't as cool, wasn't as interesting. Nobody was really that interested in it. Nines. You know what's crazy? It's not just 118 people playing PUBG on Steam and 56K playing Warzone. That's 50K. That's 58. Or sorry, that's 56K people playing Call of Duty. So that could be Warzone, or it could be Call of Duty, like Call of Duty, just like standard Call of Duty, either in the story or in like general match play, like regular Call of Duty multiplayer. That's how fucked things are. I saw somebody bringing up, they're like, somebody's like, I live in the UK. It's 20 minute queue times for Warzone. That's fucking rough. That's rough. You're in a bad place, my friend. I think the what is it? I think the skins and stuff like that definitely contribute to like the loss in identity for Call of Duty. But more than anything, I think for like, if I'm just like looking at them as two separate things, they should separate Warzone completely from the Call of Duty yearlies. Like continue to come out with the Call of Duty continue to come out with like your yearly Call of Duty entries. Go ahead. I don't give a fucking shit. Whatever you're gonna do, what you're gonna do, because they're never gonna stop doing that. But what they really have to do is they need to separate Warzone. And I would think that, and the funny thing is, I wish I was more popular on Twitter because I'd post a poll or something like that. I wonder what the general consensus would be. Lord of Cheesy, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate that. I wonder what the consensus would be if Activision said, what do you guys think about us going all the way back to Call of Duty Warzone original? All the way back. I'm talking about stripping the whole motherfucker down to nuts and bolts. It goes back to Verdansk day one patch. And then it just stays, and it's just Verdansk day one patch. They can still bring in Resurgence because I think Resurgence is pretty good. People like the Resurgence map for like quicker plays. And then they would just scale from there. But they wouldn't include what's going on with the Call of Duty standalones. They'd leave the Call of Duty standalones by themselves. They would not be included in it. And they would just scale Warzone Verdansk and Resurgence. And then maybe they would make other maps in the future, but then put them on a cycle so then players could play them and then come back to them or choose to go to something else. Warzone Classic. Exactly. Basically do the exact same thing that you did with World of Warcraft. That shit would go fucking wild. Hybris, thank you for the 18, or thank you for the Prime. I like read the rest of your name. I wish they would release zombies as a standalone already to make it one mega game with all the maps and modes. Warzone could be its own thing too. Well, I mean, like, you don't want to spread your shit out too far, but I'm kind of there with you on zombies as well. I think zombies would be cool if it was a thing by itself as well. Didn't know you streamed on Twitch? Yep, sure do. I try to do it more than once a week, but I oftentimes fail. It's almost always just once a week, but it makes it nice. It makes it where we get to basically just becomes a super stream. You know what I mean? It just becomes a super stream. We just talk about everything all at once, everywhere. Pretty cool. You're busy, we get it. I know you guys get it. I don't though. Helgrin with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Just a little nudge for the choo-choo. Yeah, hype train, baby. Thank you guys. Holy shit. Thanks for keeping the lights on. Loved your last vid. Glad. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people did. Last 2 videos like really fucking popped off. I was like, holy shit. You know, there's like some times where I go to make a video and I'm like, nobody's gonna watch this. I made that Steam video and I was like, I'm probably the only person that thinks this is interesting. Nobody's gonna want to watch this video. Nobody's gonna want to watch this. So then I was like, oh, I guess people really wanted to watch that. It's almost like making a video about big topics nobody else is talking about becomes popular. That's true. I also feel like I'm kind of wily. You know what I mean? Like, I can't really like fucking predict where I'm gonna go. Like, who knows? Like, what the fuck is this guy gonna do next? I don't know. I'm just bobbing and weaving, you know what I mean? Like, just trying to stay moving. It's the best thing that I can do. What's going on here? That is much better. Level 3 hype train, my god. The video where you said thanks for unpausing Asmon was hilarious. Yeah. It's a gamble to make a joke like that. There's been times before where I was going to and I was like, oh, it'd be really funny if I made like a joke here. And I'm like actually, you know what, now that I think about it, I'm like, he doesn't contrary to popular belief, he does not watch all of my videos. He does not watch all of my videos. Funny thing is that actually some of my most popular videos are ones he's never watched. Watch the Atomfall video I linked in the Discord. We'll watch it. Just not right now. I wish he said your channel name when he does watch them. Might mean more subs. He shares the video link in his chat, and he'll often reference my name like when he brings it up. His chat already knows. I see you fuckers. Okay? I see you fuckers. I see you guys in his chat. Because oftentimes I'm already in his chat. Like, if he's talking about gaming topics, I'm almost always in there. Like, I'll check throughout the day and I'm like, oh, he's watching Trump. Okay. I'll fucking like go do something else. Then I'll look over. It's like, oh, he's talking about some video game shit. And I'll fucking watch him for a second. And then all of a sudden, like, I'll see like my video pop up. And then all of a sudden I see a bunch of people like fucking Pog, LD, Pog. Love this guy, Pog. I'm like, that's my boys. That's my boys right there. And then I see somebody go, man, why is this guy relevant? And I'm like, man, fuck you. Pussy ass bitch. Let me find out where you live. Yeah, I see him do anything political and I just close stream. Oh my god, I miss super chats, guys. I am fucking bad streamer. I am bad streamer. I missed 2 super chats. Greenlee. Jay Greenlee with the $5. The Cycle. The game wasn't made for you. If you don't want to, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Why isn't anyone buying our game? Did the Cycle have some type of shit like that? The game wasn't made for you kind of shit? I don't remember that. I just remember it just kind of like falling off for whatever reason. Like it just kind of just vanished one day. Like it was like, oh, people were talking about it and they were pretty hyped and they were like, oh, this is really cool. And then all of a sudden it just disappeared. Just fucking gone. I was like, well, okay. There we go. Sal Mark with the $4.99 says, did you see Silent Hill and the DS2 Death Stranding 2 trailer? There's a mystique and provocativeness to that is missing in most games. Why is it just the East? You know, we're gonna watch those today. I have not watched them yet. I have not watched the Silent Hill or the Death Stranding 2 trailer. I did, however, I am preparing myself for my next video game journey. I do have it. It is right here. I did download it. I have not played it. I have not opened it yet. It is here. I will play it, and we'll see what it is. I don't even know anything about this game. Like I know the memes, like walking simulator and shit like that. But I heard it's really pretty, and I heard the story is really interesting. And I like that kind of shit anyway. The problem is that like I've just been fucking. I'm gonna be real. I've just been dialed into fucking Kingdom Come Deliverance too. I've just been dialed into KCD 2, man. Stalker 2 playable now? I'm sure it probably is. Have you finished it? I think we're getting there. We're getting close. I just stole a cannon. That's where I am right now. Oh, not the cycle. The cycle of AAA games failing. Greenlee, thank you for the 2. Oh, I was like, when you said the cycle, and I was like, that was a video game. Currently on the mission in Kuttenberg where you investigate the Coin Master. Ooh, yeah, I just did that one. That was a really good one. Hello. Hello, kitty cat. Will you play Pirate Yakuza after KCD and Monster Hunter Wilds? Monster Hunter Wilds is pretty much like kind of tied up a little bit right now. Like I'm gonna end up like probably like getting my character, like my character's already in a really good spot to begin with, so that one's kind of like dialed in. I'll probably do I'll finish KCD 2 before I do anything else, before I commit myself to anything like story or narrative driven, because that stuff soaks up a lot of fucking time. And then like I need to play one of the, I've never played any of the Yakuza games before, and I do want to play I did the bathhouse one. Bathhouse one was really fun too. I do want to play a Yakuza game. I actually have not Infinite Wealth, I think the one before that. I have Like a Dragon. Yeah, I have Yakuza Like a Dragon. I bought it on sale for like a couple bucks like a long time ago. I still haven't played that one. Start with Yakuza 0. Yeah. Hello, buddy. What are you doing? Oh, you're hungry, aren't you? That's what it is. Numerical order, that's the way. Is it really? Yeah, I'll have to check one of them out. I'll have to check. I'll have to play them. I'll have to play them. I've heard nothing but good things. They look funny as shit. It's definitely up my alley. That's for sure. I think what I really like, what I really enjoy about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is just how like it's how natural it is. Like, that's not the word that I want to use. How real it feels. That's also not the way that I want. That's not even the real, like, what it just, like, the characters themselves feel so like they feel real. I think that's just the best way to say it. The characters feel real. Like, your conversations with them feel real, relatable. Yeah, the game itself just feels really relatable. I think that's a really good, it's definitely authenticity. Yeah, it is authentic. I think that's probably what it is. It's like the authenticity of the entire thing, where it's like, you know, you go and you think about like what the fuck is like Dragon Age the Veilguard, right? Like the conversations that you have between like NPCs and shit like that, or the people that are like on your squad or whatever, like the teammates that you find, like it's so fucking weird and like, so it feels scripted. That's the best way to say it. Like, it's like the speech is so fucking tailored to not be offensive or anything like that. But like in KCD2, like you'll go to talk to somebody and you'll be like, hey man, what's going on? I'm like, fuck, you smell, dude. I'm like, what? What? Like, fuck, you need to take a shower, dude. Oh. I'm just yanking your fucking pizzle. I'm like, oh, okay. They're like, so what are you doing? What do you want to do? I'm like, fuck yeah, all right. I laughed so hard at the part where Asmongold said that's not dialogue. It's a sermon? What? I haven't seen that. Like, real people made it? I think that's probably the better way to say it. Believable. Ooh, I like that. Believable. That's a way better way to say it, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me feed the cat. Hungry? Yeah? You want to eat? Yeah. I have this thing where I like the European voice accents to be Old English. That's why Elden Ring dialogue is so good to me. That's another thing. I really like the fact that they like chose to use like actual voice actors that speak the native language of the character they are, right? So like, as an example, like I can't remember his name off the top of my head. There's like the guy, the guy from Africa sounds like a guy from Africa. The guy from France, he's a guy from France. You know, the guy from Italy is from Italy. Like all these Musa, yeah, like Musa, like each one of the characters are authentically that character in like real life in a lot of cases, right? Like, it's not only like a one-to-one from like what their voice actor looks like to like what the character in the game looks like, but beyond that, the thing is that like across the board, like there's characters that speak broken English. And like, that was something that they were like wondering whether or not people will like, because in a lot of cases, they're not going to do that kind of stuff. Like, how many times have you walked up and like talked to one of the, how many guys have talked to like a German guy inside the game, and they'll speak German in the middle of their sentences because they don't understand, or maybe there isn't words to be able to translate what they're trying to say to you. But you also can still pick up on like the nuances and intricacies of the conversation, so you can kind of fill in the gaps with your own language. I think that's really fucking cool. Really, really fucking cool. Monkey? Come on. right, I'm back. Oh. Want to see Warhorse do pirates? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. I'm trying to think like what else would be really interesting. Do my fucking Ugh. How we looking? All right. Oh no, it's like a poof. What the fuck is that about? I still haven't broke this hat in. Path of Exile hat. Go away. Go into the hat. Chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water. Oh. Need that hat for real, for real. It is actually a really cool hat. Take off your glasses. I want to see how weird you will feel. What do you want to fucking paint me like one of your French girls? What are you talking about? Go watch one of my older videos. There's plenty of videos of me without me wearing glasses. All right, let's get into some shit here. So Split Fiction, pop the fuck off. How's it doing now? I mean, it's not a live service game, right? It only has like a limited amount of content, but Split Fiction, that is pretty fucking impressive, man. What happened? What? Undress, please. Yeah, I know. Split looks not like my type of game to know why people have a problem with it. I don't know why anybody would have a problem with it. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's that like one like there's a couple of those like super we need to make games like right wing and conservative now guys or whatever that like was talking shit about this game and said that it would flop or whatever because it has women and women are bad. And yeah, no, apparently not. Yeah, 24-hour peak, 210 people. It's not a live service game, right? This is just like a co-op game that you can play with one other person. But like it's fucking crazy that these guys are able to pull off what they're able to do. And on top of that, like think about like how just think about how fucking cool it is that you have a company that's out there that not only puts out a game that's co-op only, right? You cannot play it with anybody else. You can't play it by yourself. Can't play it with an AI or anything like that. But they go and they make it where if you buy the game, you automatically get a code to give to a friend that is universal to be able to use on any platform. So if you have a friend of yours that only plays on PlayStation and you're on Steam, or if they're on Xbox or wherever it is, it doesn't matter. You can give them that code, they can download the game, and they can play it. They now have a copy of that game. Essentially, this game is a buy one, get one free game to make sure that somebody always has somebody to play with. And I think that it's really cool, too, is that they even went out and they set up a entire community around it. So they made it where you could essentially... you could go and like get into a Discord and find other people that would want to like play the game, and they'll either share a code or they'll get a code for free. A Way Out was great as well. I heard a lot of people told me that it was really good. Yeah. I think somebody actually just shared their own code inside the fucking chat. Maybe. I don't know what the fuck that is. Might steal your identity. Who knows? But you know. co-op puzzle platformers are fun, i.e. Portal 2. But it is and it isn't, right? Like, and I think that's like the crazy thing is that it's not a game that is just a like co-op puzzle platformer. It's a game that like swaps between it's a game that swaps between a bunch of different things. Like all of a sudden you're playing a bullet hell. The next time you guys you're playing a co-op platformer. Then you're playing like a puzzle platformer. Then you're doing something else entirely. There was like one part where like I'm riding a motorcycle and shooting missiles at like enemy fucking like cars and shit like that. While the other player is solving a puzzle on a cell phone and like putting in like fucking codes and shit like that and trying to get rid of pop-ups so they can get to the like turn off the self-destruct stuff. It's very cool. Very, very cool. It's not a super high skill ceiling. It doesn't need to be, right? Like that's not what it's made for. It's just made to be like a fun game that you play with somebody and you guys make memories playing the game and enjoying yourself. Laughing at certain things and doing stuff. Like there's a part in the game. mind you, I was a little fucking buzzed. I got I had a few cocktails, okay? I had a couple drinks, you know? And I got to this part where like it is the dumbest fucking thing in the world, but you play as two pigs and one is a slinky and the other one like shoots rainbow farts and that makes them like a rocket that like flies around. And I just like I don't know why it was so fucking funny. I couldn't breathe. Like, and I would just do it. I would do it at like the most like awkward times, like middle of discussion, just like, you know, oh yeah, talking about something else, and then all of a sudden like we'd fall silent, and then all of a sudden you just see my like pig go and just like fly across the screen, and then we both just start dying, like laughing. It's so funny. But there's moments like that are in there. There are some things where you're like working together. You're laughing at the other person for failing. They're laughing at you for failing. You're like struggling to like work together on something and screaming at the other person because they're not doing what you need them to do and things like that. It's just a fun game. It's the girlfriend who doesn't play games game. The story is trash, but the gameplay is fun. Yeah, no, I think that's pretty. I think that's actually a pretty accurate assessment. The story is much weaker in Split Fiction than it was in It Takes Two. Much weaker. Because it's like it's supposed to. I get what they were trying to go for, but they didn't lean into it hard enough. That's really what it is. Because like so the thing is that what the like overarching narrative should have been for this game was two people that have two completely different belief structures that find common ground. That's the kind of game that we need. Personally, if I was looking for a game that had a strong message, that would be the strong message that I would want to send. That though we can have completely different beliefs, core beliefs on life, politics, or whatever it might be, we still have common ground. There are things that we can still find to be friends, to be allies, to be, whatever it might be, right? Like, that's a way stronger narrative to me, and that's what they should have gone with. And I think that would have probably resonated a lot more. Great message to deliver. I think it is. I think that'd be a really good message to deliver. And it's like they stepped up to the plate, kind of. And then they just like kind of turned sideways on it a little bit. Maybe that would make it, because the problem is I think if you were going to try to make a game that had a message like that, it's too difficult for the game not to become topical. And that's like, you really don't want to go down that road where you make a game that has a shelf life, where all of a sudden people don't understand the like the nuances of it. They don't understand the like pop culture references and shit like that that's in it. Yeah, you want it to be timeless. Yeah, and I think that's the direction that they went in. They wanted to try to keep it timeless and lighthearted. Yeah. Well, I mean, keep in mind, like he made it and named the 2 characters after his daughters. Like he's making games that he thinks are going to be like legacies that his daughters will play together, you know, as they grow up. And I think that's really cool. It's also really fucking funny to see like people online try to go through like like the mental gymnastics that they go through to try to make this game like a woke game or something like that, and make like Hazelight a woke studio. And I'm like, bro, their last game was about traditional marriage. What are you talking about? Their last game was about fixing a traditional marriage. That's woke now. That's woke. That's that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Even Grum supports the game too. I don't really like pay attention to what that dude talks about that much, to be honest with you. I actually have seen some funny shit with that dude like recently. Like I actually think it's like, if I was in charge of PR for some of these video game companies, you know what I would be doing? Exactly what Ubisoft and Xbox have done. Both of them have used him. Both of them have used him and his posts to simultaneously make him look goofy and generate advertising around their platforms and games. That is exactly what the fuck I would be doing. Exactly what the fuck I would be doing. Like I forgot what I forgot the Ubisoft, like there was like the Ubisoft post where like Ubisoft commented on Ubisoft had like replied to one of his comments. It was funny as fuck. There was another one where Xbox literally like he was talking shit about Xbox, and Xbox is like, okay, well, here's 10 free codes to Game Pass. You guys can take them and figure it out for yourself. And it's just like, that's what you do. That's what you do. Best for those companies to shut the fuck up. I don't think it's just, no. There's a way that you can do. There's a way that you can do it to be able to get a W. But the problem is that the vast majority of people just aren't like the people that are running their social media accounts, the people that are running their PR to begin with, aren't competent enough to be able to do those kind of things. Not on the regular. Loving your vids. Hi chat. Love y'all. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's actually, you know what it kind of reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of like the old, do you guys remember when like Arby's was like popping off on Twitter? It reminds me of like that. Like when Arby's and fucking Wendy's were like going, like we're at war on fucking Twitter, dunking on each other. That shit was fucking great. That shit was fucking peak. It was so good. It was so good. I think this is a really interesting concept. What is the perfect video game length? Yeah, I think a lot of people will try to like look at a video game and say, like, you're gonna have like, this is dumb as fuck. I don't think that you can really like dial in on a perfect video game length. I do not think that there's a way for you to be able to like say, like, there's games that I've played that I've played for 250 hours that I'll never remember. That's actually not true. If I dedicate 250 hours to something, I remember it. But I mean, like, the thing is that like it just depends on your lifestyle. I think it just depends. Yeah, I think it depends on the type of game. I think there's a lot of different factors that go into it, because like the funny thing is that this number right here can also mean a different thing for different players on the same game. There are people that could easily spend 20 hours in Monster Hunter Wilds and have a great time and be like, man, that was really good. I had a lot of fun with that game. And then you could have somebody spend 150 hours, 250 hours playing Monster Hunter Wilds and fucking love it. Same thing goes for they could put 250 hours in, or 250k hours in or whatever, and fucking hate it as well, right? Like I don't know if I saved any of it. I don't think I did. I'd seen somebody that posted they're like 250 hours into Monster Hunter Wild, and all I can say is that I am disappointed. It did not live up to my my expectations. It should have been better. You know, they've lost the plot. They've done this, they've done that, and I'm like, where is let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm not gonna go through the whole fucking thing, but I've already read this before. Okay, we're gonna read his summary. After 831 hours, I find that First Descendant has strong gunplay, impressive graphics, and a responsive dev team. The progression system is engaging, and the grind from start to finish is rewarding. However, the endgame feels empty and lacks challenge. The open world becomes quite useless after completing missions, and the battle pass could offer more relevant rewards. The color system is cumbersome, and the focus on ultimate descendants is can make the normal ones feel less valuable. Storage and inventory could use improvements, and reactor farming is tedious. Void battles are too easy, and Season 1 update has felt lackluster. Overall, the game has many positives. It is more dynamic and better than the endgame, or if it wants to stay engaging. He edited this, by the way. I put an edit in afterwards. But like, yeah, he must have took that out. Yeah. It kept me engaged for a long time. Keep players engaged. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Season 1 feels quite empty and doesn't offer much for me to keep me engaged. Motherfucker put in over 831 hours. Yeah, I'm sorry. This game does not have enough content. I'm sorry. This game does not have enough content. Imagine. There's a reason the First Descendant fell off. The funny thing is, by the way, his critique is not wrong. His critique is not wrong. It's a hollow game. It's a very hollow game. It's not good. Hey. What you guys keep in mind? I made a video talking about how this game was going to fail and not do well in July. And its player count was still strong. And I was just like, I just don't see this game doing well because it's built off the back of so many other games. It copied so much from like Warframe and so much from Destiny that it had nothing original to itself. There was nothing original about this game. Not a fucking thing. Everything was ripped off of another game. Now the problem is with that is that can still work. I think a really good example of that working is called Marvel Rivals, right? But Marvel Rivals didn't just copy everything. They also created, you know, team up dynamics and stuff like that. They added in a couple of extra layers of complexity and skill ceiling that didn't really exist in Overwatch. But the First Descendant doesn't really do anything to, you know, iterate or push things forward at all. They just copied the homework. And the problem is that when you copy the homework, you don't ever actually learn the material. So since they never learned the material, once they put out a game, they had no idea where to go after that. Hey man, you can steal a stove. Doesn't mean you know how to cook. And that's what happened with them. It's Destiny plus Warframe with jiggle physics? True. Basically, yeah. And of course, the Marvel IP, that adds a lot to it, yeah, for sure. First Descendant is like Anthem, great idea and optimization, no direction. The optimization was pretty weak when it launched. It got a little bit better later on, but yeah. What is this now? Hold on. I need my pop out. Where's it at? I can say the same thing about Warframe. Over 300 or over 3,000 hours. LR4. Everything is just about done. Not much to keep me until the next patch. Here's the thing. I don't think that games should ever be designed around people. Actually, no. I will say this with the utmost confidence. Video games should never be designed around the people that can invest unlimited hours into something. Never. The guy that spends 800 hours playing a game, by the way, what's really important about that post is he made that post in the summer. The game had only been out for like 3 months or like 2.5 months, and he'd already put 800 hours into a game that only been out for a couple months. That is not the target audience, nor should it ever be the target audience, because you are the 0.01% of players, and that's not worth building a game around. That's exactly how other games end up destroying themselves over time. Over 12 years, mind you. Exactly. But even still then, like, Warframe's a fucking weird beast. It's such a tough cookie to crack that, like, I fucking love the game. And it's so distinct and uniquely itself, but at the same time, I wish there was something more to it that's not there that I know that they can't have. And you know what it is? It's that I want it to be Destiny. Because I don't want to play Destiny. That's really what it comes down to. It's that I want it to be Destiny because I don't want to play Destiny. Warframe feels like a horde mode game. That's basically what it is for the most part, yeah. Like, if you compare that to a Prime Access version and their version, oh no, you need go watch my video, my comparison video between the First Descendant and Warframe. It's actually kind of fucking crazy, like just like how one for one they ripped off things and how much more money they charged for everything. Imagine Warframe with Destiny gunplay and raids. A nut, for real. Yeah, basically. Yeah. You know, the only reason that I won't go and actually like try, like, and here the reason why I say, like, I don't play Destiny 2. I haven't played Destiny 2. Actually, maybe I should do a video series on Destiny 2. New player plays Destiny 2, and then I just like rage about it. What do you guys think about that? No, I have played Destiny 2. Got 200 hours into Destiny 2 apparently. I don't remember doing it. Must have been like a long time ago. You know what it is? I probably played it when it came out. Good example of playing 200 hours and not remembering a game. I like that you pay attention. I like that you pay attention. I forgot about even saying that. I remember slightly. I went back and I think I had played Witch Queen. I think I played a little bit of it. Destiny 1 was peak. That shit was so good. I remember when Destiny 1 dropped, and I remember doing Vault of Glass and being like, I'll never ever have to go play World of Warcraft ever again. I'm like, this is the first person MMO shooter that I've been dreaming of. I'm so fucking happy it's here. And then then Bungie. And then Bungie. And then they gutted it, yeah. I really hope they do Soulframe well. They just got to do something about the movement and like just like I think the world itself looks pretty good. It just looks like fucking Warframe. Mind you, this video is like compressed because fucking X is ass, but I need to play it. I just need to fucking play it. I have a code in one of my emails. I just need to go play it and see what I think of it. Maybe we'll do that next week. We should do that next week. Foliage is gorgeous. I've been playing it. This last week. I'll check it out. Bro, how can YouTube just shadow ban people for speaking facts? This platform is ridiculous. You have to like really be careful. You have to be very careful with what you say and what you do on YouTube. The problem is like the reason why it's like that is because for some fucking reason they like, even though they have a separate app for kids, the advertisers still demand for it to be a like family friendly platform, right? Because like Coca-Cola doesn't want to be like featured, like they don't want their ads featured on a video talking about social politics and shit, right? They don't want that kind of shit. YouTube's algorithm is pretty good when it comes to like placing ads in the right place, like placing ads on like the right kind of content. Like as an example, the video that I'd made on Avowed ads were playing on that video. Fucking good. So fucking good. I remember like after because I watch a video back when I upload it to make sure that it's like clean and the upload was good and there was no issues or anything like that. And then when I open, like the first ad that plays before the video starts is an Avowed ad, and I was like, damn. There are Avowed ads. If you're not getting them, it's because YouTube deemed that you don't want it. You're gonna get Avowed just to spite you? Play it. People like it. People like it. I don't have any fucking problem with that. The only problem I have with people is like when they say that I'm not allowed to criticize it. That's what I don't like. Why do you have to hate on a game? When you have your, like, it's this like weird thing where like people don't, what it is that they just don't, if you, their idea is if you don't like something, don't talk about it. They are unironically the people that believe like if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Can't act like groupthink isn't real. Oh, fuck yeah, we already know that's true. The only crappy ads I see is mobile game ads and morbidly niche products. No, actually, I get I randomly get like adult content in an ad, and I'm like, how is the algorithm not noticing that this is not allowed on YouTube? What is going on right now? I've had that too often. Like, how the fuck? Oh, dude, that shit's been going on, man. LD seeing the no. I'm not talking about like male enhancement and balding stuff or anything like that. I get the ads for that shit all the fucking time too. But they give that to men. The minute that the algorithm knows that you're a male above the age of 25 is like the minute that they just start fucking dumping all those kind of ads on you. They'll fucking hit it with you because they're like, we're pretty sure you guys are all struggling. Like, no, I'm good, man. I'm fucking fine. But no, I'm talking about like, I don't even know how to say it. I can't. They're ads that I can't even say what they are on YouTube. Softcore. Sometimes hardcore. And you're just like, it's like fucking shock therapy. Like I'm like sitting here like trying to like watch a you know, pulling up like a Monster Hunter speedrun video or something, right? And all of a sudden it's just like just like fucking squirt gun effects, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like in public and I'm like, it's YouTube. It's YouTube, I swear. Then how does the Coca-Cola idea of family-friendly platforms come in? Those ads that I'm talking about, like those adult ads, they're circumventing the YouTube algorithm and the like ad check service. They're getting around it somehow. That's not the norm. The ones that really truly influence how YouTube moderates itself are the big advertisers, the companies that spend a shitload of money on YouTube. Pepsi, Coca-Cola, you know, McDonald's, Burger King, like fast food and shit like that. Yeah. You think YouTube would be on top of this? They can't figure out how to get around it. I don't know. I don't understand how. Bro. Talk about a different fucking world, man. Talk about a different fucking world. Video game consoles used to just be on shelves. Like straight up. I remember it. Like way back in the day. I remember like GameCubes and shit like that just being like out on display. That's crazy. They invented an algorithmic system, but when the system broke it, they created. Geez, imagine if they can control it, LD. Well, yeah, I know. Like that would be fucking insane, right? I think it is. So like there was something I was thinking about like recently when it comes to like AI, and like seeing like how many companies have been like, there's like this huge tech firing that's been going off like over the last little while, a lot of layoffs and whatnot, and a lot of it's people being replaced by. That was the cat. That was the cat. Yeah. He jumped across the table and hit my my mic control. So there's a lot of companies that are going and they're firing a bunch of people that are in tech right now, right? And they're replacing them, like they're replacing their jobs with AI essentially is what's going on. Or they're like replacing their work with AI is probably a better way to look at it. And I'm wondering like what's going to happen when we reach this like nexus of like, and this is something that this is actually a problem that I think is actually like, it has something to do. Okay. Follow me on this. So we already know that there's like some really weird shit that's going on in the West, right? In the US specifically. We see it a lot with video games, but we're also seeing it with movies as well. And now we're also seeing a lot of shit that's going on with AI, a lot of these companies that are like replacing people with AI. And I'm not like an AI fucking hater or anything like that. I don't see any fucking problem with it. Use it, abuse it, do what you can, get a fucking leg up. If it makes your life easier, it makes your life easier. I don't see any fucking problem with it. The only issue that I see is an apex that we will eventually reach, and we are already heading there. We are barreling towards it, to be honest with you. And this is happening before AI was even popular to begin with. And what it is that it's the death of originality. It's the death of original thought, the death of critical thinking, of creativity, of anything authentic or original. Everything is being based off of somebody else's work. And while that's always been true throughout history, same thing goes for music, right? Every single song uses some collection of notes, maybe not in the same timing, but sometimes using the same kind of thing. And they're always inspired by somebody else's work, but this is different. We're heading towards it. We're heading towards a time where like original ideas just don't exist anymore, right? And I think like film is a really good example of that. We're seeing like just how many films keep being fucking remade and rehashed. Look at fucking Disney. They like, what was the last thing they made that popped off? Like really popped off that was original, like a brand new IP that they created that wasn't like a remake. Like I know that the like live action Lion King movies did like halfway decent, but that's live action Lion King. You know what I mean? Mandalorian. I'm talking about like kids movies. Big Six. Okay. When was that? Frozen was huge. Yeah, but Frozen was like Frozen's old. Who cares? It's not that Disney's not the fucking topic. Don't get in your feelings because I'm talking about Disney. I think people hear a company they don't like and they're like, well, why do I care about that? That's not the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation is that this is something that's widespread. It's happening all over the place. It's happening in all kinds of different industries. There's a ton of industries that are basically, they're now running in circles and they're making the same content, recycling the same content. And the new hires, the people that they're bringing in are people that are basically, they don't have an original thought in their fucking head. And the thing is that now, year over year, especially with kids that are in school, and those kids are now relying on AI to be able to even get through school to begin with, they're going to have no ability to use critical thinking whatsoever. Fucking none. How do you fight that? And gaming's going to suffer the same way. We're already having that problem. We're already having that like creative brain drain where all of a sudden like we're seeing a lot more remakes, a lot more rehashing. And where originally I saw a lot of that stuff as a really good opportunity for like young developers to go back and touch the touchstone titles that like made that company what they are, right? Like if I was a brand new hire and I just finished video game design school and I'm coming to be a programmer or an artist or a writer for Square Enix, Would I want to jump directly in, like if you have a whole new wave of employees, young employees that don't understand the heart of the business, the heart of the studio, the heart of the Final Fantasy brand, we'll take it like that, right? The heart of the Final Fantasy brand. How do I teach them? Well, how about I have them go and remake Final Fantasy 4 or 6 or 9? And then now all of a sudden you have a group of students that already have brand new employees that get to actually go and like touch the roots, get their hands in the dirt when it comes to like what built that company. That's a really good option. But the problem is that it's not what they're doing. It's not what they're trying to do. In a lot of cases, a lot of these companies outside of Final Fantasy, I think Final Fantasy is unique in this because the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth series is like remake series is kind of more original than it's its own thing. It's not Final Fantasy VII, right? But I think that in a lot of cases, it's literally them just trying to go back and touch on things that made them a lot of money and go make that money again. But yeah. Yeah, I think like we're heading towards this like really weird situation. We're just not really seeing a lot of like original shit. In some cases, we are seeing it in other places. I think like it's still out there. Like No Rest for the Wicked. That shit is like fucking. I'm really interested to see like what this update and stuff like that brings. It's such a very distinct game. We've been there for 5 years. Oh yeah, for sure. I went from getting 40K job offers to 6-figure job offers. Where the fuck did that go? 40K job offers to 6-figure job offers when I started blogging. I mean, like, some people are going to have that kind of shit, right? Like, I mean, like, you're going to have some advantages. I think some people are going to be able to use stuff to get, like, a leg up. But I think overall, like, the problem is that, like, our reliance on technology is going to get fucking worse. And it's going to, like, undermine creative thinking. Or not creative thinking, like critical thinking in general, and I think that's a problem. Think about the companies from video games and film that do remakes are multi-million-dollar companies that are scared to take risks. Some of that has to do with it as well. Like they're being motivated by another factor as well, right? They're being motivated by money and shareholders, basically, to like ruin their future for like short-term gains. That's like one of the bigger issues that I see with a lot of games today, is that like in a lot of cases, like they refuse to take risks, and they want to make safe bets, and they're cashing in today to basically ruin their future tomorrow. Let's go watch this. Speaking of creative ideas, let's see what this is about. Audio good?
You, sir, are an unrepentant criminal, guilty of illegally entering our country on multiple occasions.
The only thing that I'm guilty of is doing your dirty work.
And by way of compensation, we have overlooked your crimes.
Bring it on, because I'm not doing this shit anymore.
What makes you think you have a choice?
Dude, the voice acting, like right off the fucking rip, is crazy good. Crazy good.
What kind of cargo?
Cargo like brain dead, pregnant women.
No one would possibly allow that.
That's why I have to smuggle them in. They make me bring them over from Mexico.
What the fuck? I have no idea. Dude, I need to play fucking Death Stranding. I don't think I'm like really like spoiling myself because I've already seen the other trailer as well. But like I like that like Kojima stuff you can't really like spoil yourself unless you watch like the ending of like one of the games or something like that, right? Like you literally have to watch the ending, because like no collection of random clips outside of the very end, or even if you did watch the end, you still wouldn't understand what the fucking entire game is.
This thing between us. It was a mistake.
No. No, it was not a mistake. It was not a mistake.
I still don't understand why like American studios take like creative liberties with people's like face. When they bring like voice actors in and they're going to be like the main character of a game or whatever, and they like take creative liberties with their like face and their body, and they make them look like fucking like a weird homunculus of like a human. It's just odd. But then you look at like some of these Eastern games, specifically Japanese, and it's just like straight up like 1-to-1. Like that's Norman Reedus.
I couldn't protect you.
Oh shit.
I tried to jump us out of there.
Teleport? What the fuck?
But I could only take my equipment with me. And I couldn't possibly think of Lou like that. There was no way for the two of us to escape together. The best I could hope for was to jump Lou out. Just Lou.
This is a Hideo Kojima game, dude. This is a fucking Hideo Kojima game. It is like it's crazy the fucking like just like you just won't see it anywhere else kind of game. I like that's the best way to say it. It's like you'll never see it anywhere else. Like you just don't see this in other games. Like it's the art style, it's the collection of different themes in one place. You have like these like weird fucking like oil monsters fighting each other. Now you have a metal. What engine are they using to make this? This isn't Unreal. This has to be their own proprietary engine, maybe? Decima? Decima by Guerrilla Games for Killzone, Shadowfall, and Horizon. They need to be using this motherfucking engine for more games. This is crazy looking. It's wild how detailed they can get. Wow, man.
This time,
zero clue what this game is about. Same. Right there with you.
In red. The perfect ending humanity deserves.
For the sake of the future, we must all come together. As a barrier to the bad, and a gateway to the good. All hands, brace for launch.
What the hell is that? Fucking servers in the sea? Should have not connected. What?
A world divided, made whole. With a few sticks for encouragement.
The UCA's precursor, the United States of America, had a prominent gun culture.
What the fuck is going on? Is he tying Metal Gear into this? Reviving Metal Gear? I mean, like, Metal Gear's doesn't really need, like, what was the last one? I played Phantom Pain, I think, right? I played 5. That's where I stopped, I think. Or no, was it 4? I can't remember which one. I mean, this is an obvious fucking Snake call, right? This is an obvious call to fucking Snake. Maybe it's just like an homage thing, but like this is a character that like has a purpose. So like, I wonder what the fuck that's about.
A distinctly American philosophy, and one which would appear to have spread to this continent. The more we seek to unite the people with metaphorical ropes, the more essential sticks seem to become.
DHB Magellan. Integrate.
That's Metal Gear. That's Metal Gear. This is Metal Gear. It's always been Metal Gear.
Hold on tight.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unreal. What a fucking trailer, man. Holy. You know what? For as much smoke as Jeff Keighley blows up Kojima's ass, I mean, the guy is a fucking visionary. I mean, I'm not like, let's not fucking pretend like he's not. I think a lot of people thought that like Kojima started and ended with Metal Gear, but it doesn't seem like that's the fucking case. My only worry with Kojima is that like I'm afraid that he'll move away from video games and start focusing on movies instead, and I don't want him to do that. And I know like he's kind of gotten like he's kind of buddied up to Hollywood a lot. A lot of Hollywood respects Hideo Kojima. I just don't want him to like fall into that. You know what I mean? I just want him to stay in video games, but like he has his own studio, right? Kojima Production. So that's just crazy. I forgot. How the fuck did I forget? I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. You're absolutely right. Zone of the Enders is one of my favorite games of all time. I completely forgot that was a Kojima game as well. And the minute that you said that, I was like, what the fuck am I talking about? It's literally like they literally have Zone of the Ender posters in was it Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, or was it in Metal Gear Solid 3? I think it was in Metal Gear Solid 3 they had it. But they had posters. They had like the Jehuti poster in one of them. And there was also Metal Gear references in Zone of the Enders as well. Overrated? Not even fucking close. Metal Gear 1, 2, and 3 are some of the best video games ever made and always will be. Zone of the Enders 1 and 2, fucking peak. Absolutely peak. Insanely good games. Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5. 5 wasn't Kojima, I don't think, was it? There was a Jehuti statue in Granon's office in Metal Gear Solid 3. That's what it was. There was a poster in one of the other ones. Metal Gear Solid Survive. Oh, Survive was the one that wasn't him. Wasn't that the one where he like rode on horses and shit? Which one was... I did not play 5. I played Phantom Pain, which was 4, right? Or Gun of the Patriots. That's what it was. Gun of the Patriots. I played Guns of the Patriots. I did not play 5. Well, 5 is Phantom Pain. That's the one that I have not yet played then. LD playing Metal Gear Solid 5 on stream, I would feel like I would need to do like a full recap before I could even do that. I don't think I would go back and play the other games. That'd be like a really fucking, an investment. I'd probably just go through a fucking story recap for, really, I would only need it for 3 and 4. Kind of. Five is amazing too, is it? Three, Peace Walker, and 5. I played Peace Walker. I like Peace Walker too. Wasn't Peace Walker the one where you that was the like recruitment one where you actually like brought people to your ship and shit? Was that a PSP game? I can't remember. Yeah. I played Peace Walker. I played it a decent bit. Splinter Cell was way better. No. I'm not saying that Splinter Cell was way better. I'm not saying Splinter Cell was way worse either. I think Splinter Cell was good, but it was its own thing. Metal Gear is just not the same kind of game. But like I don't understand why people ever like, what was it? I think this is a really good example of this. I used to be like that. I used to think that way. And a really good example of thinking that way was me being a Resident Evil like enjoyer and never playing Silent Hill because I was on Team Resident Evil. Just like people used to be on Team Splinter Cell versus Team Metal Gear. It's just so fucking stupid. It's like console warring basically. It's so backwards. You're basically limiting the amount of things that you can enjoy for no reason. Both games are good. Yeah. Siphon Filter. Yeah, Siphon Filter was pretty good too. Let's binge together the 12-hour video explaining the plot of Metal Gear. I don't really need the explanation for the plot. Like, I'm pretty sure that like Sons of Liberty is like coded into my DNA now, right? Metal Gear Solid 3 as well is like insanely memorable. Torigate, are we in the Japan era video game releases? Well, I mean, this is a Japanese studio making a Japanese psychological horror game, right?
Shu-kun, 嘘ついてるよね。騙せてると思う？ひなこを。ひなこはね、死んだんだよ。
You know, one of the reasons why I didn't play Silent Hill is because I liked the arcadey, like the super, like, I liked the sci-fi element of Resident Evil. I liked the weird like hot like high fiction, you know what I mean? Like the crazy shit that would happen and like the wild storylines and stuff like that. But Silent Hill, I think I never played it because I think when I was younger, it just genuinely, like, as a game, it unsettled me. Like, it just looked like really unsettling to play. And I was like, I don't know if I want that. Dino Crisis, I played the fucking wheels off of Dino Crisis.
いつまでも一緒にいたい。お友達は永遠じゃないのよ。彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。あなたが裏切り者と呼ばれたように。ひなこ？あ、 ごめん、何？天秤にかける価値があるかどうか、しっかりと判断しなさい。
Oh, that's normal.
Hinako, いつまでここにいる気なの？
I tell you what, they really got like atmosphere down with this. They got like the atmosphere is like way. They got that way down.
自分で自分がわからない感じ。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。ひなこ、もう時間がないのよ。あなたが生かされたということは、ここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。あなたがそれに悩める時間。
Like, I appreciate that they really like dive into the more like psychological nature of horror games.
もう尽きかけている。あなたは誰なの？さっきからなんで何もわからないふりをしているの？私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。全部奪ったな。全部私から奪ったな。
That's a boss fight. You can tell by the camera movement that was a boss fight.
それではお別れを。あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。
Yeah, wow. Okay. All right, I'm interested. This is a new... correct me if I'm wrong. I know that there's probably some like Silent Hill fans that are in here. This is a new entry, right? Shock horror for sure. For the vibe fell off. I don't know. I've never played one of these, so I wouldn't be able to know. Parasite Eve deserves a revisit. I don't think that'll ever happen. I remember that they teased something of like a Parasite Eve like return, but it was NFTs. Yeah, it's a new entry. Okay. Interesting, man. Interesting. The OG composer is returning for Silent Hill F. That's awesome. You always love to see that. There's another trailer that somebody wanted me to watch that was in the Discord. Let me check. Oh, a review for Atomfall. Oh yeah, I remember this. I never saw what it ended up being. Like a lot of people kind of assumed that this game was going to be like a Fallout game, but I don't think that's actually what it ended up being or what they were actually really trying to go for. Oh boy, the composer. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Music makes a huge difference in like any game. And if the original composer is the one that, like, you know, helped make one of the greatest games, or one of their games, you know, the greatest it could be, that goes a really long way. Like, have you ever played a game that had mid music? 9 times out of 10, those games end up being the least memorable. You like some of my most favorite games of all time, I love listening to their soundtracks. I play them in the background. Snake Eater, yeah. Yeah, like I'm thinking about it, and it's just like almost every single one of the games that I've enjoyed the most, I almost always have, like, you know, I remember their soundtracks. Halo is a really good example, yeah. Final Fantasy is a really good example. Final Fantasy has a ton of memorable soundtracks. Terraria lives in my fucking mind rent free. So does the mod, for that matter. What a fucking banger job they did on that. Baldur's Gate 3 is another really good example. Divinity is another really good example. Skyrim is a good example. Undertale, yeah. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, yep. Doom, yep. Like the composer, like the composer for a game can sometimes, like, I think I've talked about this in a video in the past, but there are certain things that are there that aren't necessary to make a game good, but will make a good game legendary. I think that's probably the best. That's probably the best way to say it. Nier Automata, another really good example. I was about to say Terraria, not necessarily one of my favorites, but hundreds of hours. Yeah. It's fucking coded into me by this time. Yeah, DMC is another one. Getting over it? I don't think so. I've never. It's not like the fucking weird platforming rage game. Final Fantasy VII low key. Well, I mean, that's kind of high key, to be honest with you. What are you talking about? How is that low key? It has some of the most memorable soundtracks in fucking all of video games. Yeah, I've always viewed it this way, that like video games have like essential building blocks. So you have like the foundation of your games, which is gameplay, right? So if the core gameplay itself, how it actually feels to play the game, isn't good, then the game itself will not be good. The next part is the loops. Are the loops engaging? Like the gameplay loops that you engage with, are those things good? Like, is it entertaining? Is it interesting? I would say the next is probably like replayability, and then it's and the weird thing is though is it's sometimes like depending on the type of game, story can fit between, like story and writing can fit between like gameplay and the systems, or it could be after systems. It just kind of like depends on the game. And then I think like art direction and music are at the top, and they're not necessarily like the most necessary thing to make a good game, but they are the things that will ultimately make a good game like a legendary game, a great game, an insanely good game. Okami OST is really good, right? Okami is a really good example of that as well, right? Really interesting gameplay, really interesting and unique and distinct like gameplay loops, like how you actually play the game, right? But then on top of that, like the music and the art style of Okami is what like really propelled it to where it was. Could care about the soundtrack. They haven't mattered since the 360 generation. You're just saying that because, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I think you're just like in a really fucking bad mood today, or in general. Like, quite literally everything that you've said in my chat since you got here has been negative. I don't think there's a single positive thing that you've said the entire time you've been here. And on top of that, you also said that you don't even listen to the music, and that you listen to Spotify. So your opinion means absolutely fucking fuck all to me. Ender Magnolia OST is amazing. I don't know what that is. Good music score is like icing on the cake. Yeah, that's kind of what my what my take is on it. Like, it's not necessary, but it definitely It's definitely like it's kind of like the glue that'll hold things together in some cases. Let's take a peek and see what this is. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. It's a little loud.
Join me on a violent journey through the English countryside, aka 90 Minutes with Atomfall, the new survival action game from Sniper Elite developer Rebellion.
He said 19 minutes, or did he say 19 minutes or 90 minutes?
Visited a pub in North London, which isn't too odd for me, but managed to get some hands-on playtime with the game there, and came away intrigued by Atomfall's open-ended approach to mission design and eerie tone.
Is the chat YouTube chat? It's mixed. It's both. Technically, I'm not supposed to do that.
May have lost my mind and decided to attack everyone I saw, including an old lady who likely didn't deserve it. Let me explain why.
Like the thing is that like in most cases they don't want you to like display chat for both chats if you're streaming, but the system that I use clearly just like it distinctively shows like where the chat is coming from. The platforms don't actually really give that much of a
every NPC they don't really, in Atomfall can be killed, from the lowliest grunt.
They really just don't have a lot of they don't really give much of a shit, to be honest with you.
Important quest giver. As I sit down to start the demo, I decide that my mission is to test that design. I'll admit that my approach is inelegant. Barely 2 minutes into my exploration of this digital Cumbria, I clumsily activate a tripwire alarm that results in me having to end the lives of 3 alerted guards. I do so with the blunt face of a cricket bat, a hefty chunk of wood that's christened as my murder partner with a liberal splash of claret. Careful. I later loot.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at first-person melee combat the same way after playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's just so much better that it just feels like ass everywhere else.
A bow and arrow, and being the glutton for archery in games that I am, I quickly equip it. Now I'm set for long and short range encounters, and so can let Mr. Cricket Bat take a well-earned rest. Nearby I spot a hulking wicker man, towering over me and waiting to be set alight.
I was expecting it to be the same thing when he swung. Yeah, that's kind of like when you play something that like kind of takes like the medium to a higher level. All of a sudden you go to like expect it when you see something else, and you're like, that looks like shit. Because like literally I watched that and I'm like, it's literally the same fucking animation over and over again. And it's just like, well, that's kind of immersion breaking.
But I'm not going near that. I've seen how that story ends.
Christ! Oh, Lord!
Sites like this nod to the folk horror undertones that serve as the bedrock for this region of Atomfall's segmented world, which is made up of multiple open zones. It generates a convincingly uneasy atmosphere that only feeds into the larger mystery I'm trying to crack. What exactly happened here in this rural, now irradiated corner of England? But my thoughts about such a mystery are interrupted by a rabble of druids, who presumably have something to do with that wicker man. They prove the perfect rangefinders for my newly acquired bow. 1, 2, 3, see you later. The bow feels good to fire, but I'm...
You know, like the funny thing is that it's actually really funny. It feels like the reason why he likes this is because it's easy for him to play.
More interested in Atomfall's smart approach to stamina. A traditional depleting and regenerating bar is nowhere to be found, instead replaced by a heart rate monitor that increases the more you perform physically taxing actions. Sprinting for an extended period will push you well over 140 BPM, for example, making it harder for you to aim steadily and accurately if you suddenly have to stop and fight. Later, I found a bow mastery skill manual that unlocks a perk that negates the impact of a heightened heartbeat has on drawing the bowstring back. It's not exactly the most exciting perk in history, and a browse through the menu suggests Atomfall doesn't boast the most complex skill tree suite. However, it does seem malleable enough to tailor your character's skills to a gameplay style of your choosing, if for example, you'd prefer to specialise in stealth over gunplay. With my only achievement so far being a bunch of dead druids, you may rightfully be wondering what my overall goal is here. And to an extent, so was I. Aimless exploration of the Casterfall Woods region had yet to unearth anything significant, so I follow my only quest lead, a
So I guess you're just kind of like explore, like it's like freeform exploring. Is this like the same kind of game that they're trying to go for with I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's a game that's coming out this year. It's like sci-fi something. It looks really odd.
It's pointing me in the direction of a herbalist, Mother Jago.
Hell is Us, I think that's what it was.
Mine. Along the way, I spot allusions to the greater story at play, as a shimmering, oily swirl of blues and purples hovers over a power plant, the apparent cause of Britain's descent into the post-apocalypse. Nearby, a phone box rings and a creepy voice warns me to stay out of the woods.
The woods are dangerous. Be careful.
It's too late for that, mate, but thanks for the call anyway. The path is littered with similar small environmental story touches, such as an old boathouse rigged with an unsettling alarm system, the words "Get Lost" painted across it. A warning the nearby mound of skulls and bones seemingly didn't heed. There's an enjoyably uneasy vibe around every corner of Atomfall, with sleepy leafy forests giving way to creepy zones of terror. Plenty of Fallout comparisons have been made ever since its reveal, but I think Stalker in its recent sequel is a far more apt touchstone.
Yeah, I could kind of see that, because it seems like the like RPG elements of this game, at least from what he showed off for like skill tree and whatnot, seems like a lot like it seems like super shallow in that regard. Are there enemies? He just hasn't. He only showed off a little bit of the combat at the very beginning, and then started talking about like the more like environmental stuff more than anything else.
In terms of tone and game design. Following yet another druid massacre in which I butcher them and loot their garden centre home for herbs, a quick time event if you will, I meet Mother Jago at her quaint allotment retreat. Dressed in a plum-coloured coat, an animal skull and rose-laden hat, she resembles Angela Lansbury if she'd got big into black magic aromatherapy instead of crime solving. But my hopes that she can make Atomfall's opaque mystery any clearer are immediately dashed. She gives only vague answers to my questions, despite exhausting every dialogue option as I dig for clues as to where to go next. This reminds me of classic point-and-click adventures in the way you're encouraged to explore every corner of conversation in search of a hint.
I really like that in that kind of reminds me of like KCD, where like you want to like rip through like as much of the dialogue as you possibly can, because you know it might lead to like some other, you know, emergent gameplay of some way, shape, or form. Maybe you unlock a different quest, or you find out some information that ends up being like really useful later on. The game has so many like little minor nuances that are so fucking cool. I cannot wait to do a video on the game. There's so many like minor nuances that even I haven't seen anybody else talk about while they're playing the game. Like reading a book and then fucking 30 hours later, the fact that I read that book comes into play with a conversation that I have with an NPC to finish a quest. It's so fucking cool.
Eventually, a door is opened. Jago offers what she promises to be valuable information in exchange for the safe return of her herbalism book.
Nothing worth killing over, you understand?
A book that is, of course, not in a library, but held hostage at the Druid's fortified castle. So, with a new lead in my notebook, I traipse back across the map in search of recipes and the Druid blood protecting it. Atomfall's freeform design means I'm able to approach from any angle, and so I decide to attack the castle from the side. As I make my way there, I encounter another Druid patrol near an abandoned petrol station. The surely soon-to-be considered historic Battle of the Forecourt kicks off as I lob my only grenade into the middle of them. The enemy AI isn't the most reactive, rarely darting for cover or really engaging in any evasive maneuvers, but the satisfying eruption of blood and bits of bone does alert a couple of archers from further down the road. I quickly put a halt to their advance with a nail bomb and then proceed to slalom their arrows, quickly closing the distance so that I can snap one.
Like, can we appreciate how fucking lame that is? Hold on. Like, imagine, I'm sorry, but like, imagine being entertained by this. Like, he sounds like so entertained and so fucking like impressed. Look at how these NPCs essentially do fuck all. Watch this. Look how long they don't do anything at all.
Alert a couple of
They're not doing anything, still not doing anything, still not doing anything, still not doing anything, still not doing anything, and then let me fucking execute you. Like... He forgot he was there. This seems avowed level. Who made this? I don't fucking know. So janky. Yeah, it's just weird, dude. It's just like the NPCs just like kept canceling their own animations for. I can't believe that you would use this as like exciting or interesting gameplay. I think that's the thing that's like really weird.
A couple of archers from further down the road. I quickly put a halt to their advance with a nail bomb and then proceed to slalom their arrows, quickly closing the distance so that I can snap one's neck before getting my trusty bat out for another round of head smashing.
I'm a sucker for open world games. Never said it would be good. Yeah, no,
There's definitely fun to be had playing around with these enemies, but from the small sample I've had so far, I wouldn't go into Atomfall looking for top tier combat. Instead, it seems wise to treat enemy encounters more like a fun sideshow to the main event of discovering the world's secrets. After sniping a couple of axe-wielding brutes, I make it inside the castle's outer walls. There, I stumble across a locked hut. A note printed.
So it's more of like environmental storytelling and puzzle solving is what it looks like.
With a set of map coordinates pinned to its door,
like that's what they're really trying to push into.
Far away to the southeast. Atomfall doesn't believe in objective markers, instead leaving it up to you to study your map and place down markers on points of interest yourself. Could this locked hut be where the book is hidden? Do I need to go on a quest for this key? My hunch tells me no, and I instead walk up to the central keep's big front doors. Once inside, I find a few more druids to club, but no sign of the book. I hunt around its dank hallways, finding nothing but cloth and alcohol to craft healing bandages with. I spend a good 10 minutes searching every corner, but no luck. It's a further example of Atomfall's obtuse approach to mission design. You won't have your hand held here, and the book won't glow gold with a big pick-me-up sign attached. While it can...
Which I appreciate that. I don't really like it when games like feel like they need to hold my hand.
And lead to moments of frustration, I find myself ultimately encouraged by Rebellion's approach to make something that challenges the player and sticks stubbornly to its explorative, almost detective-like vision. So, with the book nowhere in sight, I decide to follow the paper trail and head to those map coordinates in search of the keys I previously read about. Perhaps this would unlock my path forward.
I think for me, like a game like this, I have to be in the mood for something like this. Personally, I like either you have to engage me in like in like multiple directions, or like I would just get too bored. I'll be honest with you, because like don't get me wrong, like I think like the exploration and the like environmental storytelling and puzzle solving and detective work is like really cool. But if the rest of the game isn't really all that interesting to me and the combat looks like as shit as it does in this game, and he even called it out and says the combat's not very good, I would get bored of it pretty quickly. That's one of the reasons why I really enjoyed Kingdom Come Deliverance, is that though I have kind of ish, not really. Like the weird thing is that like even though like I'm fucking busted right now in Kingdom Come, like I am strong. I'm way over leveled for where I am, or at least it feels like I am. Like I'm a fucking god, okay? I'm like level 20 something. I have like most of my skills unlocked for everything. Like I will absolutely I will fucking dumpster people in combat. But the thing is that like they still very equally and very quickly can absolutely just kill me. It's like pretty easily if I'm not paying attention or not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So I still like take combat seriously, but I'm also at the same time engaged in the story and the discussions and stuff like that. But yeah, this looks like Avowed instead of Fallout. Yeah, wanted Fallout in England. Wanted Fallout in England. Is that so much to ask? Bro, fucking same. Like, fucking same. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's Fallout London, right? I haven't played it yet. I heard good things. I know some people really liked it. There's a couple of the Fallout London developers that are actually in the community.
Will require them for the interchange.
Again, the observant among you will notice that none of these items are the book I'm looking for. After my play session ends, I'm told the book was in the castle, just lying on a table I must have walked past several times. Before that revelation though, I start to believe the book simply does not exist. That it is a ruse, a lie. I decide to go back to the herbalist and see if she has anything to say for herself. She doesn't, of course, because the book is real, and the quest to acquire it is legitimate. But my own confusion manifests as fully buying into my character's descent into violence, and so I kill her. She becomes one with her plants in the soil. Searching her body for some
See, and I just really, I'm happy that a game lets you do that.
Kind of hidden truth, I find a recipe for something that would appear to help combat the poison swamp monster I encountered earlier. It's too late for that, but I assume this is the valuable information she was going to exchange.
At
her
least
book
you can
for.
do that?
We
Yeah.
could have saved a lot of time here, it seems. Not that you can shave a huge amount of time off of Atomfall's runtime. I'm told by the developers at Rebellion that you'd struggle to finish the story in less than 4 or 5 hours, and that most players will take around 25. Quite what will happen over those 25 hours could be quite varied though. I spoke to someone else at the demo session who went on an entirely different adventure to mine. One that started with a crashed helicopter I never encountered and led to a whole new region filled with killer robots and mutants. It appears that even by just skimming the surface of Atomfall, there are many depths, secrets and mysteries to be found. I do wonder if some of the objectives may be too obtuse for some though. The lack of direction could certainly be off-putting, but Atomfall feels like a game that rewards you the more you indulge in its obfuscated quest design. The blurred lines between the side and main objectives add a real peril to every action, with its malleable plot design encouraging each player to tell their own tale, to find their own ending and explanation.
I like that. I like the games will drop you into a world and just let you just kind of go in your own direction. I think that's really cool. It's really difficult to be able to design a game like that. So, I mean, I got fucking respect for the people that made it, especially if they're not giving you any, like, you know, hard point direction. Like, this is the main quest. You need to follow it. I really like that a game doesn't really do that kind of thing.
For what has happened here in the irradiated English countryside. I'll still see the end of the story, despite killing off poor old Mother Jago. It may just be wildly different from yours, but that's all I have time to see today. For now, my hands bloodied from the undeserved demise of a herbalist and the warpath I've left behind, I decide to engage in full British mode. Take my cricket bat, head to the pub, and wait for this all to blow over. For more Atomfall, check out the latest in-depth game overview trailer, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it looks like something I'll probably at least give a shot. You know what I mean? A sandbox where you can go nuts against the backdrop of a fictional English countryside. Okay, I'm interested. Yeah, old ragtag music playing. Yeah, I'm impressed. This guy seems like he's having fun. Not the usual IGN way. 10 out of 10 IGN review. Good shit, guy. Your company needs more people like you. You know what the funny thing is that I'm pretty sure that this guy has done reviews for games and people have talked shit and said that they need to get rid of him and they need less writers like him. I've heard him do reviews for other videos too. It's always like when what's the saying? If you hate the game that I like, you're a grifter. If you like the game that I hate, then you're a shill. It's gonna be mid. It looks kind of mid to me, to be honest with you. Like, there's certain things that I think are really cool about it, but like for me personally, like I'm a combat nut. I like fighting things. I like killing stuff. And if the combat isn't very good, then it's just not gonna hook me. Simple as that. It's just how I am. It's how I'm built. So like I'm not gonna spend money on something that I don't think is gonna be able to like keep me entertained and keep me hooked. Like, what's the unique special thing about it? I guess its most unique special thing was that it has like open-ended exploration. Like you can just kind of like do what you do whatever the hell you want. Streamers demoing it, so the combat was too hard. Really? Looks like another Game Pass game. Is this a Game Pass game? It probably is a Game Pass game. You're right, though. Game Pass games do kind of a look, don't they? Fucking true. That's a long-ass quest, too. That quest takes like what? Couple hours? Showa American Story. I'm really interested in that game. I wonder what that's gonna end up being. 3 to 4 hours? That's true. Yeah, it's like a 3 to 4 hour quest. Long ass fucking quest. Let me use the bathroom. Give me a second. Expedition 33 looks really good. I'm really looking forward to that one, actually. Really looking forward to that one. Yeah, because I'd seen this just a couple days ago that the game had like doubled its player count. I don't know if that's probably because of like streamers playing it more than anything else. If it can't sustain past like streamer hype, then it's probably not going to do well. Some of the stuff is just like random like note taking. Like sometimes I use my likes to be able to like snag comments and shit that I think I might talk about in like a future video. Have you seen anything on Dragon's Dogma 2 not actually being the sequel until the end of the main game? Yeah, I mean, I know that. I played it. It was basically a remake for like 60 hours or so, right? What does it say? As a PlayStation fan, I feel like I have to speak up on this. I am not a fan of these collector's editions not having physical media. With Death Stranding 2 now as well, they aren't even doing Steelbook anymore. You get less and less with time for the same price. So what is this showing? Digital edition, mini art book. It looks like a steelbook box case for the game, and a thing. Steelbook, hammer, Mjolnir replica. Dice are actually really cool. Those would be kind of nice to have for Magic. Steelbook display case. The problem is that the reason why they're not doing it is because people aren't buying it. That's probably what it's coming down to. Like, let's be honest. Like, people are moving towards digital. Like, I'm all for keeping physical media alive, but chances are the reason why they're not making these things is because people aren't buying them and they're not going to waste the money on making it. not enough margin. Yeah, that's literally what this is. The reason why they're not making the Steelbook stuff, so like I guess this is like Death Stranding here. So it's just digital deluxe edition, and then you can't even get a physical disc. You get this 15-inch statue. Statue is actually really cool looking. In-game assets, a keychain, a letter from Hideo Kojima, some pictures. You're not even getting an art book. Yeah, you know what the funny thing is? Like, I stopped buying collector's editions of stuff because I just don't have, like, I just got tired of, like, you know what it is? I just got sick and tired of, like, realizing that the stuff, like, it's the novelty of a lot of the stuff just kind of wore off over time. And I just didn't keep any of it around. Like, I used to love getting, like, the steel cases and stuff like that, and I'd have a shelf with all the steel cases on it and stuff. But over time, I just got sick and tired of having that shit because I would end up realizing that I would just throw it away. A lot of it is cheap crap. It's all cheap crap. It doesn't actually have any fucking, any quality at all. You know what I mean? And plus on top of that, the other thing is that, the only thing that you really want, literally the only thing that you really want 9 times out of 10 is the statue that it comes with, right? Like the only, like I have 2 collectors. I still have 2 collectors things. I have my, I think this is Gears of War 2. I can't remember if I got with this with Gears of War 2 or 3. But I have like my Marcus Phoenix statue, which is really cool looking. It holds up really well. Right? I think that's pretty sick. And then I have this like action figure from Dante's Inferno. That's it. I think that's all I have. Oblivion and Skyrim had a neat map. Yeah, I like the cloth maps and stuff like that were pretty cool. Wukong stuff looked cool. Yeah, I didn't get any of that. Oh, the Fallout debacle. Oh, with the bags and shit like that. God, dude, they were such fucking cock asses for that shit. Holy shit, man. That was like the biggest fumble of all time. Gundam Breaker Collection gave you a gunpla kit. That's actually really cool. I do still have my Death Scythe Gundam somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I do have a Death Scythe Gundam that I built. Are you ready to play? Are you ready to? Oh, you're ready to pay even more? A Swiss retailer listed pre-order GTA release at 99 Swiss francs. Which is $112 in US, fueling rumors that the game could be more expensive. I don't think that's what it is. I'm actually of the mind that GTA 6 is going to come out at $70. Monster Hunter Rise came with a huge Palamute plushie. That's cool. I do feel like I fucked up not buying the Baldur's Gate 3 collectors, though. Like, for sure. Yeah. That fucking, that Mind Flayer statue is really sick. If GTA gets announced at $100, it'll single-handedly kill the game. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I'll be honest with you, man. I think that, like, what do I realistically think the effect of GTA 6 being $100 would be? I think that GTA 6 will be fine. I think people will still buy it. I think a ton of people will fucking buy it. I think it will still ostracize a large portion of its audience that will just genuinely not be able to afford it. Because I think that like there's certain franchises that reach into like different economic demographics, and Grand Theft Auto is a series that casts a very wide demographic net of like people that will buy and play that game. And I think there is a subset of that audience that straight up just will not be able to afford it. Will I think the impact will be large enough to be felt? I don't know. You'd have to wait to see. But I think that largely the game would be fine. It's actually not the effect of what would happen with GTA. It's what would happen to the games that would then come after GTA that would try to also charge that same price. Because ultimately you would see other publishers try to follow suit, and they'll try to follow with fucking mid-ass games at $100. Like let's be absolutely fucking, let's be honest here. If GTA 6 came out 2 years ago and sold at $100, Veilguard for sure would have been $100. To Kill the Justice League would have been $100. Forspoken would have been $100. Like these like just these like games would have come out $100 because the rest of the industry and a lot of the other publishers would go, well, they did it, now we're all going to do it. And you would have some games that would succeed, but I really, and I tried to do my best to illustrate this in the video where I talked about $100 price tags on video games. I think that it would widen the gap between success and failure, and success would be so much harder to reach for so many games and so many companies. It would be. And the funny thing is that if you look at like, I think there's like there are still some really good games that come out at full price, $70, right? Monster Hunter Wilds, $70 game. But when you look at some of these other games, like Baldur's Gate 3 released on PC for $60. Elden Ring was $60. There's a lot of examples of games that sold for far cheaper, and I think a lot of that actually just has to do with being humble and trying to make their game as accessible as possible. That's why, like, I've always held the idea that in a lot of cases these companies want to talk about how they want to reach a broader audience. You want to know what the best way to reach a broader audience is? Sell your game for cheaper. Instead of targeting demographics, instead of targeting age groups, instead of going after race or anything like that, going after like class, opening yourself up to more classes of people that could enjoy your game, that's where you actually make yourself more, where you can cast a wider net and you can capture more people. Or make it free. That's why some of these companies make free to play games, is because they know that if the game is good enough and it's free to play, it'll reach a massive audience, and chances are they'll make more money than they would if they actually sold it for money. That's why the live service games do it. Marvel Rivals is a really good example of that. It's a very well optimized game, right? It can run on just about any fucking machine. So like that's one way. Like, so there's two different ways from my perspective. How do you widen your audience? One, you optimize the game. A very well optimized game can run on a variety of equipment, which then makes it way more accessible than anything else, right? On top of that, if you also price it fairly, you're going to cast an even wider net. Rivals is horribly optimized. I have never heard that. This is the first time I've ever seen somebody ever say that before. It runs like a dream on both of my PCs. Never had an issue with it. I haven't heard of any issues on console either. Was To Kill the Justice League actually bad? Yeah, this is fucking terrible. This is literally just a terrible fucking video game. Through and through. Its gameplay loop sucked. Its fucking art style sucked. Its performance sucked. Its price sucked. Its story, it all sucked. Just at every level. Bad concept, could have been way better. They should have just stuck to what they were good at. I don't even know what they were even trying to go for there. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't even know what they were trying to go for there. Because like a looter shooter can work, but I think that you have to go in the direction of like Destiny or Warframe to make a looter shooter work. Like I think that like a Borderlands live service could work for sure. People want raid bosses. People want, you know, epic legendary loot. They want like shit that they really feel like they earn. You know what I mean? Like target farming and shit like that. People like that kind of stuff. But To Kill the Justice League was just never thought out. So honestly, like To Kill the Justice League felt like self-sabotage more than anything else. Like the studio purposely wanted to make a fucking mega mid game because they don't want to be asked to make live service games. Is Borderlands 4 going to be live service? No, it's not. It's just going to be a standard Borderlands game. Though it does seem like, for all intents and purposes, looking at all of the shit that they've shown off so far, so like the teaser trailer and then they put out a trailer later on, I'm not seeing any of the like Borderlands humor. So they might be like turning away from that entirely. And that's going to be really interesting. I think it's smart in general because like they're not necessarily the best like humor writers. Obviously that was kind of shown off with Borderlands 3. So I'm interested to see what like a more serious Borderlands story would look like. But I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Movement looks interesting. Yeah, it looks like what it looks like they're trying to do is they're trying to lean harder into like the actual gameplay systems. I have to push back. I'm playing Borderlands 3 right now and it's hilarious. There's like some parts that are funny, but like the main story is just fucking cringe. The main villains are just so bad. So bad. Oh god, they just ruined the fucking game for me. They're so bad. So bad. And like I think that I think really what it is, it's just the contrast between Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3. Like Borderlands 2 was so fucking good, man. Like across the board, it was so fucking good. Holy shit. Every piece of DLC was a fucking banger. The pirate DLC was solid. Oh my god. Tiny Tina's Bunkers and Badasses is like probably in my top 5 best DLCs of all time. It was fucking insanely good. Jack was funny. Yes, Jack was funny. Yeah. Hamson Jack was a great villain. Incredible villain. Torg was at his fucking peak. It just felt like because of the direction they went with Borderlands 3 narratively, that like by extension, because the twins were just like so fucking insufferable, that like everything else, it required everything else in the game to basically carry the experience from my perspective. And because of that, it just made it made everything else feel too cheap, because everything else in the game isn't supposed to carry the whole experience. Borderlands 3 story characters suck, but the vaults are done really well. Yeah, I think vaults are done pretty well. What did I think about the characters? See, I actually really liked the okay, so I liked who's the guy from Tales from the Borderlands? The guy that was like Jack's protege or whatever. I forgot what his name is. Reese. Yes, Reese. I thought Reese was funny in Borderlands 3. Yeah, Reese was really funny in Borderlands 3. Yeah. Like when they're fucking like bombing out his home world, and like they blow up his like favorite like fucking noodle stand or whatever. Like that shit was funny. That made me laugh. But yeah. And I also liked the siren a lot in that one as well. And I thought that was like the part that like I wasn't gonna like, because I really like. You know what the funny thing is? I say it's the twins that ruined Borderlands 3. It's not. It's not. It was the little girl. It was this. Everybody immediately is like, it's the siren kid. Yes, exactly. Yes, it's her. She's the worst part of the fucking game. She's like in no way, shape, or form should how you gonna do Maya like that? How you gonna fucking do Maya like that? Maya was such a fucking good character. She was great in Borderlands 2. She was fucking awesome so far in Borderlands 3. And then we trade in Maya for that fucking little shit. No. She's just so bad. She's so bad. So I just quadrupled my hate. Yeah. Are you going to stream Assassin's Creed Shadows? Dude, the Assassin's Creed, like, fucking lovers. You know what's actually really funny? Both of the two, like, big Assassin's Creed guys, like the dudes that like peddle Assassin's Creed like it's the fucking salt of the earth, it's the best thing on earth, like two of the biggest like content creators behind like Assassin's Creed related content, they have like for the most part like positively engaged with most of my Ubisoft coverage. It was until I covered Assassin's Creed specifically that they were like, well, I think you're being a little bit too harsh. And I'm like, I cannot wait for me to go and play Assassin's Creed Shadows and then like see the reaction when they're gonna be like, I thought you hated this game. I never said I hated it. I don't really like what they did with it. I don't really like the direction that it went in. I don't like the direction the series has gone in for like fucking 5 games. The fuck are you talking about? Like, I played Black Flag. I played 1, 2, 3, and Black Flag. So like my idea of like what an Assassin's Creed game is, it's skewed. It's skewed in the right direction. So when I see something like what they're doing with Shadows, I'm like, this just doesn't look very good. Is there any big game coming up this year? I got Wilds, and probably it's gonna tide me over for the rest of the year. And then there's Shadows, which will be Doom. No. There's like Grand Theft Auto 5 is supposed to still come out this year, or 6. Sorry, Grand Theft Auto 6 supposed to come out this year. Death Stranding 2 is coming out this year. Borderlands 4 is supposed to come out this year. Game's supposed to come out in 2020. So we are in match. Fragpunk, Split Fiction's already out. They didn't even fucking try. Sugar Dew Island. 33 Immortals. That one actually looks really interesting. I'm interested to see what that's gonna look like. AI Limit. I remember this one. I just don't remember what it is exactly. First, Berserker Kazan looks relatively cool. Player Obscure Expedition 33 is going to be in April. Assassin's Creed Shadows will be that month as well. Why would GameSpot put that Lost Records Bloom and Rage tape 2? That like really weird, like fucking social agenda teenager girl game on this list. That doesn't even make any sense. Like, there's tons of other games that are coming out. This game makes no sense to be on this list at all. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, Shadows is in 6 days. Oh, it's just so fucking weird. The reason, like, I was actually wondering, I'm like, why do these like really like super obscure indie games that otherwise nobody would give a fuck about, why are these games being talked about by like these like like the anti-woke folks and stuff like that? And I think it's because these fucking magazines keep pushing it. Like, those people would never pay attention to it if these fuckers weren't talking about it, but they can't stop towing the fucking line. And ultimately they're doing more damage to these games. They're doing more damage to these games and to the causes that they fight for because they keep dragging them out in front of the public. It's so weird. I think it's attention, probably. They're like, in a lot of cases, I think that these websites are looking to stir up drama. I guarantee it. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, Doom Dark Ages is in May. There's another one. Doom Dark Ages is in May. That one's going to be big. Dune Awakening is going to be an interesting one. We'll see how that turns out. People really liked Conan. People really like the Conan game that they made, right? So, we'll see. We'll see. Elden Ring Night Rain releases in May as well. That's going to be a big one. Death Stranding 2 will be in June. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 will be July. Tales of the Shire. That'll be an interesting one. Metal Gear Solid Delta is going to be in August. Hell is Us is in September. Borderlands is in September, and we still do not have a release date for Grand Theft Auto. To be announced ones that should be coming out this year, but we just don't know what their date is yet. If there's anything big here that we just don't have a date for. Crimson Desert. Oh yeah, Crimson Desert was supposed to come out this year. Wonder if it's gonna get pushed. There's a long list of games. There's a lot of games. Grand Theft Auto. Oh, there's also Phantom Blade Zero and Lost Soul Side and Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. There's actually a lot of games on the docket this year. We just don't have a release date for some of them yet. Crimson Desert may get pushed. Yeah, maybe. They'll put that out when they're ready to put that one out, I think. There's no reason for them to rush that. Plus, on top of that, the company makes enough money to begin with, right? At least from my perspective, they do. It's a remaster of 3 and 4. It's not a remake? Oh. AJ Investment CEO Yura Krupa said in a statement that they are horribly mismanaged under current management. Report claiming that EA and Microsoft are in discussions to acquire Ubisoft IPs. So I actually think
gaming news, there's something brewing.
I actually think that there's a really good
over at Ubisoft's Paris HQ. Now, what is it? Well, we'll tell you all about it. Plus, news on what's going
let me pause the music in the background.
On over at EA in regards to Skate and Split Fiction. This is your daily fix. All right, let's get right into it. Now, in an original report here at IGN, we find out that a Ubisoft minority shareholder is plotting a protest outside of Ubisoft's Paris headquarters. Now, the shareholder in question is Juraj Krupa, CEO of AJ Investments.
Oh, so this is the same guy.
Claims
Okay.
the French publisher failed to disclose alleged discussions with EA, Microsoft, and other companies who
They're not allowed to do that. They're not supposed to do that. If you are a publicly traded company, you are supposed to let your shareholders know if you are in talks of potentially selling IPs or selling the company. And the reason why is because it's supposed to halt insider trading. Because if, just as an example, the Guillemot family, they own 14%, and I think one of the brothers owns 14%, a couple of the other ones own a little bit more. If they were in talks, then they would know, and they would be able to do what they want with their money and potentially make more money than the actual investors that have actually kept the company alive. So they're not, that's not good.
who are supposedly interested in acquisitions of certain franchises.
Microsoft who's the other company? EA, Microsoft, and others. Who would be trying to buy what, I wonder? I would think that Microsoft would be going after Rainbow Six. I could see EA trying to go after Assassin's Creed. Far Cry, I could see Xbox going after Far Cry as well. I could see EA going for all of it too, though. Tencent in talks as well, aren't they? Yeah, Tencent. I also saw something recently for Tencent talking about potentially working with the Guillemot to do something else. Embracer Group, they can't afford it. Embracer Group is having a hard fucking time. Can Nintendo buy Rayman? Wouldn't that be fucking nice? Wouldn't that be great? Oh shit, my bad. Looking on chats. What does this say? As the majority, I'm not sure. As the majority, I'm not sure they're obliged to disclose talks. Still, yeah, they are obliged, regardless if they're majority shareholders. It doesn't matter. They have to disclose it. It's insider trading if they don't. So I'm kind of wondering what direction. So like, if they were trying to sell IP, that means that they're trying to, like, okay. So we know that there's like 3 different directions that they're trying to go in. Or they're not that they're trying to go in. There's 3 different directions that they could go in. One, which would be they go private. Okay, so they take themselves off of the stock market. They buy their stocks back from their shareholders, and they become a private company. Okay. 2. They sell off IP to stay public because they need an influx of cash and revenue to be able to replenish their stocks and get them out of debt. Right now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ubisoft is not solvent. They have $2 billion. I think they're 2 billion or 4 billion in debt with like 2 or 4 billion in shares, basically. So like they're at the point where they're not break even. They're just under break even. And then the third one is full sellout, where they would just sell out the company to somebody else. And they would sell it to like Tencent or whoever else wanted to buy the publisher. Now, Microsoft. So there's 2 players that are the biggest players in this discussion. One is Tencent, because Tencent owns about 10% of Ubisoft. Okay, just under 10%. They own like 9% or something like that. The other one is Microsoft. Now, the reason why Microsoft is a big player in this discussion is because when Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard, they formed a partnership with Ubisoft to take, I think it's like cloud gaming rights for World of Warcraft and something else. Call of Duty, maybe, or something. I can't remember what it was. It's basically like Microsoft will not be able to publish any cloud gaming services for Activision Blizzard titles. That's essentially what it means. So they already have a partnership in place, which already puts their foot in the door. And that was actually how Microsoft was able to even buy Activision Blizzard to begin with. I do not think that Microsoft could outright buy Ubisoft. I do not think I don't think that Europe would allow it. And I don't think that the US would allow it. I thought that was only in the EU. I don't think it really matters. I hope they don't get to go private. That would mean the CEO gets to stay in power despite screwing up. I mean, the company would just continue to spiral if they went private. Let's be real. Let FromSoft buy it. I don't know if Microsoft can pick up Ubisoft due to European law. Things get a little funky there because these aren't like Ubisoft is not a French company, so to say. It's an international company, just like Activision Blizzard are international companies as well. Like they may have a headquarters in the US, but I don't think I think that at one point in time, like once you have spread out so much, you kind of like lose the identity as an American company, so to say. I don't know how exactly that all works. It's a weird law because essentially you have to keep in mind that when Activision Blizzard was purchased by Microsoft, Microsoft also then took on the European studios that Activision Blizzard have, which they do have European studios. They might be satellite studios that have like very limited purpose in comparison to the main studios, like the ones in where are they? Irvine, California. I do believe Ubisoft is still a French company in spirit. In spirit. Isn't it French Canadian in China that hates them? Oh, I have no idea.
Now, Krupa claims that Ubisoft is being horribly mismanaged by current higher-ups, demanding to see a clear roadmap for recovery. Now,
he's not fucking wrong. He's not wrong.
He goes on to say that he wants the senior team at Ubisoft to address its, quote, declining shareholder value, lackluster operational execution, and failure to adapt effectively to market trends. Now, IGN reached out.
Victorio, thanks for the 10. That's interesting. Can I get this guy for an interview? Could you imagine a video? I'm interviewing a fucking Ubisoft shareholder.
Out to Ubisoft for comments, and here's what they had to say. Quote, as we mentioned during our Q3 sales, the review of various transformational, strategic, and capitalistic options is ongoing. The board has established an ad hoc independent committee to oversee this formal and competitive process.
Yeah, so basically what this is saying is, as we mentioned with with our quarter three sales, the review of various transformational, strategic, and capitalistic options is ongoing. The board has established that the ad hoc independent committee to oversee this formal and competitive process. What they're talking about is it's basically a group that is essentially trying to limit costs within the company and find ways to be able to increase shareholder value. The two ways to be able to do that, the best ways to be able to do that, is layoffs for one, and selling IP. That's what it is. It's those two options. They can either sell IP and make a bunch of money that way, or they can lay off and reduce their costs. Because there's nothing else that they can really do, right? Outside of that, you can try to generate more revenue through your existing franchises, like things that you can make money off of quickly. Examples of that would be live service games, right? Which I think the only one that they have that is, I think the only one that they actually have that they're making money off of right now would be Rainbow Six, right? I don't think they're making any money off of any of their other live service games. X Defiance done. They shut that down. Does Ubisoft have any valuable IP anymore? Assassin's Creed has jumped the shark long ago. Well, you have to understand, of course Ubisoft has valuable IP. What are we talking about? Ubisoft is a treasure trove of valuable IP. It's not the current state the IP is in. It's what you can do with the intellectual property, right? It doesn't, like, I'll give you an example of this. Okay. What if so like, let's say Sony, okay? Sony buys the Splinter Cell IP and lets fucking Kojima make a Splinter Cell game. Let's say, whatever fucking, I don't know, good company buys the entire Tom Clancy franchise because they have the full control of Tom Clancy, and they go and make something used in the Tom Clancy franchise. The IP itself is the keys to the kingdom. It's what you can do once you open the door. So yeah, they are a treasure trove of really good IP. Rayman is a really good example. Assassin's Creed is a good example. Division is also really good. Driver, yes. Call of Juarez I don't think that would really go all that far. Prince of Persia, Watch Dogs. Yeah, so like, Ubisoft has a ton of value. A ton of value. It's just that value is no good in their hands. That's what the problem is. Ghost Recon, well, that's Tom Clancy. Like, Tom Clancy's a massive IP. They just sit on it? No, they shit on it, actually. That's what they do. I like to see somebody pick up and revive the Sleeping Dogs franchise. Far Cry, yeah, Far Cry. Who would be good with Far Cry? You know what I mean? Like, there's tons of really good examples of like companies that you could point to and be like, man, they could really make a really good game with this IP. The only problem is that, like, from my perspective, the companies that actually could do this is the problem that Ubisoft is in. this is the problem that gaming is in, is that anybody that could afford to buy those IP and do anything with them can't even make good games themselves. The companies that actually could make something good with their IP are like AA and single A independent studios. Tell me I'm wrong. Am I supposed to believe that Xbox could do anything with fucking Ubisoft's IP? Please. Using who? Am I supposed to believe that EA could use their IP effectively? No. If Sony nabbed them, they turn them into NFTs. Maybe, yeah. Microsoft is in a sorry state. They have been for a while. The problem is that like Microsoft, I think, is like they're just not good at managing. That's just the best way to say it. They're just not good at managing their IP. They're not good at managing their studios. Like Microsoft is in a really weird spot because I think that they went through phases, right? So like before, like they were like super tough on like every fucking studio they had with like in the early days of the Xbox and Xbox 360. And then they had Don Matrick come in and just make things fucking way worse. Way worse. And then they handed over the keys to Phil Spencer, and Phil Spencer's Mr. fucking good guy, but he's Mr. good guy that's trying to appease the shareholders. And he fucking listens to every beck and call of Microsoft and everything that they want to do. And what ends up happening is that like they're so gun shy now because they were too controlling with their studios when they first started, that they scared some of them off or straight up shut some of them down, or the developers just fucking left, right? Like Bungie didn't want to have anything to do with Microsoft after working with them. Lion's Head Studio shut down, which is the people that made Fable. Like there's a ton of examples of like them just mismanaging those studios at the beginning, losing a ton of talent, and now they're in the spot where they're like, well, fuck. Well, maybe we'll just let them do their own thing. But obviously a lot of these studios do need a guiding hand. Otherwise, they will guide you into the fucking ground. So, you know, like there's some of their studios they have, for sure, you can let them do their own thing without a fucking doubt. I think id Software is one of those companies that you can literally let them just fucking do their thing, and they're going to make a good fucking video game. I think don't shoot the messenger, but I think the Coalition is also one of those, and they made that studio, so fucking good for them. I mean, Gears of War 5 wasn't like the greatest, right? But it's not bad. I don't think that they've done necessarily a bad job with Gears of War since Epic stopped making it. Sucker Punch? Sucker Punch is PlayStation. That's Sony. But like that's the thing. So it's like when I see they're like, oh, you know, these companies are thinking about picking up Ubisoft's IP. It's like, well, these companies also fucking can't do anything with it either.
So as to
it's going to be just as shit if it goes to any of these other guys.
Extract the best value from Ubisoft's assets and franchises for all stakeholders.
Yeah, see, like, and this is the thing. As to extract the best value from all of Ubisoft's assets and franchises for all shareholders. Their stakeholders, their shareholders is really what it is. Their shareholder, like this says, and franchises for all stakeholders. Do you guys know what the difference between a stakeholder and a shareholder is? Extract value, maximum live service. Please explain. Okay, I'll explain. So a shareholder is somebody that actually owns shares in a company. A stakeholder is anybody affected by that company's actions. Okay? So when they're saying extract the best value of Ubisoft's assets and franchises for all stakeholders, that's including us, because we are technically stakeholders. If I am a fan of Assassin's Creed and I play Assassin's Creed games, I am a stakeholder in Assassin's Creed because I am invested in the future of that, because I enjoy it and I want to see more of it. So it's anybody involved. So they're using the language saying that, we're trying to extract the best value of Ubisoft's assets and franchises for all stakeholders. So this is supposed to be for everybody, saying that we're trying to make sure that we're going to take the best actions to not only increase the value for shareholders, but we're also trying to increase the value for the people that play the games as well. That's not really what they give a fuck about. They use the stakeholder word, but they don't fucking mean it. They don't mean it. Ubisoft will inform the market in accordance with the with applicable regulations, and once a transaction materializes. You're supposed to, but here's the thing: they're supposed to publicly state that they're having talks and who they're having talks with. Ubisoft has not done that. They're having backdoor discussions, and that's causing a lot of fucking tension with their shareholders. And that's probably the reason why. I would imagine with Assassin's Creed being only like a week away or something like that, their stock should be going up. People should probably be investing, trying to buy into the dip. Yeah, they are. They are. So it dove real hard yesterday. That must have been the announcement of the shareholder, the stakeholder that came forward and was like, this is fucked. Damn, it dropped over $2. Holy shit. And then now it's back up. And people bought in on the dip because they know that Assassin's Creed Shadows is coming. So these are Gamba. This is Gamba, by the way. This is pure Gamba. People are trying to bet and hope that Assassin's Creed Shadows actually pops off and people really like it and want to play it. And and the overall outlook of the company goes up. God damn, you guys have had a rough 5 years. I wish I could bet on failure. You can. That's called shorting a stock. You can short the stock. You can say that the stock is going to go down, and you can play the futures game. That's what the real fucking shit. That's what the real degenerates do. That's your Wall Street bets kind of boys. I wonder how much X Defiant hurt them. I really do. I don't think X Defiant hurt them in the short term. Like from like a gains perspective, I think that it hurt them in a future perspective because it showed Ubisoft's inability to create a new IP, and that is not a good outlook. That's not a good outlook for the players. That's not a good outlook for their shareholders. That's not a good outlook for their management. Sorry, there was like dust or whatever on the side of my PC case. It's like bothering me. Like shit. I'm gonna clean that up. I wonder how much Star Wars Outlaws hurt them. That one also hurt too. Both of those did. Honestly, it really what it was the combination. Sliver, thank you for the 3 months, man. Appreciate that. Oh, Meep Kid with the $5. Sorry, brother, I missed that. For mid Xbox One era to beginning of Series era, Xbox was doing great. I was excited about the purchase. Then they dropped the ball. That's what they do, baby. That's what they do. I have a whole video on fucking Xbox. I made like a while ago. ¿Dónde está? Yeah, this guy right here. So what happened to Xbox? This is like one of the longest videos I've ever made. Almost an hour long. Fucking that took forever. I will never do that again, by the way. I don't think I'll ever make a video that long again. That was like way too much fucking work. Way too much fucking work. This is coming from a Series X owner. They dropped so hard. Fuck, I mean... Dude, I'm telling you right now. I've said this before. And nobody, and like, I said this to my friends. I'm like, Xbox. I do not think that Phil Spencer is good at his job. I think he's a nice guy. I think he likes video games. I think he's good for PR, for like connecting with the audience. But I do not think he's good at his job. I do not think he knows how to run these I do not think he knows how to run these studios. And I don't think he knows like what is necessary to succeed anymore.
Ubisoft will inform the market in accordance with applicable regulations if and once a transaction materializes. What the hell does any of that mean, man?
You've been killing it lately with your vids? Thanks, man.
Gobbledygook. But anyways, Koopa is steadfast on his position and withholding the protest, saying, quote, "We are aware that Ubisoft..."
Hold on.
Assets and friends.
I want you to listen to this. This is, if you guys want to know why IGN, why these like fuck it, like this right here, this is like this kind of like news segment thing is very like G4 TV, and it could totally fucking work if it was actually meaningful content, if they were like meaningfully reporting information. But listen to this guy's take on these quotes, and like, I just want you guys to contrast that with the conversation that we just had about shareholders and stakeholders, and talking about the stock, and talking about the effect of Star Wars Outlaws and X Defiant, and how that ruined like the future outlook for the company and why people would pull their money out of the company. We had this really interesting in-depth conversation and nuanced takes about like what was being discussed in the quotes, and then now listen to what they say.
For all stakeholders. Ubisoft will inform the market in accordance with applicable regulations if and once a transaction materializes. What the hell does any of that mean, man? It's a bunch of gobbledygook.
Anyway, I like how you were the one that brought it up. You're the one that brought it up. So if it doesn't mean anything and you don't understand what it means, then why'd you bring it up?
But anyways, Krupa is steadfast on his position and withholding the protest, saying, quote, "We are aware that Ubisoft's management and CEO have initiated a financial review of potential strategic options advised by Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan."
So the fucking investors found out that fucking Yves Guillemot was behind their back going and talking to Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan about a potential buyout. Instead of informing the fucking shareholders.
Results in the coming months. That is why we are organizing this demonstration in May, to ensure they have time to reach a conclusion that genuinely increases shareholder value. If their conclusion effectively enhances shareholder value, we will call off the demonstration. What the hell is all of this, man? What does this mean for us gamers?
Should I do like infographic stuff like this for quotes when I'm like reflecting? I think what I do with my videos is fine. I don't need to worry about it. I see stuff like this and I'm like, well, maybe that would make it a little bit more engaging to watch. And then I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna keep doing the way I do it. I'm just gonna fucking throw a fucking like a screenshot clip on screen and let fucking gameplay play in the background. I think it's just a better way to do it.
What the hell is all of this, man? What does this mean for us gamers?
Bro, I don't like the fact that games media treats their audience like children and like will not engage with a topic like intellectually. Yeah, but what does that mean for us gamers? It's like I mean, like, there's a lot there that like that means that we're not gonna get fucking games.
You talking about the bottom line for your damn shares? Anyways, he went on to say how he hopes this demonstration will be a powerful statement signaling how much the investors believe in the company's potential if there's changes made from within. Now, it honestly all seems like Krupa just really wants to maximize the value of his own shares, which I guess is a good thing for him, but it doesn't necessarily mean much for us gamers. We want companies like Ubisoft to make good games, whereas these shareholders seemingly just want companies like Ubisoft to make more money.
So like he brings it, he's you know, you're dog wagging the tail here. So what you're missing here is that like it sounds like the shareholders, I'm now seeing what's going on here. The shareholders are upset that Ubisoft is backing out rather than trying to change management. Hold on. Sorry. Had to take a note there. Had to take a note there. they're missing the point entirely. I'm gonna have you guys listen to this again, and then I'm gonna give you what the actual take is. And when I do this, it'll all click into place for you guys.
Krupa just really wants to maximize the value statement, signaling how much the investors believe in the company's potential if there's changes made from within. Now, it honestly all seems like Krupa just really wants to maximize the value of his own shares, which I guess is a good thing for him, but it doesn't necessarily mean much for us gamers.
Wrong. You literally listen to what he said. It sounds like Krupa has faith in the company.
So if there's changes
has faith in the company if changes are made from within. And he's like, so they have faith in the company if changes were made from within, which just sounds like Krupa just wants to increase his share prices, which doesn't really mean anything for us as gamers because we just want good games. No, dude. You are so you've completely lost the fucking plot. If I am an investor investing in a company, and if I say that I believe in the company, it just needs a leadership change. The reason why I'm saying that is because I believe that they can make a better product, which then entails making better games, which means better games for the players. So this is not just like, here's the thing. I don't want people to get it twisted on this. Shareholders will ask for some goofy shit. But at the end of the day, shareholders want to make money. And the only way to make money is with good video games. So if you're making bad video games, the shareholders don't like that either. The best place for a company to be in is when both the gamers and the shareholders are happy. And that's when the company is making good shit. So what ends up happening, the problem he's missing here is, and this is the real this is where I say everything will kind of click into place. The reason the shareholders are pissed off right now is because they know that Ubisoft could be making better games, and they don't want Ubisoft's leadership to jump ship and sell the company off at its lowest value. They want the company to fix itself, raise the share prices so they can make more fucking money, and then sell off later at a much higher value. The last thing they want is for this company to go and sell off while they're in fucking debt, and the shareholders essentially make the lowest amount of money they possibly could off of that sale. They hate it because that means that the fucking management just gets to fucking get away with sinking the company and then jumping ship and still making a profit. And there's a really good chance that some of these shareholders, the reason why they're still there is because they're holding on to shares that they had bought at a higher price. Meaning that if Ubisoft sells out, there's a good chance they're not getting their money back. That's what the problem is. They get left holding the bag. Exactly. Like as an example, there you go. Sliver brings it up right here. Also, those shareholders probably jumped on when their shares were like $100. That's exactly what's going on here. You likely had people, diamond hands, baby, that were holding on to their Ubisoft stock when it took a fucking dive. And we're like, it'll get back to normal. COVID fucking, went all over the fucking place. And they're like, maybe dude spent like, $500,000 on Ubisoft stock. But now, currently, his stock price and his total is sitting in like his equity in the company is sitting around like $300,000 or $250,000 or maybe even less than that. And now Ubisoft's like, we're just going to sell off the company. And they're like, no, you fucking don't, you asshole. Get fucking back to work and go back to making good video games. Get that stock price up. Don't run away, you fucking coward. And the funny thing is that's actually the best, that's the best perspective that is the closest perspective to the players. Ubisoft selling off their IPs to a bunch of companies that also can't make good Ubisoft games isn't going to help anybody. Ubisoft making a leadership change and changing the direction of the company, that helps us. We want that. We want the same thing their shareholders do. We want a management change. We want the Guillemonts the fuck out of there. They are the ones that drove it up, and they are the ones that drove it down. They need somebody else in there. Jumped on the stocks like Assassin's Creed 2? No, they probably actually, you know what it is? Likely a lot of the shareholders bought in during COVID. That's when everybody and their mother was fucking investing in the stock market. Literally. Like, fucking everybody. My mom was texting me, asking me, like, oh, I'm seeing a lot of these stocks are making money. You guys remember how fucking weird the stock market was? Everybody thought it was like a fucking get-rich-quick scheme. Everybody was making tons of money. Look at 2021. 2021 was probably their highest point of all time. 2018 was their highest point. And then it dipped. And then COVID came. And then people reinvested again in the company. And in 2021, it was at its second peak. And I guarantee you had a bunch of people buy in. Like, I mean, you did have a bunch of people buy in right here. That's why the stock went up, is because a bunch of people bought it. So you probably had a bunch of people that bought in 2017, 2018, when like their fucking stock was going wild. And then it dipped, and then people saw the way technology was going and said, oh fuck, we need to invest in tech and gaming because this industry's booming right now. And then they reinvested again. And then crazy. Their stock price has not been this low since 2013. Oh, we don't need another company. We don't need another company to fix their mistakes. Right, exactly. That's kind of the point. Like, we don't need they don't need somebody else to come in and buy their fucking IP. They just need a management change. They need new leadership that comes in, and in a lot of cases just skinnies the company up. Like, I've had multiple interviews and discussions with some of their developers that work over there, and like the biggest issue that they face, bar none, is that they have too much management. They have too much oversight. And also on top of that, they're far too sanitized. Like, everything there is so fucking sanitized. You're not allowed to talk normally, act normally, create normally. Everything has to be done through a fucking scope of like social acceptance, or like things that they find socially acceptable. You can't overly sexualize or anything like that. Too many generals, yeah, and too much generalizing. It's both. It's like everything is so generalized over there and so muted that nobody's allowed to be like actually fucking creative. So like they need new leadership across the board.
How much the investors believe in the company's potential if there's changes made from within. Now, it honestly all seems like Krupa just really wants to maximize the value of his own shares, which I guess is a good thing for him, but it doesn't necessarily mean much for us gamers. We want companies like Ubisoft to make good games, whereas these shareholders seemingly just want companies like Ubisoft to make more money. Now, I'm not sure how this whole thing will shake out, but curious to know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, moving right along, EA's long-awaited fourth installment in the Skate series is...
What do the comments say?
Today's fix of gaming news, there's something brewing over
Oh, they put this on their own player, but then you don't actually connect it to fucking YouTube? Why wouldn't you just... Why are you guys that stupid? Who the fuck is running IGN? Why would you not embed the YouTube video? To avoid comments? Who gives a fuck about comments? It's about ad revenue, engagement, SEO. Do you know how much it do you guys have any idea how much it positively affects your videos like viewership when people are coming to watch a video from outside of YouTube? Like I don't really talk about this. I say it at the end of the video where I'm like, you know, share the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Sharing a video to other platforms like not TikTok, but like Twitter and Reddit and shit like that. When you guys do that shit, it boosts my shit in the algorithm fucking hard. Because YouTube says this video is so good that people are coming to our platform to watch it. And YouTube wants that. You're redirecting people from another social media platform to their social media platform. YouTube wants that shit. So then YouTube goes, fuck, well, I'm going to promote the shit out of this. If people are sharing this video on other social media platforms and driving people and driving traffic to our site instead of theirs, we're going to promote the fuck out of this. And they're going to keep showing it to more people. So when there's like, when I see that like a video has like a shitload of people that are making clips of it and like they're like sharing clips to their friends, when people are sharing that shit on Twitter or sharing that shit on Reddit, or when it's like featured in an article or something like that, it pops off. It pops the fuck off. No, I by the way, I greatly fucking appreciate it. And I want to let you guys know, and I should say this in my videos, and I don't really, I probably should. Maybe the next time I will. But when I see it when you guys share videos. I see where you share it. I see who shares it. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for doing that. It means a lot. It really does. It goes a super long way. It's honestly even more effective than commenting or liking on a video. 4:23 a.m. here. Going to go to sleep. Have a good night, man. Thank you for stopping by. Share all your video. I share all your videos to Asmin. Oh, do you really? I pop up in that motherfucker's algorithm. I'm all over his homepage. You know what? I see that as like such a huge fucking marker of success, where like his entire YouTube algorithm has been completely taken over by fucking like Trump and like political content. But if I flip on, if I flip to his Asmin is a subscriber, he is a subscriber. Yeah. If I flip over to his like stream and I see him like just like browsing like the YouTube main page, my thumbnail's like usually like right fucking there. Like here, I'll show you guys. I'll probably be able to find it pretty quick. Because I saw it the other day.
Missions that have docked to the
Not this. It would be probably here. I don't know. I'm not gonna bother with it now. Fall down a fucking rabbit hole. Meep with the $5. Any major video game company all have the same woke viewpoints. If any change of people, it would be the same or worse. I don't think that actually has anything to do with it, and I don't think like the idea like any if it's any like ideology that's being pushed. And by the way, like my personal belief is this, and I've said it's from HR. That is very true in a lot of cases. A lot of that stuff is being pushed from HR. It wouldn't even matter. Like, here's the thing. Any extreme sucks. So you don't want any extreme of either side being involved in making anything in a creative process. But no matter what, like you're gonna take a little bit of like art and liberalism are fucking tied, man. Like they are tied together. And you're gonna have a hard time finding anything that does not lean in that direction when you're talking about something like movies or television or music or fucking or video games. The problem is you have to find balance. Woke isn't liberal. I know it's not, but it's closer. Let's see here. Dragon Age the Veilguard fails to take off even on PS Plus. That's so fucking crazy. I cannot believe a game woke is more progressive, isn't it? I have no fucking idea. I don't really like you know what the funny thing is that I don't even really classify things in that kind of sense. Like I don't really like you can like group a lot of different shit in, but the funny thing is that like the idea of like wokeness as a topic, like there's even varying degrees within woke, right? So and not all of those degrees share the same like beliefs or ideals or anything like that. So it's like it's fucking pointless. You're trying to paint things in broad strokes and it's just not even worth it. It's not even worth doing that. That's why I don't like, if you guys notice, I don't use that term in my videos. I just, because I don't think it's worthwhile to like try to paint something in a broad stroke. It's better. You're far better off calling out individual things that you don't want and why you don't want them or why you don't believe in them or whatever it might be, and criticizing an idea by itself rather than trying to criticize a framework of ideas, because that framework is too malleable. A century ago, it used to be Christian in art. I mean, like, sure, but that was a fucking century ago. None of us are even fucking close to like what we thought or how we thought a century ago. You mean the 80s? Oh, well, no. I mean, like, the 80s had plenty of, like... the 80s was pretty fucking loose, man. The 80s was pretty fucking loose. The problem, it seems, is people ignoring the elephant in the room when they don't attribute pulling a barf to an ideology who thought it was clever. But you can call that out specifically. Like, that's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, you can call that out specifically. And I don't have a problem with people's ideologies. I don't give a fuck what you believe. I don't, like, I don't. Like, across the board, I do not give a fuck what people believe. I have my own nuanced take on a fucking million different things. I have my own beliefs on those things. What I don't like... See, this is the difference with me and a lot of other people. I don't give a shit, and I don't care about the belief itself. I care if you're trying to indoctrinate me, and I care if you're trying to beat me over the head with your message. That's what I give a shit about. That I don't like. That I call out. That I have an issue with. And by the way, I do that on both ends. I have plenty of conservative people that try to do the same fucking thing, and I don't want to have anything to fucking do with it. Fuck authoritarians, yeah, and they both and authoritarians live in both camps. Authoritarians live in both camps. And cocking up my IPs. That's exactly what I mean. Yeah. Watch LA Law. That shows how much about modern political discourse in the late 80s and was written amazingly. I'll have to check that out. Thanks for the 5, man. Behaves respectfully towards other people, and what you believe does not matter. Yeah, exactly. I think that's where like things have gotten like fucking tossed up, where like it's just like general common sense and common decency has been fucking lost on people, man. Funny how that works. Why are you courting Korea if they give it up on the West? I mean, Overwatch. I mean, like, look, dude, I'm just gonna fucking, like, here's the thing. I think that they're seeing that like Korean and I think they're seeing that like Korean designs are kind of popping off right now, and they think that it's probably within their best interest to maybe make things that people are going to want to buy, especially when it comes to skins. I mean, like, let's be fucking real. Like, do you want to buy the do you want to, like, which direction do you want to go in, Western man? Do you want to go towards the, what is it, like the skins that they had in To Kill the Justice League? Miss Freeze wearing a fucking bag for a suit and a bald shaved head? Or, do you want to go towards some of the skins that they've been showing off in Marvel Rivals? Like, people are gonna buy what they want to buy. It's literally as simple as that, dude. Cute and beautiful things sell. It's not just cute and beautiful things. It's not even just female characters. It's also like it's like cool things, right? And like even like the cool factor has been kind of lost. Like there's been a trend in video game design that has, it is in a lot of cases it is ideologically driven. I'm not gonna fucking deny that. You can't deny it. But there is a trend in a lot of Western media specifically to like it's feature muted. They're trying to make everything like gender neutral, even people. And like people just aren't gonna buy that shit. Like, you're welcome to do that, and I'm not going to, like, and here's the funny thing, and like if you guys have noticed, like this is how I judge things. I'm not going to tell you that you're not allowed to believe what you believe in. If that's what you believe things should be, that's fine. All I'm going to tell you is it's not going to make you any money. I approach all of these topics from a business and academic standpoint. That's why I talk about things the way that I talk about them. I think sometimes people confuse that with me like being on their like sharing their same like political vision on things. That's not really what it is. It's me just being like, this isn't going to make you money. You know what does make money? Like, this makes money. This makes money. I would almost guarantee day one on PC, Stellar Blade will hit 100,000 players. It's actually a cute fit. It is. It is. Well, and here's the thing. You know what the funny thing is that like Stellar Blade isn't all, it literally, it's not just a, like, even though like it's been kind of, even though Stellar Blade is one of those games that's kind of been labeled as like a gooner game more than anything else, like it's actually like very like fashionista. Like they really like push real hard into like fashion and style and stuff like that. They've had like professional clothing designers design some of the outfits for Eve and stuff like that. Fashion forward. Yes, I like that. Yeah. Yeah. It definitely has that kind of material for sure, but that's not necessarily what the whole thing is. The only people that get mad about it, well, major skill issue there, yeah. Female characters just come with better fashion options. I 100% agree. Why do you think I play a female character in fucking Monster Hunter? They just look cooler. Better hair options too. Literally in every game, better hair options. Every game. Fucking male characters, do I want short spiky hair? Do I want long samurai ponytail? Or do I want to be bald? Or do I want to look like fucking you know, I don't know. I want to look like I'm about like fucking Lord of the Rings or something like that. K-pop? I mean, Love in Deep Space makes a lot of money. Makes a lot of money. Dude, I cannot wait to make this fucking I cannot wait to make this Call of Duty Activision video. I really can't wait. Activision came up with a system where they may match players with a expert or marquee player with a junior player to encourage the junior player to make game-related purchases of items possessed and used by the marquee player. So the idea of this is that the matchmaking system, instead of just being like instead of it just being a skill-based matchmaking, they're going to be tuning skill-based matchmaking to match you with somebody that's good at the game and uses skins. So then that way, the player will see the player that's really good and be like, ooh, I want to use the skins that they're using. I want to look as cool as they are. And then maybe I'll be as good as they are. Because for some fuck odd reason, it works with our fucking brain chemicals, and people will cross that bridge. And they will then go buy those same skins and try to look like that guy and then play like that guy. Isn't the same thing in Destiny 2? I don't know if it is or not. I wouldn't doubt it though. Isn't just skin its weapon loadout as well? Yeah, exactly. And some of that stuff is technically kind of in a pay-to-win realm because you might not have it unlocked, but you can unlock it by buying the skin. At least temporarily for that weapon. Honestly, I don't mind this as long as it's not required that we get matchmake with whales. That's the thing. You're not going to have a fucking choice. It's not something you're going to fucking opt into. It's just what they're going to do. They're just going to do it to you in hopes that you spend money. That's all. This is patented like 3 years ago. Yeah, but they're implementing it. They're getting ready to implement more of it. It's also like all their AI bullshit as well. Yeah, like I really do believe what I said in the video. I don't think that players necessarily have a problem with AI. It's just the problem is that our it's just that our perception of it is that I don't want, like, I know that they're saving a shitload of money by using AI. And it upsets me that I'm still paying the same price. You know, you guys know the reason why there's a few studios that actually will sell games on PC for cheaper. You got like Elden Ring as an example, or Baldur's Gate 3. Because I'm pretty sure Baldur's Gate 3 on other platforms, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 on PlayStation is $70. But it's only $60 on Steam. Do you guys know why that is? Because the game was made on PC. No extra cost. They didn't have to port it. It was already made to run on PC. There was no porting costs. They don't have to make discs for it. They don't have to make physical media for it. It's because it's the cheapest version of the game they can make. If that's the case, I think the Xbox version of Baldur's Gate 3 should cost like $200. I'll never get over that. I'll never get over that. I will never get over fucking Xbox and Phil Spencer trying to throw Larian Studios under the bus and act like it's their fault that they couldn't get the game to run on the Xbox Series X and S. It's more the Series S than anything else. Because Xbox was tying their hands behind their back and saying that you needed to have it be fully feature complete for Xbox Series S. And then they went on fucking social media. They went on interviews. Oh, Larian's having a real tough time. Yeah, no, it's Larian. It's Larian that there is the reason why the game isn't out yet. They kept saying it's fucking Larian's fault. And the worst part is they said that and they had that game listed as a fucking like as like a fucking bottom tier game for them to like want to go after for Game Pass or for any of their like platforms or anything like that. And they had it ranked next to like Just Dance. Fucking crazy. It's one of the best optimized game. It was optimized like fucking shit in the third act. Third act was rough when it launched. When it launched, it was pretty rough, but it got a lot better. And they continued to make it better, and they still today continue to make it better. Wasn't it Microsoft that rejected Genshin Impact? Yes, they did. Yeah. Genshin MiHoYo went to fucking Xbox before they went to Sony. Sony said yes. Microsoft said, yeah, we don't see the future in this. Microsoft rejected GTA as well. Actually, I have that in my video that I made on Microsoft and Xbox. Oh, Mr. Streamer, found your channel on YouTube. Any optimism on the future of Chinese games? Bro, I made a whole fucking video on that. I made a whole video on being optimistic about Eastern games. It's called They're Taking Over the Industry and Nobody Stands a Chance, I think is what the name of the video is. They're taking over games and nobody stands a chance. There you go. I have a whole video on my optimism. Yeah. No, Xbox is incredibly short-sighted. Bit curious question. What's a game that you're most looking forward to right now, regardless of release date? Metal Gear Solid remake? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, my dream games already came out. Like, I've been looking forward to Monster Hunter Wilds for fucking a long time. Like, I guess I could say like Path of Exile 2 full release. But I've been looking forward to Path of Exile 2 for a long time. KCD, yeah. Yeah, KCD 2, Path of Exile 2, and Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm pretty stacked right now. If you're gonna say regardless of release date, it's probably like whatever Larian's working on next. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. Actually, you know what? I am really excited for Elden Ring Night Rain. I had a lot of fun with that. That alpha or beta or whatever the fuck it was. I have high hopes for Wu Chang. We'll see what it looks like when it comes out. They've been cooking over there. You think it's gonna be Divinity Original Sin 3? Div 3 would be really fucking sick. I hope that's what they're doing. That's what that was the prediction that I had made, because from my perspective, it would make the most sense. You already have built a brand new engine for Baldur's Gate 3. You already have a ton of assets that you can reuse. You already have a framework of systems that you can reuse. You already have a ton of different systems in place for iteration and permutations of different outcomes that you can use. All you need to do is just layer on top of it Divinity systems, a Divinity story, Divinity environments, Divinity characters. You're good to go. Like they could make a Divinity game in a far shorter time frame than they could make anything else from my perspective. And on top of that, if they made Divinity Original Sin 3, they would then also go and sell a fucking shitload of Divinity Original Sin 2 copies. Actually, no, I know. You know what I'm actually really looking forward to? I'm really looking forward to Sawasa 2. I didn't play the fucking demo. I wanted to play the demo. I need to download the demo. It's on my, the game's on my wish list, but I'll download the demo. I don't like playing demos. You know why I don't like playing demos? Because I want to play the game. Because I want to play the game. Every time I play a demo, I'm like, why can't I play the whole thing? Daring Den, thank you for the tier 1, brother. Appreciate that. Mox, what's up, brother? What are you doing, man? You're up late. You streamed today? Did you get a soul frame key yet? I think there's one in my email. I just haven't activated it yet. Demo is good when you're not sure. I don't need to be sure. Editing? Yeah, some TFD. Ooh. What are you making, TFD guides or what? Any games you're really looking forward to? Are you trying to see if I have the fucking divining rod? I said it fucking I said when we went to that Path of Exile when we went to that Path of Exile event, I was talking to who was I talking to at the time? I was talking to Wolfheart, and I was like, I'm gonna tell you right now the next 2 games that are gonna pop. And I'm like, it's gonna be Kingdom Come Deliverance and Monster Hunter Wilds. And I'm like, I think that Monster Hunter Wilds is gonna be like a wild success. I don't know. Anything that I'm looking forward to personally, we looked at that list. I mean, Doom Dark Ages is gonna be really fucking cool. Borderlands 4 this year is gonna be, I'm interested to see. If you, hey Mox, do me a favor. I'm gonna trust you with this, okay? Because I don't have any connections to Gearbox, and I'm sure that you do. If you get invited to any events, can you make sure that you let me know? So I can like try to reach out. I want to go hang out again. This time we can actually like go out for drinks or something. You working on a Serena build? Oh, is that like the new TFD character? How's their update? Is that any good? I'm looking forward to the PoE update. When does that drop? April 4th. Sick. I haven't played TFD in a couple months. Is it still good? I played TFD for like 60 hours and like I just couldn't do it. I just went back to playing Warframe instead. That was me, not you. First time here, I found you through Mythic Talent. What is that team? I found you through Mythic Talent. What is that team? Oh, Mythic Talent is my my talent agency. They give me like sponsor deals and stuff like that and hook me up with developers for interviews and things of that nature. Yeah, I can't believe they're already releasing a new, like, I saw this like shortly. It's such a short trailer that they showed off, but I'm really interested to see what all the information is going to be. I can't believe they're already putting another class in. I didn't think that was going to happen.
Spirit guide us.
I really
The mountain born. With
Mountain
spear
bound.
and cunning.
I really I hope that this also means that there's going to be a new mechanic. W Mythic. I know, I fucking love Mythic. They're so fucking good to work with. When is Bear coming? I would imagine it's probably going to be after, like this seems like it's a pretty like simple class or straightforward. Who knows what it's actually going to look like, but I'm really hoping Dawn of the Hunt. Javazon from D2. Can I throw Thunder again? Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. I'm fucking guaranteeing you. Especially because I know that the guys over at GGG are really big fans of Diablo 2. And they didn't bring the Amazon back for fucking 2 games in Diablo. So like they're like, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to do it. Fucking Skeeta. You fucking figured it out. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, when I was like Dawn of the Hunt, I hope that brings a new mechanic. That might be Bestiary. If they bring Bestiary back, that'd be really fucking nice. Einhar. It's like the most memorable character from playing Path of Exile 1. Ha ha! We're on the hunt! I freaking love PoE 2. Diablo is dead. Dead because of this for sure. Oh, Diablo's fucking cooked. They're already talking about did I save it? I guess I don't have it on here. Diablo 5. Diablo 5 is definitely on the table, as Blizzard says they don't know if Diablo 4 is eternal. No shit, dude. Oh man. You know what? I haven't shit on Diablo in a long time. That'd be pretty fun to do. Diablo 4 doesn't rule out Diablo 4. Speaking to IGN in a recent DICE panel, Blizzard head of Diablo 4, Rod Ferguson, explained that the studio wants the current game to be around for years. However, with the issues plaguing games like Destiny and Halo Infinite, titles that are designed as 10-year games, Diablo 5 might be a necessity in the future. What? What? Why would you pick like the two worst examples of like mismanaged games? Holy shit. Oh my god, you guys are so stupid. You guys are so dumb. What are you talking about? Look at what Halo's going through. Halo Infinite's a shit game. It was fucking horribly handled. When did they finally bring out the Forge? Wasn't it like just only a couple years ago? It was like a year or two after launch. Like, because Diablo 4 is mismanaged too? He doesn't want to say that. This is Rod Ferguson. He's the one that's handling it. We want it to be around for years, Ferguson explained. I don't know if it's eternal. I think Destiny tried and did like, this is a 10-year game. And then they quickly were not. No, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Destiny said that they wanted to make it a long-term platform, but then they sunk that platform by basically destroying people's value that they had invested into the game by removing content from the game and then fucking up the retconning things, removing things from the story, delivering lower quality content. Like they ran the whole fucking gambit. They did it to themselves. It's not like I hate the fact that these motherfuckers treat it like it's some esoteric, like, falling off the rail. Like, yeah, sometimes it happens and then sometimes it doesn't. Like, no, like, you did this. You did it. If Diablo 5 if Diablo 5 eventually releases, that doesn't mean that Diablo 4 will suddenly be dropped. Ferguson explained that Blizzard will continue to respect players' investments in their game. With the third game in the series still receiving new seasons and support, Diablo 4 will likely follow the same trend. After all, the original Blizzard wants to continue to respect players' investments in their game. Really? Do you? Do you? What about Heroes of the Storm? At least Heroes of the Storm is still online, I guess. I guess we can be happy for that. But it doesn't get fucking updates. All they do is they just have it on an automatic seasonal upload where it just like brings back like seasonal events and skins for people to buy and earn. The third game in the series was even, yeah, okay. After all, the original version of Diablo 2 was still receiving minor bug fixes all the way back in 2016. That's actually crazy. 4 years after the sequel released. We want people to see the road ahead, Ferguson continued, because we know that to play a Diablo game, you're probably going to be putting hundreds of hours in. And we want people to know that we're respecting their time, and we're not just here and gone. As of now, the focus is on the future of Diablo 4, not 5, while annual expansions are not happening anymore. Diablo 4 annual expansions aren't happening as Blizzard pushes new content to 2026. No, dude, this is what I said. I brought it up as just like a fucking like side topic the other day, or like in my last video, I think, where I was like, notice that Blizzard has not said shit about how well their expansion did. They had no problem talking about how successful Diablo 4 was, right? They had zero issue whatsoever talking about how successful Diablo 4 was when it launched. But all of a sudden the fucking expansion comes out and they go dead silent. That's because nobody fucking bought it. Nobody gave a shit. It's actually kind of fucking crazy how little of a fucking blip that was. Again, this is one data point. August 2024. Was the expansion in October? I know it didn't release on Steam the same day. It didn't like when the game first released, it didn't release on Steam and on this at the same time. If D4 wanted to respect our time, they should have added legendaries that matter and some reason to play after Lilith, or probably just any meaningful content at all. To be honest with you, I don't want D5. I don't want Blizzard to keep spinning on my nostalgia. Yeah. I want them to remake Diablo 3. Oh fuck, they did. They did remake Diablo 3. I like how they like turned away from Diablo 3 at first and said that like that's not the direction that they wanted to go in, and they tried to do like their own thing with all like the open world bullshit and all that shit. And then they immediately fucking backtracked on that and literally just made it Diablo 3. Actually, it was already Diablo 3 to begin with. Like people are like, I'm sorry, there's like literally no difference at all of like greater rifts and nightmare dungeons. It's the same fucking thing. It's literally the same, one for one the same thing. You run through a dungeon from place to place, you kill the monsters, and at the end you level up a gem. But not only do you level up a gem, you also, in this one, instead of leveling up a gem, you level up your fucking paragon tree. It's just a different thing. Just same thing, just recycled. D2 and D3 are the franchise peak. Not sales wise. Diablo 4 fucking broke sales records for the whole company. Why even bother with I see, that's the thing. Like I like Diablo 4 is not going to be able to like it's already struggling. It already doesn't have any fucking like any real interest behind it. And on top of that, you have a game that's far better that's going to be free to play like next year, I think. Or maybe the end of this year potentially. Depends on like how well they update it, how quickly they get it done. Yeah. Give me a second. I missed a couple super chats here. Greenlee with the $5 says hypocrisy preaching and virtue signaling are immediate turn off. Yeah, people just don't want that shit. They just want a good story. Simple as that. And the funny thing is you can communicate just about any story that's out there. It's just how tasteful you do so. With another 5 as well. If they use AI on NPCs and enemies, I'd love it. So you know what the funny thing is? I had a video that I made and I'm probably going to remake it at one point in time. And it's like tackling the idea of like AI in video games. It's just nothing meaningful has come out about it like recently. And I would like to see a future in which, because I was like, when I was walking around, I was playing like KCD. Like there was just like one NPC that I was like, well, I'm always like, wow, she's really pretty. But I can't engage with them. Like you can't talk, like, so it's like, I think it'd be like way fucking cooler if you could like naturally engage with like every NPC in a game. Go up, talk to them, hear their story, know who they are, create some type of connection with them, maybe find a quest or something like that through it or whatever it might be. Like actually have like dynamic, like engaging storylines that can happen organically. And like you're only going to be able to do that through AI and AI voice acting. I don't get me wrong, I love my fucking premium voice actors, and I think that the premium voice actors are still going to have a place, and I think they're still going to be valued. But I think that there's a space for both AI voice acting and even though people are probably gonna not really like that much, AI NPCs and AI voice acting, I think there's a space for it, and I think that it's an inevitable truth that we're all gonna come to at one point in time. Andros the Warrior with a 5 says, who would win in a fight, Professor Dumbledore, Gandalf, or Merlin? Been curious about this debate for a long time, and I don't know. It would be Merlin. It'd be Merlin, and it's not even close. Merlin, if I'm not mistaken, he has control over like time and space. Like he has time and space magic. He has like don't fuck around magic. Merlin, Gandalf, Dumbledore in that order. Am I wrong? Am I wrong to think that like, but like, here's the thing. Like Merlin is like far and away ahead of Gandalf and Dumbledore. And it's like, they're not even in the same fucking universe, right? Like they're not even close. But like Gandalf and Dumbledore, like that'd be a scrap. I feel like that'd be a scrap. Not even on the graph. Like, I don't think you understand, like, just how, like, canonically powerful Merlin is. AI acting may sound really weird at early stages. Well, I mean, we already see it's early stages. It's just not there. Grindelwald? Wasn't Grindelwald technically more powerful than Dumbledore? Oh my god, I never watched the other Fantastic Beasts movie. Now I need to watch Fantastic Beasts 1 and 2. I'm sorry, I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. The Harry Potter movies are fire. Okay? They're fire. We never got Fantastic Beasts 4 through 6. The stories will always be unfinished. Ooh, that's sad. Ask Grok? That's actually a really good question. Let's ask Grok. Oh man. Oh man, like Grok's going fucking in right now. What the fuck? Really? Okay, so they're saying that Gandalf is stronger. It says, imagine a three-way duel in a natural arena. Merlin, the Arthurian legend, with a dash of modern interpretations. The BBC's Merlin. No. No, fuck BBC. Merlin's got ancient primal magic tied to the earth and destiny. He's a shapeshifter, a prophet, and a master manipulator. In a fight, he might start subtly, confusing his foes with illusions or turning into a hawk to dodge spells. His raw power is immense, often portrayed as near divine. But he's more of a behind-the-scenes guy, guiding kings rather than throwing fireballs. Dumbledore from the Harry Potter series, Albus, brings precision and versatility with his Elder Wand. He's got unmatched dueling skills. Think rapid-fire spells, Expelliarmus, Protego, and even a sneaky Fiendfire, if he's feeling spicy. He's calm under pressure, strategic, and has a knack for outsmarting his opponents. Plus, he's beaten Grindelwald, so there's that. Who had the same wand, so he's no slouch in a scrap. Gandalf, Lord of the Rings. Gandalf the Grey, or White, depending on the timeline, is a literal demigod. Okay, that's actually true. A Maya, sent to Middle-earth. He's got a staff that can shatter bridges, summon light to banish a Nazgul, and wield fire and lightning. His fight with the Balrog shows he can go toe-to-toe with ancient evils for days, but he's restrained by his mission to guide, not dominate, so he might not go all out at first. This says opening moves. Dumbledore strikes first, wand flashing, a stunning spell aimed at Gandalf, who counters with a blinding burst of light from his staff. Merlin, meanwhile, turns into a stag and bolts into a tree. Whispering an enchantment to make the ground swallow Dumbledore's feet, Gandalf slams his staff down. You shall not pass! Cracking the earth and knocking Merlin off balance. Dumbledore, ever the tactician, apparates out of the trap and sends a swarm of animated vines at them both. Round 2. Escalation. Gandalf ups the ante, summoning a fiery whirlwind, less restrained now that he's annoyed. Merlin counters with a storm of his own, druidic winds clashing with Gandalf's flames. Dumbledore, as cool as ever, conjures a shield of water. It hits Merlin with a silent Petrificus Totalis. Merlin's magic is old school, though. He breaks free with a raw burst of energy and turns the trees into clawing hands that grab Dumbledore. Gandalf, now glowing with Myaric fury, unleashes a shockwave that flattens the forest. Dumbledore's shield holds, but he's winded. Merlin, battered but crafty, tries a last gambit, a prophecy spell to make Gandalf doubt his purpose. It falters. Gandalf is too ancient for mind games. Dumbledore seizes the moment, disarming Merlin with a flick of the Elder Wand. Gandalf then turns to Dumbledore, and it's staff versus wand, and we know which one is longer. In a straight power clash, Gandalf's divine essence overwhelms, Dumbledore's wand flies, and Gandalf stands tall. Yo, dim the lights. LD is our new DM. Yeah, I kind of forgot about the whole, like, him being basically a demigod. But I also think that this is skewed because they said a modern interpretation like BBC's Merlin, which I think is kind of a under like, I think that's kind of a like, I think that's underselling Merlin. Personally, the entire standoff is bullshit. Gandalf would convince everyone that there was no need to fight. Also very true. But we're not here. But we're here to have fun. Okay. We're here to have fun. You should do readings for audiobooks. Thank you. This needs to be a YouTube video. I'm glad you enjoyed today's reading. Would it be a fight or a magic standoff? Well, they didn't like hurt each other necessarily. I mean, they did. They like winded each other. Have you noticed like all the spells that they cast? Like nothing was like doing anything. Was nothing was like they were like trying to like knock the wind out of each other more than anything else. At least in the fight that Grok gave us. Isn't Marlin part Fae? Exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like they underpowered Merlin like insanely. Because they try to use like a modern television show as reference, and that's just not what you want to do. Modern TV is obviously going to like fucking underpower men. Especially old white men. Merlin lives backwards too, so that's to his advantage. Oh fuck, isn't that? Yeah, like isn't he's living like backwards in time, right? So like technically like he's getting younger the longer he lives. Isn't that how it works? Yeah. Which also means he gets more powerful because he learns more. It's a weird Merlin's a weird duck. He's a weird duck. Merlin is what? He's like Fae folk. Is this incubus / half demon or Fae Merlin? That's what I'm saying. Like I think that Grok picked like the worst version of Merlin. I personally, though I'm a big fucking Lord of the Rings fan, and Gandalf is strong. Maybe that would be more toe to toe. Dumbledore, he probably shouldn't even have showed up. Let's be real. And also, now that I think about it, Merlin has a lot more like maneuverability too. Like far more maneuver. Like he doesn't even need to shapeshift. He can fly without shapeshifting. Gandalf the White. Obviously, you would go for the higher power, right? Dumbledore would be the ref. True. You got a good point there. Oh, I did hear there's a new Starship Troopers in the making, and they're gonna try to like go back to the like original like their original story and writing and stuff like that, I guess, instead of like the fucking like goofy trail off that they went on. Space Marine 2 announced today. So they're going to be making a Space Marine 3. Same company. Saber. Yeah, be Saber again. I mean, how would you not? Space Marine 2 did really good. I mean, I know it's like online has fallen off a lot. Space Marin. Fucking my dress up darling. Like its online fell off, but like it was never gonna be like a sustainable like online game. It was never made to be like a live service game anyway, but either way, they busted off, dude. I mean, They fucking did really well. Game sold a lot of copies. They made a lot of money, and they also made the game like they made the game for fucking cheap. Cheap. They under budgeted like crazy. I think the original number said something around like anywhere between like 20 to like I think it was like $20 million that they spent on spent to make the game. Fucking this right here was so fucking good.
How is Decimus?
I have a murderous headache, but the sight of that beast reeling is a fine tonic.
It is indeed.
This right here. The fucking dreadnought. Fucking so peak.
Where are the traitors?
Where are the traitors? They are everywhere.
Honored brother, join us, and you may sate your rage and aid our cause.
It's so good. Lead me to slaughter. So much testosterone in so little time. Yeah. This scene, this fucking 5-minute exchange of gameplay grew a beard.
Vile sons of madness. Is he here?
He is not.
Where's it at?
Holy terror. We have our chance. Go!
Right here. So he does this, he grabs this.
Excellent work. Rally on my position. Let us burn these heretics to ash.
Yes, my lord.
Where's it at? No. It didn't show the good part. It should be, oh, it's right here. The Helldrake.
Holy terror. We have our chance.
It's so good.
Go!
In the name of the Emperor, I cast you down.
Holy terror.
Holy terror. Game was so much fun, man. So much fun. It's like an escort mission, but you're the one being escorted. I know. It's so good. There aren't a lot of moments like that in video games where they're like, "Oh, hey, let's fucking, you're not going to you need to keep up." Not the NPCs need to keep up with you. No, it's like you need to keep up with the fucking dreadnought. It's the small things like the sparks and the dust appearing in the walls just adds to the weight and power. Yeah, no, the fucking atmosphere, everything was on fucking point. The music was perfect. The fucking voice acting was great. The storytelling was good. The characters were great. Like literally, the game just did not miss. Just didn't miss. I love my nephew's reaction when I played the game at that moment. He flexed and everything. He was so excited by the visuals and voice. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Monster Hunter Wilds Mississippi. Dude, I'm gonna be real. I actually part of me like wants Monster Hunter and Capcom to go like fucking I kind of want them to just go fucking crazy. Like, I know that they're just adding like a new monster for us to fight, but personally I would like to see some other like bigger changes to the end game. I don't know what, but like chances are we're just gonna get where we're gonna get. We're gonna get these like, you know, these monster updates that we're gonna see every couple of months. But I would really like to see I'd really like to see some like more. They said new difficulty. Oh, really? Are they already going to add in like fucking, we're at master rank. So is it like guardian rank or G rank or whatever? A new monster every month. Oh shit, I didn't know that. I thought they were moving away from elder monsters. Never believe anything Capcom says. Not a new difficulty, just that new monsters are going to be harder than anything in the game so far, allegedly. That's what they need. G rank is reserved for DLC. Yeah, we won't see that until like this time next year, probably, right? Imagine Fatalis in update 1. Good lord. Just fucking filter the entire crowd of people that played the game. They're called Capcom for a reason. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Their patch, 1,000 bug fixes in its 34-page patch notes. You know what's crazy? There's another developer that did this. Do you guys know who that is? Good to see Asmund struggle. You know what they need to do? They need to nerf that fucking, that gun lance. That shit's fucking busted. Larian. Yeah, it was Larian. Yeah, I think Larian's first patch was 1,000 bug fixes in one run, while adding new content and adding quality of life. Which actually, speaking of, Kingdom Come Deliverance added in facial hair and haircuts. So you can go to the barber and change Henry's facial hair and haircut. I haven't done it yet. I was going to do that last night. I forgot to. Gunlance has always been easy mode. Has it really? It just does so much fucking damage. Every time I watch somebody use it, I'm like, holy shit. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can do some pretty good damage on longsword. Some of my burst and attacks on weak points and shit can do a lot of damage, but yeah. Title update 1 will bring with it a monster of formidable strength at a level above tempered. Okay, so maybe a single arc tempered fella, maybe, yeah. Longsword is just fun. Longsword is fun. Longsword is the true broken weapon. No, it's not. I look at the fucking speedrunners. It's not even on the fucking list. It's like a mid-tier weapon for damage. Plus, on top of that, the way that it plays right now. Let's fire up Monster Hunter. The way that Longsword plays right now, the best thing that you can do is Crimson Slash spam, basically. Like that's the strongest attack that you're gonna be able to pull off. It's just like get to your fucking spirit Spirit Gauge 3 and then just spam like Crimson Slash. So like triangle right trigger or Y right trigger. I don't know what it is on. I don't play mouse and keyboard on action games like that. Mouse and keyboard is for like everything other than third-person action games. If it's first person, I cannot play a game on controller. I literally cannot play first person on controller anymore. I used to play nothing but first person shooters on controllers for years. Then I got a PC. I can't. I literally cannot do it. My aim is ass. I literally have lost the ability to play a first person game on a controller. I can't do it. I've tried multiple times, especially because of what is it? Especially because of I think it was like back in Call of Duty, because like all my friends had like switched over to fucking controller because of auto aim and shit. Like not auto aim, but you know what I mean, like because of aim assist, right? And I was like, man, it's, you know, I'm watching my friends basically like fucking absolutely like torch kids, and I'm like, man, I want to do that. I want to do that. Where's the game? Why are you having such a hard time? There we go. You've evolved into a superior being? Yeah. All you need is busted aim assist for controller, like Apex professionals switch to controller because of aim assist. I know, like everybody fucking did, and it's just like, but then I tried to, but like I literally cannot fucking play on controller. It's just so ass. God damn. Can we take a quick moment to appreciate the midriff on my character? Peak character design. Absolutely peak character design. I guess I'll need to finish Rise while waiting for Monster Hunter Wilds. Rise is a lot of fun, man. Rise is a lot of fun. Rise is a lot more arcadey. Clean get up. Yeah, I actually think it looks really nice, to be honest with you. I'll do a private lobby. I'll put a lobby number up if people want to play. Ken Pachi's. Ken Pachi? Thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that. Honest Endgame is boring. Right now it is, yeah. Like it's all right. Like there's just not a lot. There's not a lot to do. I also wish I could turn off this like buff glow effect, because it makes my gear look like shit. What's going on? Mission, crafting, login bonus. Yeah, there's not a lot to do right now. Not for me, at least. Oh, is there an event?
Right.
Tongue-tied. What do you get? Oh, you get... Oh, armor spheres. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna do that.
I'm happy to help anytime.
Here, I'll open it up. Lobby codes on screen for you guys. Chatacabra for armor spheres? Yeah, I actually need armor spheres. I really wish they had transmog for weapons as well. Did you finish Split Fiction? I haven't finished it yet. Darth. What are you up to, brother? What are you up to, brother? What are you doing up? You streamed today? Of course you fucking did. I'll probably... maybe I'll finish Split Fiction this weekend. I'm not too sure. Big chillin', took the day off. Cool, man. Cool. Have you finished Split Fiction? I'm taking a wild guess and saying you have. Yeah, with the GF, we loved it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. The game's really good. You can with mods. Oh, there's a lot of things you can do with mods. I just haven't got into the modding for this because the problem is I've been looking and like there's so many people that are using like mods for cheats. Just like so fucking like I don't know why you'd even do that for a game like this. Are you looking Dart DM, you looking forward to some new Path of Exile 2 content? Are they doing any is PoE 1 will get an update after the PoE 2 big update, right? How much last epoch are you going to be able to get in? Isn't the PoE 2 update like directly after? Like a day or two? What are you going to be able to... Only 2 days? So what are you going to do? Like 2 12-hour streams? Yeah, I mean, you'll get to endgame in the first day, right? I use mods to get FPS or fix performance, reframe work with the DLSS fix. Do I need to do anything with reframe work? Because I just logged it in. I just like basically turned it on and then that was it.
Right.
Like I just like downloaded the mod and it pops up anytime I open the game and like shows that little side window. Do I need to do anything with that or do I just leave it? Enable loose files. What does that do? Oh, yeah, you just need to download the DLL file, put the DLSS fix folder.
Now commencing quest by order of the guild.
Can you throw that in my Can one of you guys throw that in the Monster Hunter channel in the Discord? might play a couple of days of both, but yeah, not a ton. I'll play launch and the day after, and probably the morning after of the 4th, and then do PoE 2. What have you been playing lately, other than Monster Hunter? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I've been having so much fucking fun with that, dude. I beyond recommend it. I don't know if you're like really into like, I don't know how into like story driven RPGs you are, but it is so fucking good. It like the combat's a lot of fun. The story and characters and shit are super fucking good. The writing is absolutely absurdly good. The comedy is good. Like it's just good. It's still, even with Monster Hunter, it's still my game of the year. Last story driven RPG I enjoyed was Cyberpunk. This is medieval Cyberpunk. Turn the sound down here in a minute. Probably a little loud. When are you gonna be releasing your Gen album? I do today. I was listening to fucking. I was listening to After the Burial, Lost in the Static, and I wanted to like throw one of the fucking weights in my hand across the fucking room. I was like getting way too fucking juiced up. I was like, holy fuck, this is where it's at right here. No, I missed. I'm not gonna be able to hit it. Oh, fuck. Do you like Polyphia? I really liked Polyphia's like first album, but the problem is that I think it'll like, I don't. You know what Polyphia kind of reminds me of? Polyphia weirdly reminds me of Dance Gavin Dance, where like their music just starts to sound all the same. Beating the brakes off that monster, it's literally the first monster in the entire game. They really should have done something else for the first event, because it's literally us just beating up a loot pinata, basically. It's like not even fair. This poor little fucking frog is just getting his fucking ass kicked. Absolutely getting fucking annihilated for armor spheres. And that's like the worst part, is that like it's incredibly like it's super rewarding, right? Like the fact that he's giving armor spheres, like it makes it even worse. It's actually kind of pathetic. I love his guitar skills. Which one? They're all talented. Both guitarists are talented. Dick move. Do you know who was bullied last time? Anjanath. You feel he went to town on him? Oh yeah, it was Anjanath in the first one, wasn't it? The whole band in Polyphia is really talented. Their drummer is really good too. But, no. Tim Henson, yeah. Tim Henson's the lead. Yeah, he's really talented. He's really good. Do you know who I think the most talented band is, though? Like, genuinely, I think these guys are, like, ridiculously fucking, like, ridiculously talented. Is, Lorna Shore. Lorna Shore is, like, insanely fucking talented. They're very heavy. They're very fucking heavy. And not a lot of people are gonna really... I'm not even that big of a fan of deathcore. But, but like those guys are fucking insane. Like they're actually fucking insane. I like their music, but I'm not like a huge fan of deathcore, but I like their stuff, which is like pretty easy to see because like they're like, they basically like are the only like mainstream deathcore band.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared? A supply shipment's coming. Hope you find something useful.
Feel the same way about Polyphia. They're just really good, like easy, like Polyphia is like really good, like easy listening music. I used to use Polyphia for like I'm gonna bring sound down a little bit, probably right there. I used to listen to Polyphia when I would study. Like if I was working on like yeah, I would listen to them when I was studying for like fucking for an exam or something like that. Have you heard of Frog Mallet? No, I've never heard of that.
I gathered some materials too. What's a field pouch?
Outside of them, outside of like I also think that I think Sleep Token is really fucking talented. Like those guys are, their fucking drummer is so fucking good. Specifically, their vocalist is really good too. Their guitar work is all right. I don't think their guitarists are like that fucking good. They're good, but they're not like, oh shit, their guitar work. But their drummer is fucking insane. Poor Frog, I know. Rate their new song. I don't know if it's good as like fucking. The problem is that like their fucking first few songs are so goddamn good, dude. Like their first album is just so fire. Like as a song by itself, without the context of like their other songs, it's like a solid like 8 out of 10. I did not do that. I kind of miss shinies. I kind of miss shinies dropping. This kind of like bullshit of them like just only dropping like their like I mean, I guess you automatically get the shinies from part breaks, right? Like part breaks are the new shinies. As requested, Monster Hunter mod shared, and thank you, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate. Big preach. I think it's a banger. It's a good song. It's a really good song. I'm not saying it's not. I just like I guess I'm just not really like a huge fan of the nice to catch your stream. Happy hunting. Yeah, thanks, man. I'm not a huge fan of like the way he sings in this song. I don't know why. Actually, not bad. I don't see any reason for me to keep doing just some. It's hard to chat and play. Love Sleep Talk. Well, it's hard for you guys to chat and play, not hard for me to chat and play. Fair took a couple listens to get into it. There's a couple songs that are like that. There's a couple songs that are like that. It's just that first album is just so fucking good across the board, dude, that it's like, it's hard to be like, oh, well, you know, like, I think that's like the problem. Like sophomore albums are always really tough. Actually, I think junior albums are probably the hardest one. Like your third album is always like really kind of like, well, let's see if you actually can hold on to momentum. I think a really good example of like bands that fall off like that is like A Day to Remember. Was it their third album or was it their fourth album that was like had like one good song or like two maybe? King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. I think my buddy actually shared that to me too. Aren't they like folk metal or something? I might be thinking of somebody else. Which album's the first? I have to like go back and look at it. Have you seen the latest dev stream for DE? What are your thoughts on it? I haven't looked into any of the mechanics or anything like that. I saw the new characters that they're putting in. Good God, Saren. I'm gonna pretend like they put that in for me because I love Saren so much. And she's got some fucking hangers. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I could play some. I guess I could play some fucking Warframe. But it's exactly what I told you guys. Remember when people were like, oh, well, maybe it's only going to be like these proto frames? And I'm like, no, they're going to make proto frames for every fucking character. Of course they are. And they'll then do it into the future. And I think 1999 is going to become the new identity of Warframe. I don't think they're going to walk away from it. I think they're going to stick to it. I do. I think that they're going to stick to the 99 universe. I don't think that's going to go away. I think that like they'll resolve some things there, but there's going to be like there's always going to be a need there for whatever reason. And like that might be like the new like, because they've already kind of like the only other place they can go is Tau, right? It's either Tau or Back in Time. The new Coda weapons? Is that what they're calling the like the infested I can't think of the name of it. The infested like faction weapons. Infested lich weapons? Okay. Coda. Coda is what they're called. Okay. You know, I still want to like honestly, like what I've been doing in this game more than anything has been fashion hunting. That's really been it. Like I've been like seeing like how I like certain armor sets, and if I want to go get them. I do really like this actually. I do want to get the Zuwu stuff. I think the Zuwu stuff looks really good. Zuwu legs are fucking fire, holy shit. Boots with the fur. Oh, I want this. That was another one. Stop doing. I hate how like directionally sensitive controllers can be. I just need Guardian's Sacred Thread. I would imagine you would get those from you get them in the underground place. Who would want to wear pants? Every time I see pants in this, I'm like, why would you want to wear pants? I don't really like that either. I did make this one though. Hair transmog. And I made that one. That looks stupid as shit. That's stupid. Fuck, also stupid.
You know where to find me.
I have a Zoo Woo investigation if you want. Throw it up. We'll go do it.
Yep. Anything catch your eye?
How do I look? That's kind of annoying. Beta.
Ready to get to work?
I need to upgrade the ebony set before I do anything else. That's gonna be like the weakest piece, the weakest pieces. So I really just need to do the head, and then I can start working on the other parts.
Come back anytime. Right. Hello.
Zoo Woo investigation. Let's go. I'm hungry. I need fucking dinner. The question is, it's late. Do I order something, or do I just make a fucking? Probably just make a pizza.
A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something useful. So creepy. Just saw that coming. How does that miss? Ooh woo investigation? It is an ooh woo investigation.
Dual blades look so sick. I tried playing dual blades in World and I fucking sucked with them. And then I gave up and I didn't play the game again. And then I came back to play the game. And then, like when I first downloaded Monster Hunter World, like right when it first came out, because I was really excited. I was like, dude, this seems like the exact game that I want to play. But like, I wasn't a Monster Hunter yet, right? So like, it was tough for me to get around with like the fucking movement. And I was like, this just doesn't feel like I would want to play it. And I tried playing like dual blades and I sucked. And then I fucking, eventually, a couple friends of mine were like, dude, just play Monster Hunter. I swear, you'll really like it. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll give it another shot. Then I played Insect Slave. And I had a lot of fun playing Insect Slave. And I actually figured that weapon out. And then I went back and I replayed World on PC. Because I played it on Xbox originally. And then when I played it on PC, I played as Longsword and wanted to learn how to play Longsword because I thought it looked really fun and cool. Zuwu is cool. New Udra is like my favorite design. New Udra is really cool, yeah. I think personally, even though I hate the monster itself, I'm so bad with names. The one that like comes with the rainstorm. Can't really name it off the top of my head. Duna, thank you. I like Uthuna's design. It's just like Uthuna is like very like awkward to fight because how like big and flashy its like flappies are. It's like it's hard to see like what you're doing, and you just feel like you're attacking a mountain half the time. Like I feel like I'm attacking this wall essentially, and then that wall is rolling around and then splashing in the water and knocking me down and dealing massive damage when it does so. Fucking annoying.
Anything catch your eye?
Hawk ass. Made Zuwu Fang. And a Zuwu Claw. 3 Zuwu Fangs. And 1 Zuwu Claw. I would like that actually. Might actually get a Sinister Cloth right now.
I heard yes.
Give me the money, Nada.
Would you like to trade something?
You want to know why you were named Nada? Because I don't want to hear not a thing out of your fucking mouth.
I can help you source materials.
Not another word. That's pretty mean. Sorry. Uthuna roars like every 30 seconds as well, so you have to put earplugs in. It's a pain. Yeah, I know. I mean, I try to have earplugs regardless because I don't like my fucking shit being I don't like being interrupted, but it is what it is.
Okay, bye. Yes.
Another Doothy Dooney. Or Zuwu. Zuwu. I wish we could turn off his voice specifically. I just don't understand, like, the character. Like, I don't understand his purpose. Like, it's just like he's just a little bitch. Just like, don't kill that monster, but I guess do. Well, now that I watched you kill it, I understand that it should die. And sometimes you have to kill them. I would do it too, because I want to be a hunter.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared? A supply shipment's come in. Hope you find something.
It's not too bad until he starts to humanize Arkveld. Yeah, it's really fucking weird. It's literally like destroying the environment. He's like, it just wants to be free. It just wants to be free. It just wants to live its own life. That one missed. Now you're paralyzed. Now you get the spear blade. Spear blade slash! You know what I haven't watched in a long time, and I'm like feeling the need? Yu Yu Hakusho. Love you, Hawk. So fucking good. I haven't watched it in a long time. Actually, you know what? I've been watching. I've been getting my sports anime fix with Ace of Diamond. I think there's a lot of it, if I'm not mistaken. So I've seen like, I think it has like multiple seasons and shit, and like different arcs and whatnot. I'm hoping at the very least, because like I don't get enough fucking haiku. I haven't seen fucking air anything for fucking ever. Blue Lock is like, it's okay. It just wants to be JoJo so bad that it's just kind of like, I don't fucking know, man. It's like really slow paced. Like it's actually, you know what it wants to be more like? It reminds me of like it wants to be like Dragon Ball Z, where it's like it takes like 5 minutes for one person to kick a ball, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck is going on right now? Why is this game like this? Or why is this show like this? Hey! Fucking bitch. I'm busy. Get cut off those motherfuckers' tentacles. You know what? If we come back, if I don't have all the parts for what I need to make that shit, and we come back to this place to hunt another one of these Zuwu, I need to kill the fucking. I need to kill fucking the Guardian secrets. Actually, I probably just come here on my own. It's not that big of a deal. Did you watch the Osan Newbie? It was actually pretty good with a lot of funny bits. I haven't seen that one. Sakamoto Days? I haven't seen Sakamoto Days. I've heard good things about that one. I have learned that, like, I am a fucking, like, the funny thing is that, like, there's like the stages of the stages of anime viewer, right? Everybody comes in on a shonen. For the most part, everybody comes in on a shonen. Maybe it's Dragon, you know, like whatever it might be, right? Like, I mean, I started with anime. I mean, thanks. Adult Swim was the one, not Adult Swim. Yeah, Adult Swim is what really did it, right? Like that was like way back in the day, watching like G Gundam and Outlaw Star and Trigun and a Toonami. That's what I mean, Toonami, Outlaw Star, fucking, and then at night, that's when you'd hit like. You get into the Rurouni Kenshin. Yeah, that's another good one. Yep. Rurouni Kenshin was very good. Big O was really good. Yeah. But like you come in on the back of like a shonen anime and then like as you grow older and then run out of things to watch, then you're like, the comedy anime? I guess I'll try it. Then you like it. Akira? I didn't watch Akira until I was older. I watched it at a fucking Hollywood Video, or I rented it. Tenchi Muyo? Tenchi Muyo, there was a lot of casual nudity on TV back in the day. Tenchi Muyo had titties all the time. You know why I know that? Because I can still remember Ryoko's name. That's why. Like, I don't remember anything else about the show other than Tenchi Muyo and Ryoko naked. Well, I was like, I just realized that. I was like, why do I remember her name? Oh. That's right. That's why I remember.
Anything catch your eye?
Motherfucker. I still need another fang.
Ready to get to work? Alrighty. Perfection. Look good. Perfect.
Outlaw Star also had a lot of casual nudity, now that I think about it too. Such a good show too. I fucking loved that. I was a big fan. Legends of Black Heaven? No, I've heard that one. lips. But also. Fucking nude. Oh. So fucking stupid. Curly Fro, thank you for the tier 1, man. Durara, dude, I never finished that show. It was really good, but it was like also like Durara is one of those ones that's like so fucking off the wall. Or am I thinking like Dororo? Duroro? Or maybe that's the same show. I'm not really too sure. Wait, FLCL? FLCL is fucking fire. And like most people don't even know that anime. Fucking, the fucking TV head fucking dude was like my fucking phone background for like a long fucking time. Yeah. Durara, yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Durara is the one with the Dualahan motorcycle guy. Yeah. Lady. True. It should Durara is one of those ones where it's just like it's so fucking all over the place that it's super hard to follow. I want to get that fucking face mask. Also, I want to change the gloves. Not very good. What happened to the other arms that I was... Is it these ones? I guess it is. I guess it... Do you have any issues with the game crashing? Nope. I don't think I've ever had I've never had Monster Hunter Wilds crash a single time.
Yes.
Tempered arc belt. But you know what I'm gonna go get?
I'll be waiting here.
I'm gonna go to Ruins of Wyberia. Doro. Is that the one with the fucking guy that's like made out of like he's basically like a human puppet almost, and he has to like get his body parts back? Is that the one I'm thinking of? That's Dororo. Oh, okay. Okay.
The wyvern milk seems to be leaking out in irregular locations.
I think the guy that animated the first season of Castlevania should do Berserk. I would disagree with that. First season. Fucking, holy shit, that shit was so fucking deep. God, it was so good. Is there more of them? Tone was great on Castlevania. Needs a bit more budget in the animation though, but it wasn't bad. I think Castlevania was fucking peak. I think they did a really good job with the anime. I haven't watched the the season that they just did recently of it, like the new run with who's it with? Is it with Richter? Or is it Simon in the first one? I can't remember which one. I can't remember which one. They made Richter a pussy. Yeah. It seems like they. I mean, the first season did it too, right? Like they really tried to make like like why can't you do what the first season, like first two seasons did? Like the first two seasons did such a good job at making like both the male and female characters like cool as shit, right? Trevor, thank you. It was Trevor. Like the first two seasons did such a good job at making like both male and female characters like really fucking sick, and then all of a sudden they go to like fucking Simon and they're like, or Trevor. Richter, sorry. Richter. They went to Richter, and Richter was like a fucking look like I watched the trailers and I'm like, why does this dude seem like a fucking pussy? Like Trevor was a fucking goddamn Chad in fucking in the first two seasons. Like holy shit. What a fucking gangster. Especially the end. Like the fight versus death. Holy fuck, dude. God damn it, that shit was so fucking cool. And he was funny. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, fucking funny, cool, like literally everything. And the female characters are really fucking cool. Like the female vampires in the fucking in the Trevor story were fucking dope, dude.
What are we making today?
Actually, I think I saved it.
Anything catch your eye? Alrighty. Perfection. Come back anytime. I heard from the others.
I just wish that this didn't have like that blue tint on it. I like the overall look of it. And I wish I could change the brown on this, but I can't. That's why I end up going like with this one, because it just like not only does it look cool, but it just like in general, it's the vibe. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, you're working with it, girl. You're working with it. Now I just need a cool headpiece. Canonically, Richter is one of the strongest of the Belmont because of his innate magic from the Belenese bloodline. But the show makes him whack. It's just so fucking weird. It's just so weird how shows fucking do that kind of shit, man. It's just like, what the fuck, bro? Why you gotta fucking do that? I want them to keep going though, and I hope that I hope that the show remains successful enough for them to keep justifying making movies. Because I'd really like to see a game with, or I'd really like to see the show go to like Soma. And I would not be upset in the slightest. I'd not be upset in the slightest to see Shinoa either. Have you seen Bloodbath Diablos back in 4 Ultimate along with Valistrax? No, I haven't. What Monster Hunter games are on Steam? There's probably not a lot of them, yeah. Yeah, it's just Rise World and Stories. So if I wanted to play like anything else, I'd have to like get it on a console. It's tough. Nintendo Shop probably. I don't have a Switch. I traded in my Switch last year because I figured that the Nintendo Switch 2 would be out by now. I've heard some U.S. politicians are trying to ban anime and manga here in the United States. I wouldn't fucking doubt it. I wouldn't fucking doubt it. I mean, like, let's be fucking real. Like, it's like I said, like somebody was talking about something like way earlier in the stream. Like that's the down. Like there's ups and downs to. That's the problem with the fucking two-party system, is that there's no fucking nuance. So you're either getting like. You're either getting one set of shit or another set of shit. So it's like conservatives have always historically been like really fucking against video games in a lot of cases, and cartoons, anime, shit like that. It's always, you know, traditional values that people need to get back to. So it's always like, you know, rip the Band-Aid off and go back like fucking, you know, 50 years or 70 years or whatever the fuck they want to do. And then the other side is like fucking progress to a fault. Satanic panic all over again. Yeah, they do that shit all the fucking time. Give me a second. Censorship sucks. Yeah, it sure fucking does. Yo, just watched your stream, your Steam video. Good shit, man. Glad you enjoyed it, brother. Glad you enjoyed it. Fuck, I'm looking good. Guys, we're gonna go. We're gonna go all white, all right. God damn, you could cook a set of ribs off that stomach, man. God damn, you could eat a meal off that motherfucker. God damn. I have a Switch, but rarely play handheld stuff. It's too small for my hands. I mean, I played most of the Switch games that I played were actually like on the TV. I usually played it docked more than I ever played it handheld. I only ever played it handheld on flights. That's pretty much about it. But I have a Steam Deck for that. Which my Steam Deck was getting a lot of fucking use. Because I would play like Balatro while I was just like vibing in bed. And then Balatro came out on mobile. And now I have like I think I've like I've got like golded 5. If I'm not mistaken. Balatro looks fun, never played it. Oh yeah. Balatro is much good. It's not even about like making a fucking it's not even about making a like a deck that just scores really high. No. It's about making your own scientific notation. It's about creating a deck that breaks the laws of physics. That creates a number that doesn't even exist. Your own number that you can it's going to be named after you. Hit the slash. Shep Gaming, thank you for the 10, man. Really enjoying your content, bro. Just showing support. Thank you for the 10, brother. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you. I've posted what you can do to play older games on PC. Oh, like emulators and stuff? Yeah, I'm sure there's... They definitely don't exist, right? I mean, Nintendo got rid of them all, right? Right? It's like funny when you're playing Balatro and you're like playing a hand and all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, that hand scored like 4 billion. And then all of a sudden you like you get a couple of extra things, you move a couple of other numbers around and shit like that. And then the next thing you know,
Well, what can I do for you?
you're like all of a sudden you get a number that's like 1.5 E17 and you're like, what does that even mean? Chat with 5 says, I'm new to this game. Can you explain how to find high-ranked monsters for better armor? You have to first get into high rank to do that. That means going through and completing the story. As you continue through the story, once you reach the credit screen, you will then be put into high rank, if I'm not mistaken. And then once you're in high rank, then you'll be able to get access to high rank gear. You'll farm the same old monsters over again. You'll see more tempered monsters on the map. It'll upgrade your map so that those monsters will exist on the map, and then you can just kind of Yeah, you'll actually like your map is essentially the same, but you'll highlight you'll see more of these guys, like these purple boys, tempered. So these are a little bit tougher, but they drop high ranked materials. But they also drop stuff for you to be able to make Ardian weapons as well. This guy right here, that's another high rank, and you'll be able to get your high rank pieces that way. You'll know you're killing a high ranked monster after it dies, and you'll see it'll have plus materials on it. I don't even think you can find normal rank monsters in the wild after you've reached a certain point in the story. How's the hunts been going? Been ignoring the stream for the past hour while checking out the new Witchfire update. Good. Yeah, we're just vibing, doing our thing.
Right.
Took a 2-week vacation from work. That happened to have Monster Hunter Wilds drop halfway through it. Haven't had a fun, degenerate gaming session like this in a long time. That has to fucking feel good, baby. That has to feel good. I remember I took I think I took like the first week off when Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker dropped. And I played the fucking breaks off that fucking game. Like legit, I fucking went in. I was like, oh, this is my shit right here. How's it, buddy? What you doing, baby? What you doing? I saw you were sitting in the window. You see anything out there? Oh my god, the other night, there was like these two fucking, like, there's these like two cats that were like standing on the fence fighting each other. And my fucking cat was like, bro, lit me out there. Like, he like jumped up on the window, like freaking out, like trying to claw his way out to get outside. And he's like, oh, real shit? Y'all are fighting on my territory? You're fighting in my backyard? Let me show you what's up real fucking quick. I got you, bro. Let me come out there. I'm like, you little fucking dumbass. You ain't gonna go out there. He was like tweaking, like running between each from like window to window, from door to door, meowing, yowling, eking, scratching. Definitely play Freedom Unite. I've heard a lot of good things about that one. Arcilla is using the skin of Gypsaurus on her back as a veil. I didn't know that. Freedom Unite has certainly changed a bit. It's great. It's great for a time and still a good game, but I say 4 Ultimate and Generations Ultimate are better classic experiences based on how much wacky shit you want in the game. Generations Ultimate is the one that I've been recommended the most, I think. I'm pretty sure that's the one that I've been recommended more than anything else.
Yes.
I want those Gora Magdala horns. I'm gonna post the Gora Magdala. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. I should have actually used a better one. That's not that big of a deal, though. So many monsters, yeah. I can't believe they're going to be putting in a new monster every month with this game. That's fucking crazy.
Quest now. Are you prepared?
How are you gonna manage? How are you gonna manage that? Like, I mean, the maps are big, but they're not like that big.
You find something useful.
I guess like on faster timers, maybe, because like the monsters are on like fucking 20-minute timers, right?
We got this.
New monster every 4 months. I thought it was every month.
We got this.
What's up, bitch? Bah! God damn it. I thought it was not gonna be able to hit me because underneath it. Why don't you come in? Why don't you come out here? Give me some room to fight you. You got somebody on your back. Let me get my gauge up. I like his theme. Hard to see his fucking tail. Such a big fucker. There it is. See, I'm a good longsword player, right? I do my fucking job. I do my part. Ah, I couldn't get it off in time. Help! Ah. At least he's not tempered, I guess, you know? He's mad. Anime. Get you some tail, guys. Gore has one of the best themes ever made. It's super fucking good. Uber, thank you. I just picked up Generations Ultimate on Switch. It's currently on sale. Well, if fucking Nintendo would come out with that Switch 2 already, we'd be chilling. Oh, you got blinded. Can't see. How did that not work? I fucking timed that. I hate that I can't get my fucking counters to go off whenever I just want to. Let's go in then. Got it. I got that reach. I got the link. Big sword swanging. Is there like any reason at all to capture in this game unless the quest asks for it? Because like you're just gonna miss out on the carve. Because in Monster Hunter World they had like catch and kill specific items that you could get from monsters. Can't wait for Shigaru Magawa. What is this? And chaotic gore. You can capture both gore and chaotic, but not Shigaru. But not Shigaru since he becomes an Elder Dragon. I didn't know that. Gotta work a 12, man. I remember those days. Remember that last year. Year before last? I don't know. Fucking time is a mystery to me now. I can't believe I've been doing YouTube professionally for a year. I didn't really make money until like I didn't make like a living wage for the first 8 months. 7 months, I'd say. Yeah, for 7 months. I didn't really make a living wage for the first 7 months. I was dipping into my savings account to be able to pay like rent and bills and shit like that. Do you think Asmon Reacts helped your channel grow faster? I'm sure it helped catalyze it in some way, shape, or form. But the problem is that like somebody big like Asmongold reacting to you doesn't really mean a lot. It does because like if you make good content, then it serves as a it serves as great exposure, right? But if it's not good content, or if it's mid content, then chances are the React lives and dies with Asmongold. But if it's good shit, then the people are gonna go, man, who the fuck is this guy? I want to go watch him. Right? So like, you actually have to be like, the weird thing is I've had people be like, oh well, you know, I've had people be like, oh well, you wouldn't be anything without Asmongold, and I'm like, I don't really think that's the case, to be honest with you, because like, well, like I'll say this, he helped me grow faster for sure, but not help me grow, if that makes any sense, because like it's the content itself that like lives and dies on its own. And also on top of that, the thing is like the idea that like you can only get views if he like there are people like well, you know, what was one of the comments I used to see a lot was like your videos only get views because Asmon reacts to them. And I'm like, well, that's not true. It's not even close to being true. That video that I put out on Steam has over 500,000 views. Asmongold hasn't watched that. I have multiple videos on the channel that he's never even looked at. So like I think people kind of get it like twisted, and they see like Asmongold as like a make or break kind of thing, but like it really does depend on like the quality of the content you make. You have to have both, and I think that's like the unique difference maker, like for me. And here's the thing, like I'm not like this isn't like humble bragging or whatever it is. It's just that like that's literally the difference maker. Like some people are like, oh well, you know, well, look at this guy, his channel didn't grow, his video didn't get views. Asmongold will 100% 9 times out of 10 completely fucking snipe the traffic on one of my videos after he watches it. So like honestly, the React itself has an immediate negative detriment to the content itself. And at one point in time, you're gonna hit a natural saturation point where I'm not gonna get I'm not gonna get a lot of like positive engagement from Asmongold watching one of my videos, because we'll share so much of an audience together of people that like, because there's a bunch of people here, they're like, that's how I found your video, that's how I found your video. I know there's a bunch of people that are here, they're like seen an Asmongold react and that's how they found the channel. There's a lot of people that have found the channel organically too. If I had to take a wild guess, it's probably like 2040. I would say it's 20. Yeah, it's probably like 2040 or maybe 1040 or 1090 or something like that. 2040. What am I saying? It's like 2080, where like 20% of the people are coming from like Asmongold reacts or something like that. But like there you go. Here since Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, exactly. So like there's a lot of people that found me through Baldur's Gate 3. What I find really unique and really interesting about the Asmongold react stuff is that it's not necessarily like YouTube subscribers and viewers that I get in a lot of cases. It's actually people that come watch the live streams. A lot of the folks that come watch live streams do come from that, and that makes a lot of sense because he's a live streamer, right? So like they'll watch him on Twitch and then they'll come watch me on Twitch. I should be streaming more often, to be honest with you, because I probably siphon off a few more viewers of his, because there's people that probably just really want to watch like video game news and just don't get that same kind of thing. And him and I have the same kind of style when it comes to like how we start streams, right? I talk for like fucking 5 hours straight about just random shit in video games and personal stories and shit, which makes a lot of sense because my only real exposure to live streams is Asmongold. I don't watch anybody else, never have. To be honest, I do thank him quite a lot. Like he's an insane help, because like I wouldn't even have made videos in the first place, because I used to just be like a YouTube nut, and that was pretty much about that. It's about as far as it went. And they were like YouTubers, like news YouTubers that did content like I do now, but were like very fucking mid, or like they just wouldn't bring out any like personal opinion. They'd always use other people's personal opinions rather than like generating anything of their own. And I was just like, man, this is just so fucking inauthentic. And I'm like, I could totally do better. I could totally do better. And I remember I watched like a stream of him like a couple of years ago, and he was like, he's like, the only people that should like try to make content are the people that really think that they can do it better than somebody else. If you really think that you can do it better than somebody else, do it. And I'm sure you can, and I'm sure you can make it work. And I was like, all right, motherfucker. That's exactly what I'll do. That's exactly what I'll do. I'm coming for that ass. No, I wasn't like going for like Asmongold's content necessarily. It was like a mix of me being like not really satisfied with like Yang Ya and Bellular, even though I liked the overall content. I just didn't like how it was being done. And I was like, I could fucking do this better. Not that I disrespect those guys at all. Yeah, no. Like I think Bellular does an incredible job, but Bellular has a whole fucking team. Bellular has a whole fucking team. He has researchers, writers, all kinds of fucking people working for him doing shit. Stayed for the top tier content. Hell yeah, man. That's a good drive. Yeah. You're good at games. You don't stay quiet. And your voice is ASMR type. And you're real. Oh, and beard is the best. Thank you. Actually, I think I need to go. I was going to make an appointment and I forgot to do that. I was going to make an appointment for a haircut and a beard trim. I need to get my beard like squared up a little bit. It's like a little bit too floofy, so it makes my face look round. I need to like square it up. Structure and presentation are really good. Yeah. Appreciate it. Glad you guys, hey man, as long as you guys enjoy it, that's the only thing I fucking care about. I just have fun making it.
Well, hey. Got something in mind?
The Jindahad stuff is like okay. I just don't. I don't know. I like this. This is actually not too bad. Actually, I like the legs. I already made the legs. So. The Uthuna stuff I think is like really fucking cool looking. So I kind of want to make the male. I want to make the men's headpiece. I really like what they did, allowing you to wear like male or female stuff. I like both of them actually. But I kind of like this one because it makes me feel like I'm fucking Melania from Elden Ring. I just have a big old dick on my forehead. How about that? Reminds me of like Final Fantasy 14 fucking this is what I really need to make. I need to make the new Udra stuff. The new Udra stuff looks fucking sick, dude. Like the new Udra stuff is just fucking slick. The chest piece, not so much. I just want the headpiece and the fucking leg. I can make the legs now. I just want a headpiece. That headpiece goes fucking hard. Nah. Eh. Eh. Eh.
Look good. Alrighty. Perfection.
Udra and Gore is all sick. If I had a male character, I think the gore stuff would look cooler. I mean, the fucking arc belt stuff is just fucking peak, though. Like, let's be real. I should make these. These look really fucking good.
I'm ready to work. Perfection. Come back anytime.
Oh, pizza's done. I'm the odd man out, probably. I found Asmongold by watching your content back in July. That is interesting. That is interesting. Huh. I'm sure that's gonna happen at one point, right? Like I'm sure there's gonna be that like I said, there's gonna be like a saturation point where like all of a sudden, you know, it's actually gonna be the other way around, right? I appreciate your YouTube content. It's well thought out and nuanced. I'm tired of the incendiary rage bait stuff. You know what the funny thing is? There's tons of people that think that that's what I make. It's not done. It needs like 2 minutes. Give it 2 more minutes. But the reason why people think that is it's not actually like the content itself. It's the thumbnail and title. I fucking get their ass with the thumbnail and title. Fuck them. That's what I say. If you can't get over thumbnail, I mean, like, you gotta understand, like, thumbnails and titles, that's just marketing, baby. That's just marketing. Soft rage bait, I like that. Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's like soft rage bait with the title and thumbnail, and then you get into the video and you're like, oh, this is a lot more nuanced and a lot more, you know, well thought out, and, you know, rather than being like argumentative and like incendiary. I love that word, incendiary. That works really well, right? I'm not the guy that's like blasting thumbnails that say like woke slop, fucking LGBT, or like fucking Andy Pants Gaming, black and gay. Like, fuck, dude. God, you guys are so fucking lame. God, that's so stupid. It's so fucking weird. It's just so weird. I see that shit and I'm just like, there are like genuine arguments to be made about certain things in video games, but when you go around doing shit like that, it's fucking embarrassing, and it comes at the cost of genuine criticisms against, like, you know, forced narratives and forced things in video games and shit like that. It's just like, fuck, dude. Like, you do so much damage to it, and you're like constantly on the fucking back foot because of that shit. The phased react edits, yeah. Appreciate the level-headed and thought-provoking discussions. Well, that's kind of the idea too. That's how I at least try to pace the content as well, is that I think it's like really important to try to give, and I probably should like go back to like maybe adding a little bit more breathing room into some of my videos, because I used to have a little bit longer pauses between some of my breaths and stuff like that, at least in my edits. And the reason I did that was because the idea behind it was to give you time to think about what I said. Just a moment to breathe and go, huh, that's interesting. Yeah, what he said is true. Or maybe I'm not right. And you're like, no, he's not right about that. I think this other thing. And then you go into the comment section and say something, and I end up seeing it. Oh, it's fucking perfect. It's like just slightly burnt. Not like absolutely torched, just like slightly burnt. Just like, ooh. That's the good shit right there. Exactly. I think there's a lot of good discussions to be had, but most people are so fixated on insane stuff. Well, I think like 9 times out of 10, really what it can be is that, I mean, people just get ideologically captured. Anti-pads can be over the top, but I think he makes... I'm not even going to listen to the guy. I'm going to be honest with you. I watched like one video of him. Nah, fuck that. He's just as ideologically captured as the people that he's trying to fight against. It's the Spider-Man meme. It's two people pointing at each other, and they're the exact same thing. They're just a different color of shit. I think I've watched like 2 of the guy's videos, and I watched his like debate with Actman, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Also believe that the clips keep running when you're talking, very entertained and locked in. Oh yeah, I think gameplay clips are just interesting. It just kind of keeps the narrative moving. Yeah, he got exposed there. Yeah, like zero argumentation, literally trying to get it, literally just trying to be a gotcha with the act man. No actual like good faith argumentation, debate, or anything of the sort. It's literally just like, yeah, but are you gay though? It's just like, holy fucking shit, dude. Yeah, but aren't you paid by Activision? Like, fuck off, dude. This is so stupid. Like, I'm sure that's gonna play to like some of your base, but the dude, like, he lost a lot of viewership after that. Like, a lot of people lost respect. I mean, like, the thing is that it's like, I've had people that have like reached out and tried to get me like in touch with some of these people and wanted me to like collab with like certain folks that are like within that space, and I have no fucking interest in it, man, because we're just not going to agree. I don't think that there's anything fucking wrong with having I don't think there's anything wrong with having gay people in video games. I think you can have badass fucking gay characters. I think what you need to do is stop trying to fucking treat your message like a fucking hammer. I just like focus on making a story about good characters, and it just if it's narrative specific, make it about that. If it's something that's character driven, it has to be something that the player chooses to engage with. You cannot force it on people. If it is a belief that they want to have, that is fine. And if it's not even a belief, if it's something that they're comfortable with, then let them engage with it. But when you force things on people that they aren't comfortable with, then they're not gonna fucking like it. It's literally as simple as that. And people try to overcomplicate it. You don't understand. It's the fucking woke mind virus. And I'm like, no, it's literally just people that are fucking terrible at their job. That's it. They are just fucking horrible at their job. They're not talented. Not even in the least bit. Nobody complained about Final Fantasy 16. Nobody complained about complained about the characters in that. Nobody complained about Baldur's Gate 3. People tried to complain about Kingdom Come Deliverance, but guess what? Good game, doesn't force it on you. It's a choice that you can make. One option the game gives you in one instance and never asks again. All it is just a little heart on a reply, and you can choose to use that heart, which is pretty obvious what it's supposed to be. It's a romance option, or you can not click it and then it never comes up again. That's how it should be. If people want to engage with that kind of content and they feel comfortable with engaging with it, then let them. But video games are supposed to be about choice. It's supposed to be about enjoyment. It's not supposed to be about dividing and creating these fucking fictional lines in which the player now has to decide whether or not they can play this game, because if they don't completely align with the creator's thoughts and opinions and beliefs, then they can't enjoy it. That's the problem. I talk about this in a video that's going to be coming out next week, but like one of the things that I talk about is this idea of like how things have become so polarized because of really poor writing in video game design, where there are tons of examples of games that are in the past where the player didn't have to fully align with the beliefs or the beliefs, the political beliefs, identity beliefs, whatever. They don't have to completely align themselves with the beliefs of the message that's being delivered within the game or the beliefs of the creator. But today, the line is drawn so fucking deep that if you are playing a game and you do not fully align with the thoughts and opinions of the person that made it, then you cannot enjoy it. You can't have that. You can't have that. It's not good game design. That's it. It's not good game design. I don't give a fuck about your ideology. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care what party you vote for. That's not what it is for me. You're making a bad product. And the thing is that if it was the flip side and it was the other way around, and instead of somebody that has, you know, high, like super progressive ideas, and instead it was somebody that was ultra conservative that was trying to press puritanism on you, it'd be the exact same fucking response from the audience. That's the shit that pisses me off, is the fact that people won't take the fucking 5 seconds to look in the mirror and realize that if it was the other way around, it would be just as fucking bad. So aggravating. Fully agree. Have a good night. Have a good night, brother. What you're saying and what you're communicating is why I come to your streams and videos. Unbiased common sense. Like, that's like common sense is a fleeting dream. It is. Fleeting fucking dream. Like, people just can't touch reality anymore. And I think that in a lot of cases, I think it's just something that's just like accentuated by social media. Because people think that if they are like the most like outrageous versions of themselves, then people will pay attention to them. That's it. They dial up all of their best or worst qualities to fucking 11, and then like that's who they personify on the internet. And realize like the vast majority of this stuff lives and dies on the internet, or lives and dies on a television camera. It's like that's the only way that you ever see these kind of things. Art is a nuance that's been lost. That is, you know what the funny thing is? I have a title for a video that is quite literally called The Death of Nuance in Gaming. No, The Death of Subtlety in Gaming. Everything always has to be so fucking on the nose. It's so annoying. I'm glad that Sweet Baby Incorporated is gone, but they are definitely not out. They were involved with Dragon Age and Starfail, and other such examples in Concord. Again, realize, like, really fucking think about this. They are just shit at their job. They're just really fucking bad at their job. That's really all it comes down to. Like, they just wrote really shitty on-the-nose stories that nobody wanted to have anything to do with. And there's just a much better way to communicate what you're trying to say. And it's like, it's really like communication, like the art of communication is being lost. When did it start? When did it start, though, as an actual point or a game that kicked it all off? It's not even a game. It's just like It's entertainment in general. It started with Hollywood first. It wasn't a video game thing. It started in Hollywood. It's like a goddamn Hydra. It's a multi-headed issue. It's not just this. It's like death of communication, death of nuance, death of subtlety. Everything is on the nose. Everything is forced. Everybody thinks they're smarter than everybody else. Like, the internet has fucking inflated people's egos to the point where, like, they can't even be bothered to critically think or to come up with their opinion, right? So then there's the real one, right? Now it's not even safe for you to have an independent opinion anymore. You need to be able to look around and check to see what everybody else thinks about something before you open your fucking mouth. Because if you open your mouth too early, then all of a sudden everybody turns on you and nobody's giving you your updates or your likes or your engagement. The fucking tragedy. That's where it all originated. And a lot of that shit was already going on in Hollywood to begin with. And then over time, it bled into other industries. And then social media and the internet fucking exacerbated the issue. And now it's just bullhorning our worst qualities. That's what's going on. The only way to get past it is to resist it. Personally resist it. Like, be an individual person with individual thoughts. Don't get fucking sunk into groupthink. Doesn't matter what side of the fence you fall on. Don't fall onto the side. Don't fall into the fence. Don't stand on the fence. Stand in the fucking yard across the street. You're lucky to be in the US. You open your mouth and somebody gets offended, and that happens. In the UK, you get arrested for offending somebody. That shit's fucking crazy over there. That shit's crazy over there. I've talked about this before. I don't realize for Americans that freedom of speech is so ingrained into us that the thought of it not existing doesn't make sense. Like, I literally cannot fucking understand it. Like, I went on a trip to like Canada to go visit a buddy of mine in Windsor. And he was like, and he stopped me a few times. Like, you can't say that, dude. You can't say that. Don't say that out loud. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you'll get a fine, or they'll fucking tell your ass to go back to the border. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, you're not allowed to say shit like that. Words? I'm not allowed to say words? What? It's just words. Like, I think it was like some like goofy joke or something like that. I don't even remember what the fuck I even said. Yeah, your rights don't extend to other countries. I don't understand it though. It's just words. I'm just saying things. Memes are illegal in the wild. Jesus Christ. Canada moment, yeah. Jesus Christ, you guys got a lot of fucking shawarma. Like, my buddy, when I went over there, he's like, oh dude, you gotta try this shawarma place. And I looked around, I'm like, there's fucking shawarma places everywhere. Holy fuck. There's like one nearby. It's like one near me here. It was good. I'm not gonna say it wasn't good. It was good. I was just like, he just acted like it was the most unique thing in the world. And I'm like, there's like fucking 50 of them here. I've seen one on every block. Same with Anita Sarkeesian or whatever. She doesn't play games. Yeah, well, that chick was just a fucking... that's just somebody that, like, the industry, like, just fucking propped up on a fucking pedestal for whatever fuck off reason. I have no idea what happened there. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I have no fucking idea. I don't know what they were smoking when that happened. I don't know what they were thinking. They were like, she's one of us. We're gonna send her to the UN. It's like, what the fuck? How did you guys come to that? How is that the idea? Not a good one. She set the industry back like 10 years. No, she's like the fucking progenitor of like so many game studios that are closed now. Like, keep in mind, like, think about this, dude. Is that, like, think about how like how many games and how much like video game culture from like a studio standpoint changed because of like their influence. And now we're now seeing the games that are coming out as a result of that. That's what's fucking crazy. And it's like, and the thing is that like I've straight up just come to the conclusion that like none of this shit is gonna fix itself until these studios just wipe themselves off the map. It's the only way for things to regulate. They're just gonna wipe themselves off the map, and then new studios will rise from their ashes, and then we're good. And then people remember that they're like, while you're making something creative, you are making a product that people are supposed to want to buy. And there's not a lot of people that are lining up going to stores trying to buy a lesson. Trying to buy a video game. Gotta love natural selection. That's essentially what it is. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. A pretty astute observation. Astute observation. Anyway, chat. Thank you guys for a good stream night. It's been really nice. Had a lot of fun. I am going to eat my dinner. I'm going to chill out. I'm going to vibe out. Maybe play a little bit of Kingdom Come Deliverance before I go to bed. And yeah, that's about it. I think we had a pretty good stream, man. What do you guys think? Think it went well? I think it went well. I enjoyed it. It'll be a while before American studios can recover. It's gonna be a while for sure. Yeah, it's gonna take a long time. Have a good night. Love you, bro. Good night. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Good night. Cool. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to pop on. Like, I don't really have a lot of shit that I need to do. Maybe on Sunday I might pop on when I'm doing like note taking and like outlining for another video or something like that. If I do, it's probably only going to be on Twitch because then I can listen to music and jam while I'm doing it. So maybe I'll do that. If I'm going to do jamming stuff and listen to music, I can't really take notes when I do that kind of stuff. No, I can. I've done that before. I don't fucking know. I don't know. We'll see. You might see a stream pop up on Sunday. We'll see. Just depends on how I'm feeling. Outside of that, my friends, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay safe, stay cool, stay righteous. And I'll catch you guys later. Peace.